Okay. I don't think I'm starting too late this time. Only about an hour, and it's frustrating because I came really close to starting this stream on time, but I ran into a few last second delays, like IRL stuff, that just pushed out my schedule a little bit. But one of the nice things is I've been trying to more recently get everything for the speedrun set up beforehand, so once it actually starts, I can kind of just jump in and go. And that is something that I've done here. So a few hours before starting the stream, I did a bunch of testing. I actually can log out real quick and just show. I actually did do some test leveling with a blood DK. So a lot of times with these streams, I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm going in blind. Like the warrior run, I went in blind. I haven't touched the character at all. I did like a little bit of just testing for seeing how heirlooms were working, since if you watch the previous stream, heirlooms were not actually functioning on the Cataclysm Beta. They have since fixed that. They've added a bunch of stuff. So previously, only level 80 or template characters were available. Now level 85 is available, and I've played around with that a little bit. And also character copy is available. So, can hop back onto my character. But I did do a bit of playing around with it. I basically picked out the talent build that I want to run, so I already have that figured out. I leveled for like a few hours, actually, on a second Blood DK just for testing purposes, to get a feel for like the rotation, the playstyle that I want to run. Why did my XP bar get disabled? That's not good. So I kind of have a general gist of how I want to play this, which I think is important to get things started. And especially the template characters that they give you on the beta are not fully set up, so I spent... Well, I guess if I do my slash played, I'll have to show it. Here you can see it's been, I guess, about 4... Has it been 4 hours in this character? Yeah, I guess. A lot of that has just been AFK and Orgrimmar while I set up stream stuff. But there were a few things that I had to get set up, like it starts you off with a bunch of random gear in your bags, and you have to sort through what you want, and you also don't have your weapon enchanted when you start a DK, which I feel like maybe they should do, but either way, I went over to Acaris and put Fallen Crusader on the starter weapon. So all that stuff is done. Basically, I'm at a spot right now where once I'm ready to start the timer, we're just going to hop into whichever zone people pick. And on that note, I did say people pick because I'm actually going to put up a second poll, but it's going to be just in chat, like an in-stream poll, to let you guys pick which zone I start off with. I'll do that in a second. Hello, Peter Oss. Finally got to a stream. Awesome. Good to have you here. Let me just figure out, make sure I'm doing this correctly. Start a poll. Which zone should I start with? And I can edit that, so Mount Hyjal, and of course the other one, which is vashj'ir. I'll just throw that in there, and I think that appears at the top for a little while, so I don't need to worry about like pinning it or anything like that. So I'll let that sit for a moment, and of course give people time to trickle in, because the start always is a little bit slow. Yeah, so I guess one thing that I'll talk about real quick before I forget is general build stuff. So obviously for the stream, oh, fuck, it bugged out again. It says I have unspent talent points. There's a weird bug right now on the Cataclysm Beta where it's giving you just 2 ghost talent points that you shouldn't actually have. So I'm just going to actually log out, log back in, and that should clear the issue. Just because I don't want that popping up, and obviously I want it to be an accurate test, and I don't want to have more talent points than I should. It's still there. Yeah, I don't know how to fix this issue. It's a really weird problem, but I guess if it doesn't go away, then I will just wait until level 81 to spend these points, because I'm currently level 80. I've spent all my level 80 points, and it's just randomly giving me extra. But anyways, so this is what I should have, all the talents here. Now, blood for leveling, I would say, is relatively straightforward. You get increased attack power for your armor. That's damage, duh. This gives you increased runic power when you kill an enemy, and this gives you a permanent bonus, like for while you're in combat, you generate runic power. It's just good, but especially while leveling and you're getting those kills that grant experience, that's nice. Blade Barrier is obviously going to be good for endgame stuff, but slight damage reduction for leveling isn't really that impactful. I don't care about this a whole lot. Scent of Blood, this is just extra runic power. Improved Blood Tap. Blood Tap I'm not going to be using a ton, but it's okay. It's not like as useful for leveling as it would be for endgame stuff. Then Bone Shield, it's just good, right? Blood Cake Blade, free damage. This is my raid buff, I guess, which also gives me free damage. Increased armor value is a little bit of survivability, but also bladed armor, so a little bit of damage there as well. Improved Blood Presence gives me a bit of survivability and more rune regen. 1 point into the Bloodworms thing, that way. It's not a full 10% chance, but I'll get Bloodworms often enough that it works out. Oh boy, Elf Stream, yeah. A lot of my characters you'll find in Classic are going to be Blood Elves, pretty much whenever possible. I'm going to pick a Blood Elf. I just generally prefer Blood Elves, so that's what we'll be going with. Vamp Blood, duh. Rune Tap, duh. You know, core Blood Decay abilities, and it's obviously only 1 point to get it. I'm only putting 1 point into Will of the Necropolis because I would imagine that for endgame stuff, I'll want more into this. But for leveling, there's really not a lot of value out of a slight increase in damage reduction on this, because I proc this maybe twice in my entire 3 hours or so doing, like, test leveling. It doesn't happen often if you're death striking, which, you know, you do a lot because it does a lot of damage. You're rarely going to fall to low HP. So in the off chance that I do a really large pull and I happen to dip below 30% health and proc this, I mostly want it because it gives me a free Rune Tap. And Rune Tap in this version of WoW is just 10% health, pretty much. So, it's okay. But I figure for 1 point this is worth it. Then this is just makes Deathstrike really, really good. This makes Blood Boil slightly stronger. Dancing Rune Weapon, classic Blood Decay cooldown. I hope I don't need to explain that. And for the other talent points, I actually played around a little bit with Frost when I was doing my test runs. Having additional runic power is kind of nice. You can bank more RP for Death Strikes, but you could bank more RP by pressing Death Strike and then spend Rune Strike on it later. But the main reason to go Frost is to eventually take Otta Pale Horse. That was my initial thought, and I think that the fact that you get Otta Pale Horse makes Frost probably the best leveling spec just because of that. But I don't think that at this point picking that up at level 81 and 82 is really good enough to warrant going down the Frost tree. I guess if you wanted that bonus, you would just level entirely as Frost because you get it for free. So I am instead going with Unholy Stuff because having a reduced cooldown on Death Grip is kind of nice. There were a few times when I really wanted to Death Grip a mob, and it's a fairly long cooldown. You can see here it's 25 seconds with the 10-second reduction, so it's actually 35-second cooldown base, which feels really, really long. There's a lot of classic abilities that just randomly have long cooldowns. So having Unholy Command here will make it so if I need it, it'll usually be up, either because I got the reset or because it just had a lower cooldown, which I think will just make leveling feel a lot better, especially because these talents do really nothing. This is one-handed hit chance, which I'm using a two-hander, and this is increased range on Chains of Ice and Icy Touch effectively because I don't have Howling Blast, and I'm not really using Icy Touch that often. Really, it was just for Runic Power Mastery, which I didn't find that impactful. And increased duration on Blood Plague and Frost Fever. I think... I wonder, do I need... I might only need 2 points on this to really get value out of it. I'm not entirely sure. but just for quality of life, I'm going to take 3 points. I know that you want to go with Epidemic later on because I did some reading on it. Basically, a lot of your stuff scales off diseases on targets. So you can see here, Heart Strike, one of your main AoE spenders, will do more damage if there's diseases present. Same thing for Blood Boil. And the way that diseases in this version of the game work, at least for Blood DK, is at level 81, I get an ability called Outbreak. Outbreak applies all my diseases to the target, and it has a 30-second cooldown, because it has 1 minute base, and then, what's it called? Veteran of the Third War reduces the cooldown by 30 seconds. And by default, I think, where is... Yeah, so Frost Fever, this lasts 33 seconds, but that's with the 12-second increase. So it's 21-second duration base, this and Blood Plague. And if Outbreak has a 30-second cooldown, and this has a 33-second duration, this means that I will always be able to keep my diseases up on the target by using Outbreak into Pestilence, which spreads all my diseases to nearby enemies, and that means I effectively have 100% uptime. I want to say that I need 3 out of 3, but there's a chance that I only need 2 out of 3 Epidemic to keep 100% uptime. Not sure. For now, I'm just going to go with this. But I do know that this is important for Blood DK at endgame, and until I get Outbreak, I'm not really going to worry about keeping my diseases up on targets, because the diseases themselves don't do a ton of damage, and the modifiers that you get for having diseases up on targets is not enough to it's not enough to justify using Icy Touch and Plague Strike on every single encounter. So I've only been doing this on like really high health, like elite boss fights, which there aren't many while leveling, but occasionally, just because then I will get enough value out of the whole thing to justify using it. But on like very weak mobs where I can just press Death Strike and it does 75% of the mob's health, I'm not really going to worry about keeping this up for now, especially because at level 81, I just get something that effectively lets me take these off my bar. At the very least, Plague Strike. Icy Touch technically has some utility as like a ranged attack, but Plague Strike, once I have Outbreak, will be completely worthless, and I will almost never press Icy Touch. But that is pretty much it for talents. For glyphs, and I should note, I see people talking in chat. If you have not noticed, there's a poll in chat right now, so while I explain my build, while I let people filter in, I am going to let you guys pick whether I do Mount Hygel or vashj'ir to start. Honestly, I kind of expected vashj'ir to win, but I have no preference. I actually tested Hygel earlier, but I need to test both of them more at some point anyway. But you can vote for whichever one you want to see. And whenever I'm done doing, like, you know, the introduction stuff, we'll finalize the results of that. Is the speedrun purely for leveling? Yes, it's an 80 to 85 speedrun. I'm not sure what else it would be. I guess if you could clarify, Ulved, if I'm not even sure what else I could be doing the speedrun for. Sorry if I'm overlooking something. But anyways, I'll read the rest of chat in a second. I just want to quickly finish explaining this before I get sidetracked. Final real thing to talk about is glyphs. I get all of them by level 80, so pretty nice. You can set this up before you jump to Cataclysm. A lot of these, I would say, are really straightforward. The prime glyphs, I think, are pretty basic. You have Death Strike. This just makes it do more damage. Notably, this means that while you have Runic Power banked, your Death Strike will do up to 40% additional damage. Interesting. So I suspect that because of this, I will want to later on run Runic Power Mastery at like max level. I don't really like any of the options down here, so I think I will put at least some of my next points into Runic Power Mastery. I don't know exactly if that's what you want to run for endgame, but that makes logical sense to me. But either way, what this means is that I want to keep at least some Runic Power pooled because it makes my Death Strike hit reasonably harder. This just makes Heart Strike deal 30% more damage. It's a really good AoE damage ability, so yeah, what's not to love? And this makes Death and Decay last 50% longer. Cool. Now, for major glyphs, For whatever reason, the scroll on here is broken unless, like, I manually drag it. A lot of these aren't really that great. I've been running Glyph of Bone Shield. I think this is probably the strongest one, because obviously if you're going to have Bone Shield anyway, then a free 15% move speed is just nice to have. This also means that I don't need to worry about going into Unholy Presence, because this doesn't stack with the Unholy Presence speed increase. So I can just use Bone Shield and get that movement speed bonus, which obviously for leveling is really good. Increase the radius of Blood Boil just for AoE. Rounding up mobs, this makes it a little bit easier. And Glyph of Death Grip, just for grabbing ranged mobs, is kind of nice to have. This is the least important one. A lot of times when I want to grab something, it's already within range. And I should note this is purely for leveling. I'm sure you're going to want to run some slightly different stuff at endgame, like increased range on Pestilence could be pretty good, but I don't think that's going to be super important. I haven't been using that a ton so far while leveling. And I feel like for endgame, I would probably drop this, take Anti-Magic Shell Glyph. That seems like it would be pretty good. And then minor glyphs, we have Blood Tap. Just, this makes Blood Tap slightly better. This means that I could use Path of Frost to reduce my fall damage, and increases the buff from Horn of Winter by 1 minute. It's just good. Most of the other stuff is fairly weak. Resilient Grip, for world content, you're not usually going to have this effect proc, so not very important. And the only other one that isn't effectively completely worthless is this, which there is like a situational case in endgame content where you could run this kind of. I don't even think I can take Lichborn. I guess I could take Lichborn if I wanted. I know that my memory from a very long time ago, more like Warlords of Draenor or Era Blood Decay, you could run this glyph, and then if you had Lichborn, you could use that Death Coil yourself as like an emergency burst heal, and that actually was something that you did every now and then. I have no idea if that is ever going to come into play in Cataclysm, but I remember that being a very niche interaction that I almost never used, but it was kind of cool when it did happen. So, something to consider, but for leveling, that is completely worthless. Okay, let me catch up in chat real quick. Blood Elf still holds up to this day. It's your favorite kind of elf? Yeah. Rumors are the Blood Elves will become neutral in the future. I have not heard that. I mean, Alliance already has Void Elves, right? So they kind of have Blood Elves on both factions. Deathgate Glyph is a mystery. Who would even use it? Yeah, I don't know about that one. You think for day 1 leveling, you're going vashj'ir, even though it's slower, you think 90% of the population will go to Hygel, so it'll work out to be faster? Yeah, I think it's possible. The thing about vashj'ir is, well, I know Hygel is technically speaking considered to be faster. I don't think vashj'ir is bad, and there are obviously like ways that you could speed up vashj'ir a little bit when you're familiar with it. So I will look into that. I think it is generally speaking accepted just from what I remember that Hygel is faster, but you're right that it's not always that cut and dry. For speedruns, we'll have to see. If I end up actually doing 80 to 85 speedruns, like optimized and stuff like that, I would probably just do Hygel. But yeah. Wasted glyph slot, yeah, for sure. Hello, owner, good to see you. Hey, Zach, good to see you here. Retail's weird anyway, and Horde and Alliance basically being buddies for the future, yeah. You've got a special relationship with vashj'ir, but Hygel is just better. Yeah, I mean, we're going to be doing vashj'ir at some point. So if I don't do vashj'ir for this run, which, you know, I think it's safe to say, yeah, vashj'ir is not going to win this. If vashj'ir doesn't win here, I will do it eventually. So the next 80 to 85 speedrun is going to be with the Prop Paladin. That was the other option on the main poll. It didn't win, but I obviously want to play Prop Paladin at some point. I've said before that Prop Pally and Blood Decay are the two tanks that I'm most excited to play in Cataclysm. And my current main in Wrath is Prop Paladin, so I already have like a ton of gear for it and stuff. I don't know how to pronounce the name with the characters, but good to see you. Can dungeon leveling be faster? I'm not sure, honestly. For Cataclysm, it's something that's worth testing, because questing is not quite as efficient in older versions of WoW as it is in retail. In retail, we have a lot of stuff to make questing really, really, really efficient. And we also have a lot of XP modifiers in retail that only work out in the open world, which means that questing gets like some advantages that dungeons don't get. But while a lot of people may think I hate dungeon leveling and stuff like that, because in retail, I always say it's not worth it. I do know for a fact that in many eras of WoW, dungeon leveling is just the fastest way to level. So it is entirely possible. I don't know. I'm going to try to test it at some point. Dungeon leveling is just very hard to test in a controlled environment because one of two things will happen. Either you're going to find yourself running with a pre-made, in which case it's not super applicable to a random person because they're not going to get groups that are that efficient, or you get random groups, which by its very nature is random. And while that is more accurate to what the average person is going to be playing through, you could get a string of dungeons where you just are the only person doing anything, and it's a complete nightmare, and it's not like a real good test of the content, so keep that in mind. I believe heroics are post-nerf. I've heard people saying that they feel very easy. I have not yet tested heroics. I'm probably going to start testing heroic kata dungeons next week. I have no idea if I'm going to stream it. I probably won't. I will definitely record it, of course, and use that footage for guides and stuff, because I've said before, I plan on making heroic dungeon guides. I just haven't tested it yet because I've been like loosely following the news about Cataclysm Classic Beta for months now, and there's a reason that I waited this long to actually get into testing for it. Partially it's just because I've been really busy with a lot of other stuff, but there were also a few times when I'm like, okay, I have like a little break where I could do something different than, you know, all the videos that I've been working on. I could do Cataclysm Classic, or I could do something else. And a lot of times when I look into Cataclysm Classic Beta, everybody's saying it's a broken, buggy mess. And I'm like, yeah, let's wait a little bit longer to test this. And obviously at this point, it's still kind of buggy. They fixed a lot of the really glaring issues, like heirlooms, as I mentioned before, are finally working. But I kind of need to start testing now because we're a month out, or less than a month out at this point. So I need to chop, get all my testing done. And then, of course, you know, Blizzard also said, hey, fuck you, Mop Remix is launching around the same time, so I have to do both of the testing at the same time, which is... Whew. Yeah. Vashj'ir is a troll answer. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to doing Vashj'ir at some point. I don't know if I'm going to do it during this run. I might swap over and do it at some point later on if I kind of, like, Hygel sputters out. I think Hygel's enough to get all the way to 82, though, and then I'll just switch over. Which, yeah, I think that's probably a better thing, because, like, I can end the poll here. Mount Hygel's literally getting double the amount of votes, so that's definitely not going to be swung anytime soon. So we'll do Hygel. Honestly, works out because Hygel was the thing that I practiced with earlier. If we're being completely real, I actually thought you guys were going to vote for Vashj'ir because most people like to see me suffer, and I expected the logic to be like, yeah, Vashj'ir sucks, let's vote for Vashj'ir, so he has to level with Vashj'ir. So I'm like, I'm going to do my testing at Hygel because they're totally going to vote for Vashj'ir. Well, you guys voted for Hygel, which in one sense works out because it's probably going to be a little bit more streamlined because I literally just did like 80% of Hygel this morning to test out Blood Decay. So, great. Harlan stopped the poll to avoid Hygel getting 69%, yeah. Hello, Nazeth. Glad you're looking forward to the speedrun. Are guild heirlooms available? I honestly have no idea. I have not joined a guild on the PTR, or the beta, so I don't know. If somebody has access to the Cataclysm Beta and wants to test that for me, it would be much appreciated, because that's just not the type of thing that I really have time to test at the moment. Obviously, they are in the game, so I would assume that it's working as intended, and you're able to get helms and cloaks from the guild reputation thing. As for whether or not that works on the beta, I don't know, and quite honestly, I don't really care, because I'm not going to do test runs with them anyway. Because if I'm doing 80 to 85 test runs with heirlooms that aren't available until people reach guild level 20, then what's the point? You're not going to have that for your initial run anyways, so there's absolutely no reason to do that now. Obviously, much later on into Cataclysm, if I'm still doing speedruns, I'm still enjoying this, I will use that, because, yeah, if I think that's something that I want to include. But for these initial runs, the entire purpose is simulating day 1 leveling, and how you would do that. So I really haven't been too concerned about seeing if I could get those heirlooms. Problem is finding a good group if you're solely using LFG unless you have friends to dungeon with. Yeah, what I will say is, as I've always said, when it comes to dungeon leveling, if you really want to make it consistent, level as a tank. It's really that simple. In retail, we kind of know that some healers, just due to the way that scaling works, can carry dungeons, especially at lower levels. So like Holy Priests can just one-shot everything. That is an outlier. In almost all other versions of World of Warcraft, Cataclysm, Wrath, etc., it is just better to be a tank. Most tanks will still be able to do a ton of damage. I mean, hell, even doing like Titan Rune dungeons in Wrath Classic, I am generally speaking the top damage as a prop paladin. And it's going to be even more of a difference if you're leveling and you have heirlooms and all that stuff, and you're getting grouped with people who don't have heirlooms. You will most of the time be doing 75% of the damage as a tank. If you know what you're doing, you should be unkillable, and you can just kind of chain pull the entire dungeon and go at your own pace, and everybody else can just follow along and help you out. If you're going as a DPS, obviously it's considered bad form to pull for the tank, so that can get you in hot water if you get a tank who has like the, you know, an attitude about it. And if you're a healer, well, there's really not much you can do to speed up the run. So just keep that in mind if you are planning on doing dungeon leveling. I should note, I plan on testing it at some point. I think I said that. I just don't know exactly how accurate that test is going to be or how much I will test dungeon leveling. I think what I'll probably do is do a few runs on my own. I don't even think I'm going to stream that stuff. That's the kind of thing where dungeon leveling also, I feel, can get a little bit boring for me personally. It's something that I get bored if I'm trying to narrate dungeon leveling, if I'm trying to, like, tell stories and stuff, because I need to, like, kind of focus enough that I can't really talk actively while doing dungeon leveling, but there's also, like, it's not as engaging for me personally, so my preferred way of doing dungeon leveling is just, like, putting Netflix on a second monitor and just blasting it out. I can get through dungeon leveling easily in that situation, so that is probably what I will do, and I will test it on my own time, and then I will just give you my findings, and you can compare. Let's see. LFG can give you a good group. It can also give you the insane dwarf who wipes the group out of spite. Damn. Hello, King of Death. Good to see you. Mop Remix is going to be another Blizzard PR nightmare. I mean, the thing about Mop Remix, which is why it's unfortunate, is the people who are excited for Mop Remix, which I am one of them, but the people who are solely excited for Mop Remix are going to play it and enjoy it no matter when it comes out. The people who are excited for Cataclysm Classic and don't care about retail are going to play that and enjoy it whenever it comes out. This is like a really weird scheduling decision that specifically fucks over people who want to play both. For really no reason. There's absolutely no reason that they need to come out within 4 days of each other. It's just nonsense. Like, why? You're telling me that their schedule is so tight this year that they cannot push back one or the other by a week. Just 1 week to give people a bit more room to play. The fact that I only have 3 to 4 days to play Mop Remix is actually really fucking annoying. Because it specifically fucks over people who want to play Cataclassic and has absolutely no impact on anybody else. So, I'll be honest, I am quite annoyed by that. It feels like Blizzard kneecapping themselves for absolutely no reason. There is just no discernible gain. And if I'm being real here, I think that Mop Remix being launched this early is fine. I think the bigger issue is Cataclysm Classic launching as early as it is. I think they should push back Cataclysm by a week, especially considering the current state of the beta, if we're being real. Though, obviously, the Cataclysm release date was announced first, so I don't really know. Easy fix, play neither. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Hello, Maya Paramorte. I don't know if I said that right. Yep, Cata Speedrun. I think it'll be fun. You're excited for both, and you want to be able to get all the mounts in Remix. Well, so I will say, if all you care about is collecting all the stuff in Mop Remix, then it's not really an issue for you. Because Mop Remix is going to last until... like middle of August. I forget the exact date, but there's plenty of time. You have half of May, all of June, all of July, half of August. There is more than enough time to get all of the stuff you need. I got like, obviously there's a ton of things to unlock, so I only scratched the surface, but I played for maybe like 2 days, and I got a decent amount of unlocks just on my first character, and obviously every character after that is even faster, and if you really wanted to sit down and grind it, you could probably get most of the stuff unlocked in just like a week or so of playing, I suspect. So if all you care about is getting the unlocks done, then I don't think it's an issue. And that's probably what I will do. I'm just not really going to focus on the unlocking part of things. I will worry about that later on, because I'm sure that Cataclysm, like late July, is going to settle down. There won't be a ton of stuff for me to cover there. You know, maybe we'll fall into like a lull of content where we're waiting on like Firelands and the War Within and stuff like that, and I'll have like some free time to play Mop Remix and unlock all the stuff. That's not the part I'm worried about. The thing is, I am actually excited to play Mop Remix, to like level the characters in that format. I had fun with it on the PTR, and I definitely want to do it again on live servers. And obviously there's like the raids that have, you know, the scaled up versions and stuff, and there's special rewards tied to that. And I know not everybody cares about this, but as somebody who does enjoy raiding in all versions of WoW, I think that it will be really fun to do the Mop Remix raids with people in my guild. I have multiple friends who are really interested in trying that, and I personally was really excited at the idea of leveling up characters, getting all like my gems and gear upgraded, and then trying out those raids with my friends. But I just won't be able to do that. There's just not enough time. There's absolutely no chance that in 4 days I'm going to be able to get a character in that mode geared up, and all my friends will also be geared up and we'll all be able to do the raid. So what I'll probably have to do is try to gear up a character as much as I possibly can in that 3-day span, and then hopefully whenever my friends catch up and decide to do the raid, I will be good enough to hop in there, quickly do the raid in my free time in between Cataclysm stuff, and it won't really impact anything else. Yeah. Anybody rudely rushing me will just be banned. Just heads up. That's unacceptable. Fuck off with that. I will start when I want to start. And, like, I can understand asking, you know, when are you going to start? When are you going to start? It's a little bit annoying to me, but, like, I get it. But, I mean, if you're being a dick about it, like, don't fucking watch my stream. I don't need you here. Get the fuck out. Bugs on launch can't be, yeah. Typical Blizzard. How dare you interact with your fans? Yeah, exactly. God forbid, the point of a stream, which is mostly to interact with chat. Like, if I wanted to just do a speedrun, and I will probably do some of these, especially when it's more streamlined. When I actually have the route like 100% nailed down and I've gotten it practiced, I will just do off-stream recorded speedruns where I am trying to just blitz through it as quickly as possible. But the entire point of a stream, obviously, you don't really need me to tell you this, is to interact with people. Otherwise, why the fuck would I be doing it in this format? So, yeah. I don't know, some people are just fucking weird. But anyways, yeah. I'm a little bit disappointed by that, and honestly, the main focus for those 3 days for me is mostly going to be leveling, because while I am personally excited for the whole Mop Remix rating side of things, I know that that is not what most people are interested in. I think a lot of people are really excited to see me do, like, leveling runs in that format, and they're curious about what their fastest leveling route will be, so that is going to be 100% my focus. For the first few days of Mop Remix, I'm going to just level as many characters as possible, do a bunch of speedruns, get all that stuff out of the way, and then we can hop right into Cataclysm. Though, I will be completely honest, I am really hopeful that Blizzard comes to their senses and pushes Cataclysm back by a week, because I really think Cataclysm needs at least 1 week. I don't think it's going to make or break anything, I think it will just be better. What was that fiery green bird? That's like one of the achievement mounts. For, like, getting a certain amount of mounts. I forget exactly which one it is. It's like the recolor of Pureblood Firehawk. It's like the Fellhawk, or whatever. Which... Oh. Fell... Yeah, I don't remember the name of it. But I actually don't think that was added in Cataclysm, so... That's kind of a retail mount that somebody's riding around here. Which, whatever. Came for the speedrun, stayed for the yapping. You like when I slow down to talk a little? Thanks. Yeah, I know 99% of you are. Oh, there's the guy again. Fuck, I didn't click on him in time. Here, I'll try to, since somebody asked, I'll try to fly over there and see if I can. It was, yeah, I figured it was added. Or can I click on this guy? Yeah, Green Firehawk. So that's the name of the mount. I guess it was added in. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. You're stoked for Kata, though? Holy Paladin has some really fun builds. Yeah, should be interesting. You're excited for both. You want to be able to get all the mounts and level 2 characters. Yep. If Blizzard wasn't Blizzard, they would have launched Mop Remix way before Season 4 launched on retail. That would have been interesting, yeah, if they had it ready. How long do you need? 80 to 85? What's the fastest possible? At this point, it's unclear. There really aren't many people optimizing leveling at this stage. So, yeah. That's honestly what I'm trying to figure out in this run. You just want to see how far you can get your cloak and remix? Yeah, for sure. We come for the conversation in Elf Girls. The word mukbang. Oh god, I just saw what Zach said. Do a mukbang speedrun. God. I think level speedruns are quite cool. How long does it take you? This is the first run, Donald Pump, so we will find out. I've done like a little bit of testing, but I have not done like in one sitting, sat down and tried to do an 80 to 85 speedrun. So this will kind of let me figure out how long to expect, and then we'll optimize it from there. Came in Legion. Yeah, it was definitely a later expansion. It would suit your Warlock quite well. It shouldn't be too hard to get because it is an achievement mount. That much I know for sure. But, okay. Anyways, now that I think we've gotten mostly established, what I'll do is this is the, what's it called? The vashj'ir quest, I believe. But there's no real clear point to start for this run. I'm going to start it just at the War Chief's command board, and I'll pick up War Chief's command, Mount Hygel, and we'll just go with that. I think I have my Leatrix Plus working. Yep. I'm sure there's going to be something that I'm forgetting. We'll just deal with that over time. But okay, I should be able to start. So we'll just get into that. I should also note that there is absolutely a chance that I'm not able to finish this run within the stream. I don't know how long it's going to take me. It's really hard for me to say roughly how long it'll take. I don't know. I could see it taking longer than 10 hours, which of course is the limit for YouTube streams. So I'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. The last time I had to do a 2-part stream was with the Mop Remix thing, and honestly, I kind of made an exception for that. I don't really want to get into the habit of being like, oh yeah, if the run is, you know, hits 10 hours, we're just going to continue again, because that was like a really, really, really long stream, and, well, I've been, frankly, really, really, really exhausted lately, because I've been doing stuff like that, and I've just been staying up for ridiculous hours and then sleeping for like 12 hours because I'm super tired, and then I wake up and I still feel super tired. So I need to try and somewhat fix my sleeping schedule, and doing a 15-hour stream would not really accomplish that. Also, the reality of 2-part streams, and you know, like I said, I did that once just because, but to be clear, right, like, if we look at the Pandemonium stream, I'm still calling it Pandemonium, they've just called it Mop Remix, part 1 of the Panda stream is now reaching 30k views, the recording, which is pretty good, and part 2 is still at 8k views, and the unfortunate reality is, because YouTube separates that, it's just like, it's now kind of fucking me over having the part 2 up. And it puts me in a weird spot, right? Because part 1 of the speedrun is doing really well. YouTube really likes this. You know, it's recommending it to a lot of people. It's kind of like sputtered out a little bit more recently. But I don't really want to leave the part 2 thing unlisted, because then people are going to watch part 1, wonder where part 2 is, and it's not going to be there. But stuff like that back to back, it always fucks up the algorithm. The algorithm has been reaming me in the ass lately. I don't want to sit here and complain about it, but all I need to do is make it clear that it is something I need to consider. Recently I tried to do, I had this moment of like, fuck the algorithm, I'm going to do what I want. And then YouTube just absolutely fucking just screwed me over. And yeah, I learned the hard way why I do need to care about the algorithm again. A lesson I've learned multiple times, but it was a sobering moment of, right, yeah, that's what YouTube will do if I don't do all the stupid shit that I have to do. Even if it's annoying and means I have to do some counterintuitive stuff. When's the Fallout stream? That would be interesting, actually. That would definitely be like a Twitch stream thing, but that's honestly not out of the question. I did express that I was interested in maybe playing Fallout because for reference, I talked about this on the last stream, so I know there's going to be some people who didn't hear that. But I did watch the Fallout show, and it is really good. I really enjoyed it. I'm just wondering why this shaman is following me around. I'm guessing, is this probably a viewer? If so, hello. What's it called? I'll just... Let's see. Where's the... yeah, that's the one thing. So, one of the reasons why I was doing a little bit of testing is because in the Goblin speedrun, I realized that Questy and the World of Warcraft like built-in quest tracker were both not really working great. And I had to play around with some weird settings to actually make it play properly. And that was one of the things that I was experimenting with in my test run before the stream. And neither solution is perfect, but what I found is the thing that gives me the most information is using Questy as the tracker and the in-game, like, quest thing for the map. Because otherwise, Questy is just really broken right now and doesn't show things on the actual map, but the tracker works perfectly. Whereas the map objectives for the in-game World of Warcraft UI, those ones work perfectly, but their tracker bugs out a lot and will just not display quests. So it's not perfect. It still doesn't display a few objectives, and Questy doesn't let me use quest items from like the little panel there. So a lot of times if I want to like use the berries, I have to manually open my bags and interact with the object in my inventory. Just, yeah. Fuck that. I know you're joking. Oh. Let's see. I'll just grab these 2 berries because that's enough for the quest. And can I get credit for killing those? I think I might be able to. And this actually should be enough, yeah. All I need is 3 more. So as long as this gives me credit, which it did, alright. Then I can just kill these mobs. I got 8 out of 8, now I just need to use the fairy dragons. You like, I have a pet paladin now. Yeah. Hello, Morbid, good to see you. 21-hour streams should be the norm. Well, assuming I don't get screwed over again by, what's it called? By Blizzard. We'll get 21-hour streams whenever there's like an expansion launch or something. Anything else will be a bonus. But yeah. Like for Cataclysm Classic launch, I'll probably do like something close to a 24-hour stream. I'll have to figure out how I want to do that. I think... I don't know. I'm fine with doing a part 1 and part 2 as long as it's separate things. Because, so the issue with part 1s and part 2s, and this like should be relatively intuitive for most people, I would say, is if somebody wants to watch my MOP remix speedrun, which clearly a lot of people did because part 1 is doing well, most people are going to start with part 1, obviously. There really isn't anybody who's going to say, let me start with part 2 of this speedrun and just jump in midway. And I'm like that too. If I want to watch somebody play through something, I obviously want to start from the beginning. If I want to watch Legend of Total War, who is a YouTuber that I've said I like watching a lot for, obviously, Total War stuff, if I want to watch one of his campaigns, I'm obviously going to start from part 1. Especially because, in that game, it's very important to see, like, the early game progression and how everything got to where it was. If I look and later on he has, like, this full, empire setup and I have no idea how he got to that point, well, then it's not really as interesting to watch. It's cool to see the entire progression of it. And that definitely applies to World of Warcraft leveling as well. But that is one of the reasons why I try to at least do multi-part speedruns in, like, separate brackets. Like, I did the MOP speedrun in 10 to 60 and then 60 to 70, which it was technically 2 different things. The general format of that second half was a lot different. We were doing LFR, all the experience stuff was broken, it was mostly me running around trying to figure out how to make things work, and it was not like a very streamlined experience like the initial part was. So it was very different. It definitely was a unique vibe compared to part 1, but most people are still going to want to watch part 1. So if I do like part 1 and 2 speedruns, not part 1 and 2 speedruns, but part 1 and 2 streams, they would need to be separate topics. So, for instance, I stream my Cataclysm Classic day, like, launch day leveling, and then I, stop the stream there around, like, the 9-hour mark or something, whenever I manage to hit max level, and then afterwards, I continue the stream, but the second one is doing endgame heroics or something in Cataclysm Classic. That way, the people who want to watch the speedrun have one stream, the people who want to watch the heroics have another stream. While it is technically part 1 and 2 of the same stream, they're covering different topics, so they will each appeal to each other, and they won't, like, cannibalize each other in the algorithm. But whenever it's a speedrun like this, it can be a little bit tricky, because the second part will just underperform, because you're going to have people falling off over time, and the algorithm doesn't take that into account. It will treat part 1 like a standalone video, just like it will treat part 2, and if part 2 performs poorly, it'll say, wow, people just hate this speedrun. People must hate Cataclysm speedruns. I'm just not going to show Cataclysm speedruns to people, even if, like, that same person watched the first half of part 1, then YouTube will just... The algorithm's fucky, right? So it's weird. This makes you hyped for Cata? Yeah, I am very excited for Cataclysm as well. The algorithm has definitely been fucked up. Has been fucking you up, because it's very rare that you even get a notification for any of my posts. Depends. Yeah. Some of the more recent videos, it has fucked me over a little bit, yeah. Which has been a little bit frustrating. It really depends, and, like, there are certain videos where I know that they're going to do well, and, yeah, they do well. Also, like, the thing is, though, Zach, you gotta understand that the algorithm doesn't really take subscribers into account. So, this is something that I know a lot of YouTubers complain about. Honestly, I kind of get it, and I just accept it as, like, that's the way that it works. The fact that you're subscribed to me doesn't necessarily mean that YouTube is going to, like, recommend you my videos. YouTube's recommendation system is almost entirely based around your viewing preferences, whether you're subscribed to the channel or not. So, if you are subscribed to me, but you don't watch World of Warcraft videos a lot, which I know for a fact you don't, because I know that you don't play the game anymore, YouTube's probably not going to show you any of my videos. It's just going to assume you don't want to watch World of Warcraft content. And that happens a lot for me as well. There's a lot of channels that I'm subscribed to, but they're games that I don't really play super actively, and YouTube just will stop recommending me that channel, because it, I guess, assumes that I'm not actively playing the game, which is in many cases true. But it's one of the reasons why the, like, the subscriber number on YouTube really means fuck all at this point. It's a very, 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 very minor contributing factor to a video's success. A lot of times, you can have channels with a shit ton of subscribers that have videos that completely bomb. Especially, you know, there are people who can buy subscribers, not saying all big channels do that, but there are channels like, especially crypto channels are the most obvious ones, where it's very clear you have these like 200k crypto advertisement channels that very clearly nobody's watching and they just paid for all their subscribers. And just because you have all those subscribers doesn't mean shit, especially if it's like botted accounts, things of that nature. So YouTube cares more about, like, if I show this to a random person, whether they're subscribed to you or not, do they want to click on it? If a lot of people are clicking on it, YouTube will just start showing your video to people who aren't even subscribed to you. And that's why that is the only thing that really matters. And a lot of times, if I have a video that does really well, it's actually because a bunch of people who aren't subscribed to me are watching it. Also, I need to get my death strike back up. Just do this. Can confirm, made a mistake and watched a few cat videos, and then for the next week, your entire YouTube recommendation is feline related. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of Fallout, you know, well, I did say that I might be interested in playing like a Fallout game. I watched like one video about the Fallout TV show, and now my entire YouTube recommendation is filled with Fallout videos, which is admittedly a little bit annoying because, like, I'm sure they're great videos, but like I'm not actually that interested in Fallout. I like the TV show. I did a little bit of like Googling on it and watched like one video related to it, and now suddenly YouTube's like, you must want to watch the entire history of Fallout videos on YouTube above everything else that you normally watch. Like, okay, fucking give me a break. So that stuff, yeah, it's a little bit annoying. It's obviously not easy to make a perfect algorithm, but lately it definitely has felt a little bit shit. I don't know. There are videos where I'm very, very certain that they should have performed better than they did, and they just didn't. There's not much I can do about it. I could sit here and complain, or I could just accept the fact that the algorithm works in mysterious ways, and I just need to get over it. I will say, one thing that I am considering is I might just try to do more frequent uploads, but at the cost of quality. Because small thing, right? But I've had a few videos, especially recently, that I put a shit ton of effort into, and I'm really happy with them. I think they turned out amazingly well. I'm really proud of the end results, but they bombed, quite frankly. And then I have other videos where I put not necessarily little effort into them, it's a shorter, simpler video that doesn't require nearly as much research, editing, etc. And those videos end up just performing extremely well. And it becomes really demoralizing and really hard to sit down and finish those videos. Like, I've effectively scrapped the rest of my SOD videos. I've mentioned, I have a SOD Warlock Dungeon Tanking Guide that is quite literally 99% of the way to completion. I could, within 30 minutes, probably get it published. Maybe not to the standard of quality that I would want, but it is almost done. And I'm going to be honest, I'm probably just not going to post that video at all, because I just don't think it would do very well, and I'm just, I'm not really... I can't even stomach, like, the 30 minutes of editing that it would take me to get that video completed, because it is absolutely gut-wrenching when you spend a shit ton of time on a video that you're really happy with, and it just gets fucked by YouTube. And, like, I don't always know why YouTube does this. I can't always understand the algorithm. But what I do know is that it just makes it harder for me to find the motivation to keep working on some of those videos. And the SOD videos especially, like I said, I'm happy with how a lot of those turned out. But the reality is, a lot of them have not performed super well. And while I know that there are some people who really like them, I'm currently a little bit frustrated by SOD in general. I'm actually going to be able to get the full channel. Ooh. I feel like when I tried that quest before, it took me like much longer to actually get the full channel out. Whew. That's spooky. Yeah, strength. That's... I'm not really worried about what the stats in these things are, because at this point, as long as it has strength and some secondary stats, the item level jump from the starter gear is almost always going to be an improvement for me. But yeah. I mean, small rant about that. I don't want to make this entire stream just me ranting about the YouTube algorithm. Key takeaways from that, though, is I will probably experiment with doing shorter, like, by shorter I mean, alright, it's this way. By shorter I mean just, like, not 2.5 hours. Because, quite honestly, the most demoralizing one is I spent a shit ton of time making that all Dragonflight raids guide. It did terrible. To the point where I'm actually considering unlisting it because it is doing so bad that it is negatively impacting the performance of my entire channel. Sometimes a video performs so poorly that you just got to do that. And, like, I think part of that is maybe I just misread how excited people were for Fated Raids. I was looking forward to Fated Raids. It is evidently clear by the performance of that video that 90% of people just do not give a shit. There is no way for a video to underperform that badly unless people just aren't interested. There's algorithm stuff, and then there is, like, just the market is not there. So I 100% misread the market there. Thought more people would care about raids like I am interested in, clearly not. But it has bombed, and I spent a lot of time and, you know, work in that video, and it is really, really depressing, to be honest, seeing that one perform so poorly. And it's especially depressing considering having to unlist that video that I spent a lot of time in, but it's like, my gut is telling me that that is genuinely the correct play. But the fact that the correct option is to unlist something that I spent literally days of work on, just, that's a shit feeling. It's a really shit feeling. But one of the problems is, it's really tricky because when I go with this approach, right? When I go with the idea of I'm going to spend a lot of time, you know, making these videos and making like really long, really high quality, well edited videos, it's kind of all or nothing. I have videos like that which do really, really, really well. And then I have other videos which, when they completely bomb, well, now suddenly I've wasted literally 4 days of time on something that is completely bombed. Whereas if I do like quicker turnover videos that are like shorter and easier to edit, well, then it becomes less of an impact if one of them performs poorly, and I can, like, rebound quickly. Effectively, the current system that I have in place is just really screwing me because one bad video, like, negatively impacts my channel's performance for a much longer period of time. Whereas, you know, if I have a good video, I honestly, I lost my train of thought. I don't know where I was going with that. People would rather look up a 1-minute guide for the boss they care about? Yeah, probably. Humans are slowly gaining the attention span of fruit flies, yeah. Saw the video, was about to watch it, but ended up not watching it because of length. Well, I mean, yeah. The entire point, like, I, for the record, completely understand not wanting to watch it. I'm not judging people for not wanting to watch it, to be clear. But I did try to, like, the entire thing is timestamped, right? Effectively, what that video is that video is 26 individual guides just in one video. Each, like, boss has its own little section, right? So it isn't just one gigantic, like, listen to me ramble about Fated Raids for, like, 2.5 hours. It is updated versions of all of my guides from across the expansion, all put into one video, like, you know, connected together, and then I made a guide for Farok, especially for that video, because I never got around to it before in Season 3. Well, I'm definitely not going to do shorts. Another thing, shorts, YouTube is fucked shorts. Shorts are not worth it. That I've talked about before, so I'm not really going to get into again. I know a lot of people think shorts perform well because they see, like, numbers and stuff like that. What I can tell you for a fact is that as a creator, all you need to know is that shorts are not remotely worth it for me or 90% of content creators at this point. It is purely a marketing tool. And I think a lot of people overhype the viability of shorts. Having tried them, having seen the results, it is really, really, really bad at the moment. And that's kind of one of the issues. That type of short form content, it does not perform well. We're talking, you need literally millions of hits to match the performance of like a 10,000 view video. That is not even an exaggeration. In fact, you could probably get 1 million hits and still underperform compared to an average 10,000 view video. Shorts are really bad in terms of like, the big one is the monetization at the moment just is not there. I don't know how TikTok does things. I've heard that they are struggling to monetize their stuff properly, but YouTube doesn't fucking know what they're doing. And they have not managed to make shorts a viable option at all. So, I've tried it. It doesn't work. It just does not work. So, like I said, I'm not going to go into like a long rant about that, especially because I think a lot of that would go over people's heads if they're not really familiar with how YouTube works. But yeah. Anyways, the ones that care about Season 4 raids already know the raids. Yeah, honestly, in hindsight, that's, you know, a pretty good point. Jesus Christ, why is it... It's like looting it and then not giving me the thing. Shorts feel like a breeding ground for bot videos. Yeah, it's a whole... I won't even get into that, but I don't necessarily disagree, is all I will say on the topic. Let's see. Yeah, some people are giving suggestions and stuff. Believe me when I say that I've thought of a lot of stuff. I appreciate the suggestions. I guarantee you that almost everything that you have suggested, I have thought of. It is quite literally my job to think of it. But what I will say on the topic, just to broadly answer some of what people are suggesting, is that just because something works for one creator doesn't necessarily mean it works for another person. And I will, without, because I don't want to insult people indirectly, I do think there are certain formats and there are certain people who have lower standards than I personally do, and I think maybe that is part of the problem. I think I do kind of need to lower my standards a little bit, but yes, just because something performs well doesn't necessarily mean I want to do it. That's another thing to consider. Because one thing that I can say with relative confidence is that I know a lot of the really low effort types of videos that perform well on YouTube. But I don't want to put schlop on my channel. And, you know, everybody has a different definition of what's good content. It is ultimately subjective. But there is a lot of stuff that I think is shit, and I do not necessarily want to do. But I do think that to a degree, my standards are maybe a little bit too high sometimes, and I think I need to kind of tone that down to an extent. Okay, Questy broke here. This is the first time I've seen Questy just fail to track an objective. Thankfully, like I said, I did these earlier, so I know these quests, but that is odd. I don't know why it's not working. Yeah. Like, so, and one thing I will say, there is a reality where I might just need to stop making boss guides, because boss guides actually just don't perform well, in general. I like making them, but I've mentioned this before, but raid guides in general have always been the worst performing videos on my channel, historically. And in fact, like, I know somebody mentioned something about, like, oh, well, make very short 1-minute boss guides. Actually, I think a few people said something like that. But the reality is, I've done short boss guide videos, and actually, the raid guides that I have made that have performed the best were actually the 40-minute long Aberrus and Emirgisol raid guides. Those are the best raid guides on my channel. So my personal history with that actually goes to show that no, actually people prefer having all of the videos in one. And one of the other problems, this is once again an algorithm thing, is that if you have way too many videos like that, once again, they start competing with each other. And it may seem really good, right? Like, oh wow, well, there's like multiple different videos that have, like, you know, 15k views, but having one video that's like 80k views from an algorithm perspective is much better than having 8 videos that have 15k views. I don't know if that makes intuitive sense, but YouTube's going to view all of those videos as these are all mediocre performing videos, and then there's just one video, oh yeah, this one did good, and it'll recommend that to people. So it's a little bit weird in that regard. Even if they seem like functionally the same, it's a little bit different. No, it is the children who are wrong. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Obviously, I don't want to give that appearance. I'm just more saying that, yeah, I've thought about all this a lot. The true end boss, again, is human attention span. Yeah. And I think, if anything, what I've learned from this is that there is kind of like a breaking point where people like having all of the information condensed in one spot, as evidenced by the fact that my Aberrus and Amir Driscoll guides did perform well. That is just undeniable. And yet, when I make a 2.5 hour long video, that clearly passed some like unspoken subconscious threshold for most people of, oh, I don't want to watch this. Even though the entire thing is timestamped, you could skip around through it as much as you want. That crossed the line. Subconsciously, I don't think people immediately thought, yeah, 2.5 hours, I don't want to watch that. But there is definitely a reason why 40 minutes performs well, 2.5 hours does not perform well. Where is the cutoff point for that? I don't know. That's kind of something I need to figure out, but it's very clear. Yes, I will. I plan on making dungeon guides for Cataclysm Heroics. Yes, that is a plan. I'm glad to hear you found my Wrath guides helpful. Yeah. You don't want to dumb down content and worsen people's attention spans. Yes, you also want to fight against attention spans. Yeah. Honestly, Sticky Sauce, that is probably the best description of my issue right now. It's one of those where what are the kind of the problem of I realize that a lot of the stuff I am doing is not working. I am self-aware enough and, have the ability to look at analytics and figure that out on my own. But at the same time, I am looking around and I am seeing what is working, and I don't like what is working. And what is working feels gross to me. And I think there is an argument to be made that I just need to suck it up, really, and I just need to accept that, well, my brain may tell me that this is bad content, and this is lazy content, and this is stuff that is just not actually helpful to people. Instead of my instinct being to kind of push back against this and be like, this is bad, I don't want to do this, basically say, all right, I can't change the fact that this is apparently what people want, and I just need to find a way to adapt my own style of videos into something closer to this. Easier said than done, obviously. Because I really don't, I don't know, I don't like the idea of for example, something that people gave a description of, I really hate the idea of 1-minute raid guides. I know a lot of people like that. It just, I am sorry, but 1-minute raid guides are doing you a disservice, because there is absolutely no fucking way that a 1-minute heroic Farok guide is going to teach you everything that you need to know to kill heroic Farok. It just fucking won't. That is just a fact. You literally, unless you are speed talking, in which case you would need to slow down the video to even hear it, there is no fucking chance that you were getting all of the information for a fight like heroic Farok in 1 minute. And yet you have heroic Farok guides in 1 minute, and what do? They just leave out information. And it's like, you can do that. There's no law against, making, misinformation videos and, just leaving out important details. But the end result is you're going to get a lot of people that walk into those fights with no fucking clue what they're doing, and they're going to cause wipes because they don't actually understand the fight. And they watched a video that promised them, oh yeah, I'll teach you, how to kill heroic Farok, and they just don't tell them about this important mechanic. And it's like, well, yeah. So my solution is either to basically, I have to compete against people who are saying, oh yeah, no, my guide, 1 minute long, will teach you everything, but it just won't. So they're lying. So I could either lie too, and I'm pretty sure that I, in 1 minute, could still cram more useful information, but it still will be an incomplete guide. Or I could just make my guides longer, in which case people say, well, why would I want to watch a video that's 14 minutes long when I could get the same amount of information from a video that's 1 minute long? Because they don't know, right? You don't know that by just seeing the title and the thumbnail. You see 2 Farok guides, you have no idea that one is going to cover way more detail than the other, so you're just going to say, I'm going to click the one that's shorter. It's probably going to give me the same amount of information. And that's what I have to go up against. And it is an impossible solution. I either lower the quality of my video, or I get fucked by the algorithm, in which case nobody sees it anyway, so who cares? And, yeah. Yep. It's, another similar thing is... A few people have asked me why I haven't really done Season of Discovery or, like, classic leveling guides. And it is a really difficult thing because, well, I always say that I don't have enough information about classic leveling to really make guides for it, which I would consider, by my standards, to be true. Because I genuinely believe that I am, like, pretty fucking knowledgeable about retail leveling. I think that is pretty safe assumption. But the amount of research and testing that I have done for retail leveling is, like, insane. You know, I think most people are well aware of that. I have done a ludicrous amount of research and testing for retail leveling. How do I do this shit? Do I just need to click on them in a specific order? God, I forget this quest. I thought that was the order. Why did it... Yeah. I could have sworn that the order was... Fire, Earth, Air, Water. It must have not given me the fire buff the first time. That's intellect. These are all intellect. The best raid guide is just pulling to see how the fight works. I mean, you're not wrong. You're absolutely correct. Which is why I like doing raid testing. But yeah, it's how do I put this? You may have to put up with an older audience at the cost of less younger ones. And I mean, I have nothing wrong with an older audience. It's just the fact that tailoring your content to a very, very specific audience, it can work, but it also just means you get less views. There is... It's the age-old thing, and I'm sure you've, you know, if you've watched any other YouTubers, I'm probably heard them talk about it. It's just, a lot of YouTubers will tell you, and I've heard other YouTubers say this exact same thing, ones that I watch, ones that I respect, that some of their favorite videos that they ever made were the ones that performed the worst. And that is generally speaking how things work for me. And there's like the 2 sides of YouTube as like an art form and YouTube as a way to make money. And obviously, I like the idea of YouTube as an art form. I like making guides that are helpful. I like making things that are informative. Maybe an art form is like a weird way to describe it in my case, because like I wouldn't necessarily consider my guides art per se. But I like the thing that I like about YouTube is making informative guides. I like making things that, in my opinion, cover all of the details where somebody could watch my video, come out of it, be like, I understand everything that I possibly could about this topic. And there is some art to that, in a sense. More so than just making things purely for profit, right? And it's just kind of dead on YouTube. And like, it's one of those things, right? I know that, right? And I could just keep making videos like that just because I enjoy it. And, you know, fight against the idea that I need to do things that appeal to the algorithm and stuff like that. And there are a lot of YouTubers who do that. And some of them find success with it. But the problem that you'll see is, obviously, you know, it's... what's the term? Like survivorship bias, right? Old people don't watch raid guides. Young people only watch them the second before they pull. Yeah, I know you're joking. But yeah, like the boo-boo. Yeah, and for sure. And that's the thing. I could sit here and complain and be like, you know, old man yells at clouds, right? Like, I wish it was different. And in a sense, like, I started YouTube late. I kind of missed that, as many people call it, like, the golden age of YouTube, when, like, creativity was actually rewarded. Now it's not. And I can't change that. I can either just, you know, go with it or go against it. And I don't know. We'll see. But the problem is, like, you'll hear about people who, like, do try to, like, you know, only stick with, like, making the YouTube videos that they want, and they aren't going to pander to the algorithm and stuff like that. But for every YouTuber that you hear talking about that and how, like, they found success just doing what they want, and, like, yeah, there's an exception to every rule. It's the survivorship bias effect. It's the classic example of, like, you know, the planes that come back with, like, the bullet holes that aren't in the wings, right? And then, you know, the reason that those planes returned and all of, like, the bullet patterns right from World War II. I watched some video about that. It was really cool. But, like, that idea, right, of you're never going to hear about the YouTubers who did try to just stick to their own creative ideas and completely failed because of it. Because they're not the ones that the algorithm is showing to you. Unfortunately, that's the entire problem. So you're only going to hear about the people who said, I did my own thing. I made the videos that I wanted to make, and it worked out for me. Meanwhile, you know, a bunch of other people failed doing the exact same thing. Cataclysm, no, this is beta. This is Cataclysm Beta. Okay, the other quest I turn in down there. In the early days, the popular stuff wasn't that original. Yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's the thing. Everybody's idea of what is good content. And I did not even do YouTube. I wasn't even a really active watcher of YouTube back then, so I'm not even trying to argue that it was more creative or something like that, or more original. That is just the popular sentiment that you'll see across the internet. So I'm just saying that a lot of people will say that YouTube has now become less original, etc. Let me really quick, because I know I've been kind of ranting a little bit. I've looked at, like, a few things in chat, obviously, when I can. We accept everyone here except Classic Andes. Nostalgia, oh god, yeah. Yeah, there were definitely a lot of early YouTube channels that I just could never get into. More often than not, like, a lot of the popular early YouTube channels I was just not a fan of at all. I missed this. Nick Altgelt said hello from Ecuador. Hello, Nick. Sorry, I missed your message before. If you ever end up wanting to do a Fallout stream, if you're doing New Vegas or 3 on PC, you need some bug fix mods to minimize crashing. 4 is clean. Yeah, I mean, if I were to do that, it probably wouldn't be for a while, unfortunately, just because for the next few weeks, I am going to be forced to work pretty much non-stop to get out all of the videos that I want to get out on time. Even if I may even have to just scrap some of my initial plans, but even if I manage to somehow get out all the videos that I want to get out, it's going to require me to basically sacrifice everything else, including a lot of stuff in retail, which sucks. Like, I really want to play my Guardian Druid more, but just there's absolutely no time for me to play my Guardian Druid right now. It's just like, when am I going to do that? I've geared it up a little bit purely because I'm working on a, like, alt catch-up guide. And for the purposes of the alt catch-up guide, I've geared it up so that I could be like, hey, this is how you get your character geared. And that video will be either tomorrow or Monday. And that is going to be kind of my first experiment with, like, what I said about, you know, the new format of videos. But we'll see. Yeah, it's tricky because, I don't know. Basically, how do I put this? Let me just, I'll rant a bit more later on, because I have plenty of time to rant, but I want to make sure that I don't miss people's messages. Tried playing a DK and Cata Beta so many times, but the difference in RP costs from retail and the procs having the same names but doing different things bothered you so much. I completely understand that, yeah. I've kind of gotten used to it, having played Classic a lot, but it absolutely does throw you for a loop when you're trying to play older content and you're, like, roughly familiar with how something plays, but the ability is, like, kind of the same but not. Like, over the years, the runic power, like, the rune and runic power cost of Deathstrike has changed so many times. There are times when it costs Frosted and Holy Runes, or a Blood Rune, or it's your main runic power spender. And the fact that, like, here, it's your rune spender and RP generator, whereas in other versions of Blood DK, it is your main RP spender, it is really confusing. And it can be really, really difficult to know how a spec works historically, or know how a spec works currently, I mean, and try to understand how it worked historically. Which is honestly one of those things where it is easier for me to deal with that because I have played so many different specs just across all versions of WoW. Like, I just, you know, earlier this year, I got done leveling every single spec in retail up to 60, right? And when you're, like, trying to learn a bunch of new specs really quickly, just on the fly, you get really good at just looking at a kit and just analyzing, what do these abilities do? How do they work together? How am I supposed to play this? Like, how am I meant to play this class? So when I'm looking at this stuff, I'm not looking at it from a perspective of, you know, how does this compare to the current version of Blood DK? I am looking at it completely in a vacuum, and I am just like, how does this spec play? I'm not even trying to make mental comparisons to modern Blood DK. I'm just reading what the abilities do, and then trying to figure out how this spec in this moment of time plays. Which, if you only play like one or two specs over the years, that can be a little bit difficult to do, I would imagine. But at this point, like I said, I played so many different specs that even though it is not Blood DK as we know it, I can figure out how to play this spec just by reading the abilities. Even if they share the name and function differently from something I'm used to, I just ignore that. And I'm just like, yep, this is what that does. Like, yeah, like Heartstrike and stuff works completely differently. But it's okay, I just treat it like a completely different spender. Though, honestly, that being said, I think Blood DK plays way better. Personal opinion, way better in Cataclysm than it does on retail. Obviously, it gets better over time. Like, I think Blood DK peaked in Mop and WoD, and it has been garbage ever since. I've expressed this opinion multiple times. I know some people disagree with me. I think that my opinion is just true. I think most people I know who are longtime Blood DK players who did play back then would agree with that. And from what I can see by the way it works in Cataclysm, the changes that Blood DK has here, like the general rotation, it is much closer to the version of Blood DK that I personally love than the version of Blood DK we have in retail, which I think is just objectively shit. The current Blood DK design is just the most boring tank that I think has ever existed. Cataclysm Blood DK is much closer to Mop and WoD Blood DK, which is one of the most fun tank playstyles that I think has ever existed. So, I expect that I will enjoy Blood DK quite a bit. It is one of the reasons why I'm really looking forward to playing it in Cataclysm. Truth be told, I am more excited to play it in Mop, which I did play Blood DK a lot back in Mop, and I know for a fact that I love that version of it. But I still think this is close enough to the spec that I love that I will have fun with it. You actually watch my videos and streams, and comparatively, you don't get any notifications? Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, it might just be the fact that you don't watch other WoW videos, Zach. So even if you regularly watch my videos, like, my videos aren't enough to convince YouTube that you actually like World of Warcraft content. It's weird like that. I don't know how it goes. Can confirm, make a mistake and watch a few... Oh, I read that already. I'm trying to, like, catch up and stuff. You don't really go hunting for WoW videos. You had to, you just put my stuff on once in a while. Yeah. You watched one Mr. Bean vid and got an avalanche of Mr. Bean content. YouTube is odd. Yep. Every other TikTok or Instagram reel you watch lately has been Fallout. It's just everywhere. Yeah, that's definitely fair. Of a lot of people are just talking about the show. I could see that. I mean, admittedly, it definitely spiked in my recommendations after I watched that one Fallout video. So, that had an impact, but yeah. What would be the average leveling time from 80 to 85 without doing the whole speedrun shenanigans? I mean, quite frankly, you're going to get a pretty accurate average 80 to 85 run here. I am not really doing any speedrun shenanigans, as you would put it here. like, the entire point of this run, since this is my very first run, is a pretty much, like, bog standard level 80 to 85 run without anything special. There's honestly less that you can do in the context of Classic to, like, speed things up, at least within reason. Like, I don't have heirlooms, right? So, I mean, I have heirlooms, but for a reference, these heirlooms, they stop giving you experience at level 80, so it's not worth using it. You don't actually want to do that. And obviously, I don't have the new 80-85 heirlooms, so this is an 80 template character. I am using the template gear. I am mostly getting upgrades from quest rewards, and I have absolutely nothing that the game has not just given to me as part of the template creator thing, which really just includes all of the glyphs, which, I mean, realistically speaking, getting all of the glyphs isn't hard to do even right now on Wrath. You will be able to do that even as, like, a regular player. It's not like a speedrun thing, which is partially why the game with the template thing starts you off with all of them. So this is not hard to get. And that's about it. The only consumable I have is this baked manta ray, which is something that came with the template character, so I might as well use it, right? But what I will probably do for my paladin, my Wrath Classic character that I'm, like, actually playing, is I will actually use consumables. I will use all of my, like, flasks and, like, haste potions and stuff like that I have, and that borders on, like, fancy speedrun stuff. But a lot of the things that you're used to seeing in my retail runs, you won't even see a lot of that in Classic, because a lot of that just, you can't do. There are less relevant consumables in Classic than there are in retail. But especially for this run, I have nothing. This is bog standard, completely normal 80 to 85 run. Whatever I get here, this is what you can expect to see. Now, that being said, this is something that a lot of people, you know, get comments on. Just because I'm not doing anything special, you do have to keep in mind that the fact of the matter is I am probably going to level faster than you. And this is something that a lot of people still have trouble understanding watching, like, my retail speedruns. And I'll get comments like, it took me, like, 10 hours to level. And I'm like, well, have you ever played World of Warcraft before? No, it's my first character ever. Okay, well, like, I have leveled shit tons of characters since I was 5 years old playing vanilla World of Warcraft. And I've been actively speedrunning and trying to get, like, better at WoW leveling for the past 3-4 years. I just know more about, like, the quests. Like, obviously, I did just do a practice run earlier for Mount Hyjal, so I have these quests completely fresh in my memory. But in most zones, I have done the quests many, many times in my life already. I have them at least in the back of my head, if not, like, fresh in my memory. And that helps a lot. Knowing exactly where to go without any hesitation, without sitting there reading the quests, that saves a lot of time. Also, knowing what buttons to press, a lot of people just don't. And a lot of people may think that they know what buttons to press, and still, they just don't. They are just pressing the wrong buttons. They are doing low damage. I'm sure that my rotation is not perfect here, but it is about as good as you can expect to get while trying to, like, do mindless leveling on a fresh Blood DK character. I'm, you know, pressing my AoE abilities on AoE, I'm managing my runic power, I am trying not to overly cap on runic power, and I'm trying to be relatively efficient at grouping up and cleaving down mobs. This is basic quest efficiency stuff that I obviously know just intrinsically from having played this game since I was, like I said, 5 years old. But a lot of that stuff, people will call that, like, fancy speedrun stuff, and to me, that's just playing the game, right? So, for the average player, you kind of need to inherently subtract a little bit of time, because they will probably just not have the quest knowledge, probably will not know inherently what to do. But my definition of speedrun stuff is, like, using fancy consumables like gun shoes, goblin gliders, or experience modifiers that most players won't use, like Draft of 10 Lands, or I don't know, something extra. There aren't as many in retail at the moment. But heirlooms, I guess you could argue, like, a new player wouldn't have access to that. But this in my opinion, is as new player friendly of a route as you can get. And yet everybody will still call it that. Like, a great example kind of what I'm saying is I did a fresh account speedrun over a year ago, which still, I have it public, you know, it's gotten a decent amount of views, people watch it and stuff. But that's the thing. That was like a literal fresh account speedrun. Created a brand new account. I had absolutely nothing. I didn't mail anything over. And I still had people telling me that it was inaccurate for what a new player on a fresh account would do because, like, I knew XYZ things. And, at a certain point, I don't know what some people expect. Like, I'm not going to basically sit here and pretend that I have magically forgotten all of this information. Or act like I'm just a clueless new player who has never played the game before. I can't erase my existing knowledge of the game. Like, even if it is a fresh account, I am still going to level faster than a lot of people just because I know what I'm doing. And for whatever reason, that really pisses some people off. I know that, like, this was in response to what Goulson said. So, just to be clear, I'm not criticizing your comment. I know that your comment was purely in regards to what do you expect a, like, regular 8085 run to be, but this is more like a side, somewhat unrelated rant, but something that does annoy me a little bit, because I am sure that people will disagree in my opinion on what a, you know, new player, fresh 80 to 85 run would look like. Anyways. One thing that, Derp, you said, maybe it'll gain decent views over the course of the season. Yes, I've considered that. I will say it has performed, the raid guide in question has performed exceptionally poorly. And one of the other problems is YouTube tends to just, like, videos that really underperform, it just kills them. And it will just not show it to anybody. So it doesn't matter if interest increases over time. If the video flops early, a lot of times YouTube will just fuck you over, which is kind of why that really depressed me. Because I have had videos that don't quite live up to my expectations at the start, but as long as they do okay, yeah, YouTube will keep showing them to people. So it's not the end of the world there. But a lot of times, yeah, if something really does bad early, it's a problem, and this definitely falls into the category of it has done really, really bad. And I don't know if I'll keep it up, especially because I have like other videos. Like a lot of what I did is I took a lot of my other guides and I combined them into one video, and I took down a lot of those older guides. And I figured that more people would like that style, but at that point, I'm probably just better off taking all of my older guides, relisting them, so it doesn't impact anything in the algorithm, because relisting an older video doesn't really make that big of a difference, especially if it's one that, at the time, did well. So, what I will probably end up having to do, which is a little bit unfortunate, is unlist the new raid guide. Sucks. But then I will take all of the old videos, the Aberrus one, the Amir Jasul one. Unfortunately, I don't really have a Vault of the Incarnates one, but I had... One of the main reasons I made this video in the first place is the format that I used for my Vault of the Incarnates boss guides was very different than the one I used for Amir Jasul and Aberrus, and it did not perform super well. So, effectively, this was my way of adapting the original Vault of the Incarnates guides into the new format that I used for Aberrus and Amir Jasul, which did perform well. And that means that I could relist my Aberrus and Amir Jasul guides, and those would probably do okay. And I would just have to accept the fact that my Vault videos would be dead. The unfortunate thing is it would also mean that I just can't have a Farok guide, because the entire point was the Farok guide would be bundled into this full video. But now there's no real way for me to include the Farok guide anywhere. Oh my god, can this bunny stop fucking moving? Jesus fuck. I hate these quests where you have to click on like a super tiny, high mobility fucking critter. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so as much as it sucks, that's probably what I'll have to do. And it's, you know, it does suck, but lesson learned. Now, the Imidrisal guide still performed well at the time, so I think the bigger takeaway here is a combination of two things. One, people don't care about Season 4 nearly as much as I thought. Is what it is. I will never make another Season 4 raid guide again. That just, you know, we're done with that. Season 4 at this point, people can watch my old guides if they want. I'm never, ever, ever, ever going to make a raid guide for that again, considering the performance. I made a raid guide for Shadowlands Season 4, and it did similarly terrible, though that one, it took me a while to release. I released it about a week late. So I thought that one of the reasons it performed really bad at the time was because I was a bit late, and I'm sure that contributed to it, like, for a fact. But I think now the takeaway is just people don't care. Which is fine, right? I won't make that video. But also, I do think part of it, as, you know, people even said here, like, you know, oh, it was really long and stuff like that. Even though I tried my best to break it up and make it, like, watchable, and, you know, I guess at a certain point, people just don't want to watch that long. So there is kind of a sweet spot where sub 1 hour videos for guides like that, people will still enjoy, because I still think that, like I said, my Mirjasil Aberrus videos did more than well enough to justify doing them again. But I'll have to think about what format I'm going to use for, like, whatever it's called, the Nubar Palace, whatever the first raid of War Within is. Because I'd like to still make raid guides. It's something I enjoy doing, and they have done well enough in the past. But raid guides are really weird, where if I make something related to leveling, it usually gets good views. Like, that is pretty safe to say as, like, a bet. I have had raid guides, like the one that I just made, that bomb spectacularly. And then I've also had raid guides that do really, really, really well, and do, like, as well as some of my better leveling videos. But it's not like leveling, where my worst leveling videos still do okay. My worst raid guides bomb spectacularly, my best ones do really, really, really well. It is very feast or famine. And it's hard to sometimes interpret that and understand how to, like, what to do with that data. But, you know, I mean, the game crashed. Yeah. There's random quests that just crashed the Cataclysm Beta client. I've run into a few of them. That one didn't crash me the last time, but it's a very buggy beta, as I said before. Hopefully this doesn't fuck anything up. One of the reasons I did a lot of my setup earlier, yeah, everything looks fine. I need to remember to, yeah, equip that. A lot of times, if you do your setup right at the start of the run and then you get an unexpected crash like that, it'll break things. And, like, a lot of your macros disappear, and that can be really annoying. But if you do all that beforehand, then when it crashes, all that stuff will be preserved. Okay, now I need Injured Fawns, and I need to kill a Twilight Inferno Lord. And I should also say, because I know I think I did say this before, but I want to reiterate it. I appreciate people trying to give suggestions, because I know that all of you guys are just trying to help, and I know you're looking at it from a perspective of, oh, like, I should give suggestions on the type of videos that I like to watch, maybe that will be helpful, and it is, right? So I have absolutely no issue, like, if you gave me a suggestion just now, and I said, oh, I don't think that would work, that is not me saying, I think your suggestion is shit, etc. It's just, while I understand that, you know, some people like different forms of content, just trust me that, like, some things I have tried, they don't necessarily work. I mentioned before, a great example is the 1-minute boss guides. It can seem like it performs well, and I can't speak for a lot of other channels. Maybe some people do have really good success with that. I have tried it. It has not really done well for me. And I think that you'll find, if you look at a lot of the people who do the 1-minute boss guides, it actually doesn't really perform super well relative to some of their other stuff. Just generally speaking, boss guides are a very volatile topic to cover, because a lot of people will just watch the quote-unquote best guide out there, which is, of course, subjective, And a lot of times, the best guide, or the guide that people deem to be the best, is just whichever one gets made first, and whichever one becomes popular. Which I think is part of the reason why it is so feast or famine. If my raid guides become popular, like the Aberrus and Emergency ones, and people are actively using them and linking them to their guilds, which that's another thing to consider. A lot of viewership that you will get from boss guides is people linking the guide to their friends and being like, hey, let's watch this for raid. So you're not dealing with the algorithm a lot of times. You're dealing with word of mouth. It is a type of guide that spreads much more heavily via word of mouth than other videos that I create, or really any other types of World of Warcraft adjacent videos. Still, people will spread my leveling guides through word of mouth, but a lot of the times when people find my leveling guides, it's because they decide they want to level a character, they look up WoW leveling guide, and they find it there. Generally speaking, people don't always level at the same time, but everybody within their own personal friend group does raid at the same time, and I'm sure if you've ever raided in World of Warcraft, you know exactly how that works. Your raid leader links... What the fuck? Oh, okay, he's back. Your raid leader will link a guide in Discord and say, hey everybody, this is the guide that we are going to be referring to for a raid today. Watch this, familiarize yourself with the strategy, and, you know, make sure that you know this type of strategy that we're doing, especially because different guides will recommend different strats, and while one strat may be better, quote-unquote, than another, like, for instance, my Gnarl Root strategy was way better than the super janky shit that some people were recommending, but that doesn't change the fact that a lot of guides were still recommending a really crappy Gnarl Root strat. And a lot of the people who were watching those other guides were using that really crappy Gnarl Root strat. Not much you can do about that. I'll use these instead. I think I go, back here. But yeah, that is one issue there. Have you tried putting Subway Surfer on top of your videos? Yeah.
Well met. Go in peace.
Which quest am I on now? Oh yeah, Last Stand at Whistling Grove. Oh, this is a fun one. I love... The optimal way to do this quest is hilarious. Anybody who played Cataclysm will love this and probably remember it fondly. If you never played Cataclysm quests before and you've never seen this quest, then you're in for a treat. I fucking love this quest. So you have to save 6 baby bears, and this is how you save the baby bears. You climb to the top of the tree, you chuck them off. Hop down, grab a bear, and then I'm gonna climb back up, chuck the bear off the tree. Alright, let's grab another bear. Climb back up, and quickly chuck them off the tree. And I'm just dropping down, I'm picking up bears, and then I have to aim, chuck them. Alright, that's 4. Reach down, grab another one. To make sure I don't miss the trampoline. Can reach that bear. And should hit the trampoline. Now I just come down from the tree. And that's a daily quest as part of the Fireland stuff. So you get to do that a lot. Charbringer. Okay, I remember this one. Let me keep making sure that I read everything. Any guide to 60 to 70, you just reach 60 level, 60 characters. Yeah, so for 60 to 70, unfortunately, yeah, this is one of those I missed before, sorry. I am in the process of working on a 60 to 70 guide. It should be done soon-ish. I want to say next week. The problem is, the 60 to 70 thing, it's not time-sensitive, and a lot of this stuff kind of is. So, what I can say is that the only major video that I have left for the next week is the alt catch-up guide, which is mostly done. I have gotten all the actual footage that I really need for that video, and now I just need to, like, finalize the script, record it, edit it, blah, blah, blah. And kind of going along with what I said before, I am probably not going to put a shit ton of effort into editing that. A lot of times I try to, you know, make my videos much, like, you know, more highly edited, and I will be completely honest, I just have no motivation to do that at the moment. Just because of, you know, how that has been going for me lately. So what I can do is spend a point real quick. Yeah, it says I have 3 unspent talent points. I don't actually have 3 unspent talent points. There's 2 ghost talent points. Normally you only get 1 more at 81. So I'm just gonna keep it realistic. Haraldin is at the dad stage in his life. Yeah. Man, I hit the dad stage early. Yeah. But before I get distracted, yeah, the 60 to 70 guide thing is I want to do it right, but at the same time, I understand that like a lot of people have been asking for it, and I've been putting it off because I wanted to make sure I had enough time to get it done, but at this stage, what I've kind of realized is I am never going to have the time to get it done to the absolute highest standard of quality that I want, which kind of the same thing we were talking about earlier. It's just kind of an unfortunate reality, especially with, you know, how things are working. And what I will probably try to do is just make like a 10-minute, really quick, like 60 to 70 guide that contains all of the relevant information. It's, the thing about 60 to 70 right now is, I've said this before, but it's a very complicated subject because of how it works with dream surges and stuff like that. And initially, I was planning on making the guide like a very detailed breakdown on how to optimize dream surge leveling and stuff like that, but like, it's so boring. Like, that is one of the problems that I've run into making the guide. It is unfortunate that it is the most efficient way to level, because it is so fucking boring trying to figure all that stuff out. It's the reason why I don't want to do any more Dragonflight 60 to 70 speedruns. I just don't enjoy it. It's miserable trying to get all that stuff down. So I keep thinking, like, I want to make a guide to teach people how to do that, but at the same time, like, I don't want to, and I don't think most people are gonna care. So it's kind of the problem of, like, if I'm already bored just thinking about making the guide, will people really have the attention span to, like, watch through all the minutia? I don't think so. So what I think I will probably do is I will make a very brief overview of Dream Surge leveling. And the guide will basically be like, here's how Dream Surges work. This, like, you know, you go through it, you get the 50% XP buff. With the 50% XP buff, it's just faster. It's that simple. Like, you get the buff, 25% is constantly active. Everything else, you know, it's just, you have to wait for it to roll around. And then I will basically say, you have 2 options. You can either only level in the zone while the 50% buff is active, or you can just say, fuck, you know, optimization. I'm just going to level in the Dream Surge zone whenever, and if I get the 50% buff, awesome, I'm happy about that. It makes things marginally faster for me. That is my plan, at least. 1 second. Just responding to a Discord message real quick. Words. Yeah, I think I'm going to basically do generic overview of Dream Surges and how it impacts leveling, and then kind of a brief summary of what the most efficient Dragonflight zones are. And I'll say, you know, if you really want to min-max it, just wait for the Dream Surge to overlap with Azure Span, because that's obviously the best. But if you are in Azure Span, basically everything is worth doing, and even in other weeks, if you ever run out of stuff to do in your Dream Surge zone, just go to Azure Span. And in each of these zones, here are some quest lines to look out for that might be more efficient than the others. And then I'm going to kind of probably end the video by saying, if you really want to see more of like a min-maxed setup of this and see, like, you know, the really boring shit that you can do to optimize your leveling times, go check out my speedruns, because I do explain it there. It's not exactly a concentrated explanation because it's spread out over the course of like a really long video, but it at least is more... It's a more detailed explanation than I can realistically give in that type of guide. So I will probably do something like that. And then if people want to watch that, they can watch that. You know, just direct them to the relevant stuff. But I think that is kind of the only way that I can make that video in a reasonable amount of time. So we'll see. But I do plan on finally getting that done soon. Let me just check something. Am I missing something? Just a little bit confused real quick. That cataloging theme, yeah. I just scroll down to the bottom of chat just to see if I missed anything. But no. It's weird. Cythria's minion. Honestly, the Cata music in general is just really fucking good. I've been getting, like, massive nostalgia just my entire time playing through the beta. So I'm getting kind of fucked by these guys. I should be fine. And there we go. There's my free Golden Acropolis Rune Tap proc. What does this do? Oh, increases fire damage taken. That's why the more that I'm fighting, the more damage I'm taking from each one of them. Makes sense. You're gonna do, are you asking, Darkbull, are you asking me if I'm gonna level for Mop Remix? If so, the answer is definitely yes. I've already done a run on the PTR. I will probably do more whenever Blizzard... let's see. Let me just check. Yeah, no new information on when the next PTR is going to be. I was curious if the reason you were asking that is because there was new info. But... yeah. You're going to wait for Remix for your last few characters you want to level. Dragonflight leveling is boring indeed. Yeah. It's, I will say, I don't hate Dragonflight leveling as much as I did Shadowlands, but kind of in a weird twist, I actually dislike Shadowlands leveling less for speedruns than I do Dragonflight, which is kind of weird because Dragonflight is faster. And for casual leveling, it's great, because Dream Surges... it's a weird thing where Dream Surges are phenomenal for leveling characters slowly, casually, right, across, like, a longer period of time. But dealing with the RNG bullshit and stuff within an actual speedrun is just actually miserable. I would much rather just walk myself through, like, a questing route and do it, you know, in an order, right, kind of like we're doing here, than have to deal with random garbage. That's just frustrating for me. Yeah. Let me just, I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything, but I will quickly scroll back up to where I left off. Just responding to somebody, letting them know I'm in a stream. Guess your audience doesn't like the kind of content you're mad about. Sorta, it depends. I mean, like, so, for the record, I do want to reiterate something that I don't plan on, like, stopping the type of content that I already do. You know, I know that a lot of people like these types of videos, and I have no plans on changing that. So when I say things like, you know, I need to think of, you know, expanding the types of videos that I make and doing slightly different things, real quick. This is an Army of the Dead angle, 100%. Yeah, so I'm not going to, like, stop doing the things that I'm already doing, but I'm more so saying that I think I might need to consider trying different things for certain videos, for the stuff that maybe isn't working as well as I would like it to. That was kind of my entire point earlier. I think I've shredded the armor of all the Twilight Juggernauts. This one needs one more. Nice. Now, one of the things I like about, you know, when you get to Cataclysm, you can already do really crazy pulls like that. Now, you do need to play around CDs. Like, if I had not pressed Army of the Dead there, I would have probably been dead. Because I would have started getting shredded by the ramping magic damage. But you actually do have big cooldowns and stuff that you can play around to do, like, those gigantic pulls that we're used to in retail leveling. Which I enjoy. Alright, let's see here. Basically, you click these generators, there's a chance that an egg appears, and then you have to defend it. Yep, there we go. During a bit of RP. When I did this earlier today, it took me, like, an entire minute or two to actually get the generator to spawn the egg. It took way longer than it did just now. So, this is a little bit random. Sometimes it will just take you, like, 10 generator clicks to actually get the thing. I think that's all I need. I'm going to mount up just in case if I get quest completion, I want to mount up and get out of combat with these mobs. Yep, there we go. Perfect. You preferred the 2-hour raid guide video. It's all there in one video. You bookmark it and open it when you need. Yeah, exactly. That was kind of my thought behind it. And I think that was how a lot of people enjoyed watching my previous raid guides. But yeah, definitely something to consider. I'll get this. I'm not actually going to use this trinket, but I'll hold on to it just in case. I'd rather have proc effects that have better baseline stats. Just because I don't have as many things to line up with it. If you can't fight patch notes text... Yeah, so... I'll give you an idea of what I'm thinking about, because obviously I'm never going to do patch notes text-to-speech. That is a really good example of the type of garbage content that I'm talking about, where, like, I will never do that. And I've said I've done rarely patch notes videos when they're relevant, when I'm talking about how will this impact XYZ thing, if it is something that I feel that I'm actually, like, knowledgeable about, like leveling changes. But I would not consider that patch notes videos. It's like patch notes videos adjacent, because I am basically talking about something that was in a recent set of patch notes, but I'm doing so in a way that, like, people I think actually will be interested in. Alright, here we go. Dancing Rune Weapon. One thing that annoys me is that Dancing Rune Weapon has, like, a massive runic power cost. That kind of feels yucky. And now it's faded. But... Here, this is the type of mob where, honestly, I should be applying my diseases. Because the fight's gonna last long enough that I'll benefit from the bonus damage. It's Heart Strike there. Blood Tap. Yeah, because on smaller mob packs, there's just not really a point to doing that. But here, like, the mob's gonna die right around the time when my diseases would have fallen off. In fact, if I had done that right at the start, I would have gotten almost the full value out of my diseases. So I just need to keep that in mind, that on bigger targets like that, I should be maintaining it. Well, it's obviously different when it's your income. Your standards are very important. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I should be clear. I am not, like, in danger of going homeless or anything like that. But I am at a point where I'm like, if I actually want to continue expanding this channel and making it into something that can be a long-time full-time job, I need to start considering about stuff like that, because I can't just keep relying on, like, make the videos that I enjoy and stuff like that. So I do need to think, how can I pander to the algorithm a bit? And the way, like, my justification for that, while I may not love it, is if this is something that people do enjoy watching, even if I think some of it is not the best type of content, as long as there are some people who are finding it helpful, and if that stuff performs well, if that enables me to make, like, videos that will perform worse but that I enjoy more, well, then it's kind of a win-win, right? Then some people at least get enjoyment out of it, even if I don't personally enjoy making it. And that way, if those videos do well, then I can justify spending a little bit more time on the passion projects. for lack of a better term for it. Anyways. You could get a lot of views. What the fuck is that? Volpera footpick mukbang skibbity. What? What the shit is that? That is like a horrific combination of... Did I just like one-shot 2 mobs with Deathstrike crits? Goddamn. I'm really surprised that... Jesus fucking Christ, okay? Like, are these mobs just particularly weak, or am I just chaining Deathstrike crits? What the fuck? I genuinely can't tell if that... Like, I feel like that did not happen when I did this quest earlier today. Oh, fuck, somebody killed Nemesis. I need him for the quest. Well, that's not good. I guess... While I wait for him to respawn, I'll just turn in this quest, because... That's, like, kind of off the beaten path anyway. Often some of the best stuff online is unpopular, while the popular stuff is subpar. Yeah, for sure. You play since vanilla, but you can't stand the slowness anymore once you play retail. I think there is pros and cons to both of it. I completely agree that it can be a little bit hard to stomach, but... There are times when I prefer the leveling of retail and times when I prefer the leveling of classic. Just really depends. When is Cataclysm launching? May 20th. Yeah, I still have a 232 ring that I can replace. That one. There's another quest over here. Fred movies still terrify you all these decades later. I think I vaguely remember watching one of the Fred movies, but it wasn't one of those that I watched a lot. So my memory is fuzzy on it. It makes more sense to have it as an RP spender because RP is basically just for what is CR? I don't know what CR is. And damage and Kata for blood, yeah. Blood Decay does more damage and has more healing than the other specs while leveling. Well, for Cataclysm, I still need to test that. Honestly, I suspect that Frost will be the best spec for leveling in Cataclysm, because you still have Deathstrike no matter what spec you're in, and if you play your cards right, you can... Oh, Nemesis is back up over there. You can keep yourself alive through most pulls. I think Blood is almost always one of the best specs to use for leveling when you are under-geared, because, you know, obviously having effectively infinite survivability is very, very, very good. Okay, I need to be very careful here. I think I'm going to pull that Core Hound. Just what I can do to stop that. Oh, can I mount? Can I mount? Can I mount? Ah, shit. I think that Core Hound kept me in combat long enough that I'm stuck in combat with Nemesis now. So I just keep running. Alright. But yeah, I mean, Blood Decay, as you can see here, is very good for leveling in Cataclysm. This has been pretty smooth sailing, and I don't even have, like, heirlooms or anything like that, so... At the very least, Blood Decay is strong. I think Frost might be slightly better, but it's not like retail, where in retail, Blood Decay's leveling is gutted, and it is one of the worst leveling specs, as you can see in my leveling tier list. That is not the case for old Blood Decay and Cataclysm. This is very, very good. I mean, my Death Strikes are just one-tapping things. It's ludicrously powerful.
Good luck, friend.
Always temper your strength.
Go down there. Hello, Oxara Luna. Good to see you.
Vengeance will come.
Break this. It's the one with the best thumbnail. Step up your clickbait game. I'd like to think my thumbnails are good. Obviously, that's going to be subjective to an extent, but I'm actually quite happy with my thumbnails. The only thing that I dislike is some people use Like, one thing that I will never do for my thumbnails is, like, you know, big-titted woman or whatever in my thumbnails, which a lot of channels do. And, like, that is just, like, blatant, disgusting clickbait for the sake of clickbait, where it's just like, why? Like, and quite honestly, I do not understand why there are people who see, like, ha ha ha, fantasy lady with big boobs, oh, I'm going to click on this one. Like, it's so fucking stupid. And yet it works. For some fucking reason, it works. That I will just not do. But there are people who do that, and that is one where I remember. I won't say the name of the channel here, but there is one World of Warcraft channel in particular that does that a lot. And one of my friends told me that they really liked XYZ channel, and I'm like, oh, okay, you know, not gonna say anything, but I am not a fan of the way that they market their videos, and I had to go off on a long tangent explaining to my friend the problem that I have with, especially, there's one other thing that really annoys me is it's not just, you know, woman with big breasts, but it's women with big breasts typed into a fucking AI art generator. At that point, it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's like the two cardinal sins of clickbait. Women with large breasts and AI art. And you've got the perfect combination of both of them. How low can you fucking go? Just, that is the stuff that pisses me off. And that I will absolutely never sink to that level. I will die before I put that shit in my thumbnails. You know, I can expand the type of content that I make. I'm willing to be that flexible. But that much? No. No. Fuck that shit. The only the only big boot girl you need is Princess Theradris. Oh god. 13-year-olds and 50-plus-year-old virgins is why big booby clickbait still works. Yeah. Unfortunately accurate. What about blood elf titties? Within reason. Within reason. Like, so, in my opinion, once again, not going to name the channel, but one of the things that, in my opinion, makes it really bad is the fact that it's AI art. And AI art, I mean, I hope I don't need to explain to you why that's extremely controversial, and I just think it's a little bit scummy. It's shitty. But clearly putting feet in the thumbnail is superior. Yeah, okay, I know what quest I'm on, so I need to go up here. For whatever reason, the marker is here. The turn-in's actually a Grove of Asina. No, I'm absolutely not going to name the channel. I am happy to rant about stuff in a vacuum, but I do not want to start drama. The only time that I will start drama is, I will say, the one channel that I will call out, because I still, years later, have not ever received a direct formal apology, is Eisenhart. That fucking cunt stole my footage when I was still a small YouTuber. He used it without my permission, and then when I commented on his video basically saying, hey, are you just not going to credit me for the footage of mine that you stole at this timestamp to this timestamp? Never said anything. Still never heard anything. That is the one YouTuber who I have absolutely no problem saying, fuck that guy. Because he is scum. But outside of that, right, like, just, like, I can have issues with the way that people do their thumbnails and stuff. That, I'm not going to start drama over that shit. But yes, if you steal content from me, especially at that point, like I said, I had like 6,000 subscribers. I was objectively a very small YouTuber. And people who have larger channels and will just take shit from smaller channels because they know that they can't do anything, and then just don't respond at all, absolutely disgusting behavior. Fuck those people. That is one thing where, like, that crosses the line for me of, like, behavior that, yeah, I will absolutely call that shit out. But, you know, that isn't really drama. That is me just saying this person did really shitty stuff, and is a, you know, just objective scumbag. And you know, if they ever decide to apologize to me for it, I will stop bringing it up every few months. But it pissed me off then. It still pisses me off now because I have no idea if he's still stealing footage from people, but considering he stole my footage without asking me, for all I know, he's still doing it. Never got an apology, so fuck that guy. Yeah, content thievery is, like, way beyond my line of bullshit that I will not tolerate. People doing shitty garbage things in their thumbnails, I can dislike it, but I'm not going to call the person out directly for doing that stuff. I will just rant about them in vague terms. Thieves usually never stop. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. But yeah, that absolutely pissed me off. And I do want to make it clear, yeah, there are degrees of shit, right? Like, obviously, and one of the reasons why I don't, like, want to call this person out in particular is their videos are not the worst thing ever, and I just mentioned that I actually have friends who like this person's videos. So, did I get credit for this? Hello? It's not giving me credit. So I know people who actually enjoy the content made by this person, regardless of it. And when I ranted about that to them, they're like, yeah, I see your point, but, like, I still enjoy their videos. Whatever. Okay, so this person at least makes some stuff that I know people who appreciate it. You know, I don't hate them or their channel as a whole, but I do have a little bit of less respect for them than I might other people because of the way that they market their content. Which is not enough for me to even remotely call them out. This is bugged. I did this quest earlier and it worked just fine. So I don't know what's going on here. What the hell? This is annoying. I literally just did these quests like a few hours ago. And they're actually like decently good, so it's gonna really piss me off if I just can't do it because it's just broken. Damn. I think I just need to skip these quests. Somehow in the last 3 hours, they broke this quest chain. If I had to guess, it's probably because when I did these quests before, I did them before I finished this chain of, like, the, yeah, I equipped the lance. I have the lance equipped. I think what happened is, because I'm in the phase of, like, if you see where I am on the map, I'm after the point where you, like, restore this area. When I did this earlier, I did it before I restored the area. I think it's just something to do with the phasing. I highly suspect that is what's going on here. Because that is the only difference from before and now. So. Oh well. It's not... I think those quests are pretty fun. But what I might try to do is maybe after I finish all of the quests... Oh yeah, something is definitely broken here. Oh, fuck. Because even the exit portal is not working, so... Blizzard just clearly forgot to fix this phased version of... That's kind of bad. Whatever. I can hearth to Mount Hyjal and just fly back really quick. But yeah, at least I'm 99% sure that is the issue. We'll try again later when I finish that and we're in the final phase of the zone. It's just possible they forgot to check for, like, the intermediate phases. You don't call out annoying minor trolls, but absolutely should call out extreme trolls who do scumbag stuff. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of bugs on the beta. It's a bit concerning how janky the beta is, considering how close we are to release. Another thing that moderately annoys me that, like, I haven't talked about a lot is it seems like they're just completely skipping the actual Cataclysm pre-launch event, which I was really looking forward to. Because one of the main advertisements that they've done for the pre-patch in a few days is that it's the Shattering. It's Goblins and Worgens. But anybody who actually played the Cataclysm pre-launch event knows that there was so much more to it than that. And you had, like, the elemental invasions, you had, what's it called? The little, like, city assaults, and you had to fight, like, the instanced versions of Princess Therodris and stuff. I should also note, during my testing, I stopped right here at this quest. So everything beyond these quests onwards, my memory is fuzzy. And I did them, obviously, years ago, but I did not do them quite literally earlier today. So you'll get to see me, like, kind of piecing it together as we go. But yeah, it kind of annoys me because I did all that stuff back in the day, and I really enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun doing those Cataclysm, invasions and stuff, and I was really looking forward to doing it again here, and I guess they're just skipping it. We're just not getting the pre-launch event, which is just weird. Like, why? I just don't understand it. It just seems like a major oversight on Blizzard's end, but I don't know. It just pisses me off because it feels to me like Cataclysm Classic just isn't getting the care that it deserves. And I know that there's this sentiment amongst a large portion of the player base that, like, Cataclysm is stupid and they don't want Cataclysm and blah, blah, blah. But I want Cataclysm. I have been extremely excited for Cataclysm Classic for a very, very, very long time. So, finally getting it, but seeing Blizzard just treat it like shit, so far, at the very least, has just kind of left me really disappointed. Because if this ends up being an extremely scuffed launch and they just fuck everything with Cataclysm Classic, just majorly drop the ball, I'm gonna be upset. I will be very upset. And it's kind of disappointing because it's not like they're putting a lot of effort into SOD either. SOD has been an objective shit show for the past, the entire phase, really, has just been a complete fucking mess. I'm not gonna rant about that again, because if you want to listen to me rant about all my issues with SOD, go watch the Goblin speedrun from last weekend. Because I spent a good hour talking about all of my issues with the current development of SOD, and why I'm effectively just done with it. I will give it another chance in P4, but outside of that, I'm fucking done with Phase 3. I'm raid logging just so I don't completely ditch my guilds, but if it wasn't for my guild and the fact that, I actually like the people in my SOD guilds, I would just say fuck this and quit, because I have negative interest in Season of Discovery at this point. It's unfortunate. Fuck. Just gonna strangulate. I was trying to interrupt, but for whatever reason, it has such a small range. Go.
Farewell.
And I just need one more of these guys. Yeah, Blood Decay hits fucking hard. I dig it. That's male. Okay, I don't want that. Do I turn in the quests here, or do I keep going? There's two completely separate quest turn-in things. I'm gonna keep going, because I think that the NPCs will reappear there. The fact the ground would shake occasionally and it got more frequent the closer to the Shattering launch, yeah. They've been dropping the ball with pre-patch events lately, hoping that the War Within event is good. Yeah. It's especially annoying because anybody who played the, what's it called? Anybody who played the Wrath Classic pre-patch launch should remember how badly they fucked that up. That was a massive disappointment because they said that they literally acknowledged, it looks like you have to turn back into Tortola, but the rest are up there. They acknowledged that the original version of the zombie plague was bugged, and that apparently it wasn't working properly and Blizzard had to disable it after a few days. And they said, this time, you're going to get to experience the full version of the zombie plague event. And what ended up happening is they just took the original code from the Wrath pre-patch event, just shoved it into Wrath Classic, and they didn't realize that the early cancellation of the pre-patch event after a few days was actually hard-coded into the game. So suddenly, after a few days, at exactly the same time when Blizzard canceled it early on, in, when Wrath was current content, the Zombie Plague event just ended on Wrath Classic. And everybody was like, wait, what's going on? This was supposed to last for longer. And then Blizzard went to the forums and said, oops, it looks like there was some code in the, or there was some lines in the code that forced the event to manually stop early that was a leftover from when they did that back in the day. And it's like, but you literally said you were going to fix that shit, and they just didn't. They just assume that, yeah, you know, it's just magically going to work. We have no idea what this code does. Just ship it and it'll work properly. So we got the fucked version of the Zombie Plague event, which I was very excited for. And I was really pissed off about when it ended early, because I had been looking forward to that for a long time. I mean, anybody who has played WoW for years would be. You hear so many cool stories about how the Zombie Plague event was like, you know, this massive thing, and people would grief other players, and it was like the return of the whole corrupted blood thing. And I was really, really, really excited to do that. I did make a video at the time about like my experience leveling during it. But I was really excited for the whole progression of it, and then it just fucking ended right as the event got good, because they still kept that, like, hard stop line in the code from original Wrath Classic. And then instead of, like, fixing it, they just said, that sucks, nothing we can do. You know, we're just going to keep the event finished for the rest of it. And then a lot of people who weren't playing it from the very beginning, like me, and were expecting it to work as intended, just missed the entire Zombie Plague event. We're like, what the fuck? So they completely botched the Wrath Classic pre-patch event launch, and now they're just completely skipping the Cataclysm one, apparently? Which, if I'm being honest, I was just as excited for, if not more, than the Zombie Plague event. Because I actually played that one, and I remember doing, like, the Thunderbluff defense, and putting up, like, the little windbreakers around, and fighting all the elemental waves, and then, like, having the special cute thing. It was really fun, it was a really good memory, and now we're just not gonna get it. Because it was pre-shattering when they had that stuff. So, unless we're expecting the Cataclysm team to magically just adapt that content into a post-shattering version of the city, which is just... No, they're not going to do that. And then we're just not going to get those elemental invasions at all. Which fucking sucks. So yeah, Blizzard dropping the ball. What else is new? Oh, someone named Finn. Oh, you have the same name as my cat. Did Cataclysm come out? No, this is PTR/beta. And Finn said, longtime viewer, glad to catch a stream of yours for the first time. Awesome. Well, I'm glad you were able to stop by the stream. Where is the last mob that I need? That is your cat, yeah. My cat is a longtime viewer. I mean, technically speaking, my cat does like watching me play. A lot of times he'll sit on my desk and he'll just stare at my computer while I play. And he just likes looking at the pretty colors. And then I'll get on my Zulian Tiger and I'll spam the mount special. And he just like, his eyes just go wide and he just stares at the Zulian Tiger, just going like, roar, roar. And he's like fixated. Okay, there we go. You played 600 days on WoW Classic, but no beta? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they hand it out. It's fairly inconsistent. I mean, keep in mind, I don't get any, like, special YouTuber privilege or whatever, but I've gotten into most betas over the years because my account has been active since God knows how long. A while. I've had my account since 2004-ish. And I have signed up for almost every single beta they've ever done, and I have actively participated in almost every single beta they've ever done, so I have consequently continued to get into all of them. I would imagine there is some check like that of, you know, does this person actually use the beta invites we give them? And I'm pretty sure that is at least the reason why I consistently get into the beta. But I don't know exactly how one would get in for the very first time. That is outside of my knowledge. Let's just take this for vendor value, I guess. He's probably thinking, wow, that's me and that's my owner. Can't wait to grow up that huge, yeah. Yeah, he does, like, definitely, he likes watching the pretty colors. There was a one point, like a few months ago, when I was doing Mythic Farok prog, and he was sitting on my computer and, like, watching me, you know, fight Farok, and Farok has, like, all the flashy animations, where, like, you know, the little ghosts appear and shoot, like, the little orbs in different directions. And mid-pull, he kept trying to, like, climb up, because I have, like, my computer, I have a laptop, and it's on my desk, and then I have, like, a little stand and a second monitor, like, behind my laptop. And there's this little space in between the computer and the monitor where you can, well, a cat could theoretically walk. So he kept trying to, like, climb up onto that little section in between my computer, and he would, like, put his paw up on the monitor. But I'm in the middle of a mythic raid pull, and he keeps blocking my view, so I'm having to, like, put my hand up and, like, push him back a little bit, like, Finn, please. I need to see the mechanics. Like, I need to dodge the fucking tank lines from Farrak, or I'm dead. So it was a little bit problematic when he decided to become an active viewer at that point in time. But he definitely likes watching my screen whenever I'm actively doing stuff. The beta build is not the full build. You think they're fixing it but not updating all the time in beta? Well, yes and no. Obviously, that is how betas work. You are absolutely correct that is how all betas will work. But I have, as I just got done saying, I have done a lot of beta testing, and barring some exceptions, namely like Shadowlands stuff was broken all the time. Shadowlands, half the shit was just broken and never got fixed before it went live. So, Blizzard definitely isn't perfect all the time. But the Cataclysm Classic Beta, this close to launch, is one of the most buggy, unfinished betas I've ever seen. And it's for content that has already existed, which I think is the more damning piece. The last time that I've seen a beta this buggy, so close to launch, was the Shadowlands beta, the original one, and it got delayed. It literally got pushed back because the content was not ready, and that was new content that they had not finished yet. The thing that I don't understand is how content that has already existed, and all they need to do is port it over and make sure that it's working correctly, they still have not managed to do that properly this close to release. There have been new content betas that are more polished than this has been. So that is kind of a problem. What is... Oh, okay, I just get close to it. And then I guess I run back, yeah. So, yeah, I've done a lot of beta testing. This is a problem. In fact, I would say there is a non-zero chance that Cataclysm gets delayed. I do not think it is a high chance. I think that there, more often than not, Blizzard does not like to do delays. They like to keep the trains running on time. They do not want to have to push things back. They do all their marketing on, it's going to come out this day. There is precedent for it happening. So, like I said, it is a non-zero chance. But I would not give it a high chance. I would say it's like 5%. Is Nemesis above ground or below ground? I think Nemesis is further in this cave, but I don't know. I'm going to just jump through the lava here. They put all resources to Season of Derp. Yeah, and they've been dropping the ball there too, so... I don't know. I'm getting, like, massive incompetence vibes from the Cataclysm, or just from the classic dev team. Like, I get that they're probably trying their best, but their best is just pretty shit, so... Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate. They probably need more resources that Blizzard just isn't giving them, which is definitely an issue, but... Like... Some of the decisions that they have made with Season of Discovery give me more of an impression of they just have no fucking clue what they're doing, because they have just made a lot of objectively bad decisions, which, once again, I don't want to rant about for, like, the 20th time. Go watch the Goblin stream if you want to listen to me rant about that. Your foster kittens turned off your PC mid-pull once. Oh, yikes. Yeah, thankfully, they've never managed to shut off my PC. I guess, technically speaking, the power button is technically within reach of a cat, but I don't know if you would ever actually manage to do that. Oh, fuck. I thought that I didn't read this. I thought that was like one of those, use this ability to weaken the enemy, and it was actually just a shield yourself from the blast thing, so there was no point in me doing that. Do this, and then I'm going to empower a rune weapon. And I should just be able to kill him before it matters. I'm gonna vamp blood, just in case. Okay, yeah, we're fine. Cool. You think they want to fast go through Kata and get to Mop? Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've already said that they're doing an accelerated release schedule, which I've already said I'm not a huge fan of. I kind of understand why it's necessary, because while I am personally very excited for Kata, and if I'm being real, I think that there are more people excited for Kata than Blizzard realizes. I'm sure that they have a lot of people who are good at doing, you know, surveying and analytics and blah, blah, blah. And they have like this impression of how many people they think are going to play Cataclysm. But I think there's going to be a lot of people who have never really engaged with Classic before, who are going to try Cataclysm when it comes out because they remember enjoying it, and it's closer to retail than really any other version of Classic thus far. And I don't know how much of that Blizzard is taking into account. And I can say that from my point of view, I have been very surprised by how many people just in my regular viewer base have been excited for Cataclysm. Now, I have been excited for Cataclysm regardless, and I have planned on covering it no matter what. And I expected there to be a small percentage of my viewers who are interested in that. And honestly, I was kind of expecting a similar thing to happen to what I said before, where like the stuff that I really care about, you know, people don't care about it as much, and I wouldn't be able to justify doing a lot of Cataclysm stuff because people wouldn't give a shit. But I've been pleasantly surprised at like how many people among my regular viewers are actually kind of interested in Cataclysm. Like the Goblin speedrun is up to 18,000 views. That's really good. That is like better than some of my regular retail speedrun recordings for a Cataclysm thing. That is beyond what I ever expected it to reach. So that's really good and gives me the idea that no, actually, there are a lot of just regular retail players that are really excited for Cataclysm. And even I was not expecting that. So it's a pleasant surprise for me, because what that means is that I can justify spending more time playing Cataclysm and making guides for it than I would have been able to otherwise, which I wanted to do anyway, but now I actually, like I said, I can justify it more. So that's great. I do think that Blizzard is maybe shafting Cataclysm a little bit too much, given how many people I think will actually want to play it. But either way, I'm not too upset because, while I am excited for Cataclysm, if I really had to pick, I am more excited for Mists of Pandaria. Like, I really want to play all this stuff, but if you told me, if you put a gun to my head and said I have to pick between Kata or Mop, I would pick Mop. I would be really sad because I would still want to play Cataclysm, because I never really... I got to play Cataclysm, but I never got to do the endgame stuff. Whereas, like, Mop, I actually did really play through it. But I love Mop. And I would definitely love to play Mop Classic again. And I think it's safe to say that there are many more people excited for Mop Classic than there are people excited for Cataclysm Classic. So I think Blizzard just wants to get over there as quickly as possible. Cata be damned. Which is unfortunate. But we'll see. You do get flying at the start, yeah. It was actually fairly controversial at the time when they did this in Kata, because a lot of people complained about it, and it's one of the reasons why... Ah, fuck. Almost ripped my headphones out accidentally. My foot got caught in the cord. But it's one of the reasons why in future expansions you had, like, Draenor Pathfinder and stuff. There were a lot of people who said that flying was too easy to get, because, you know, basically the... I guess you can't call them classic Andes, but the people that we now refer to as classic Andes, those type of people hated the changes in Cataclysm and were like, flying used to be a thing that you had to work towards, and they were really upset that you got instant flying in Cataclysm. Personally, I think it's great. And I think that we can now see the way that Blizzard has been doing things recently with, like, giving people dragon riding immediately in Dragonflight, and that being a really popular change, that more people prefer having early flying. So that is definitely a plus in Kata's favor. Kata's going to have Worgen? Yes. I don't know exactly. I think it won't be bugged to hell, because you got to remember that one of the reasons why the Worgen starting zone is really, really fucked right now is because Gilneas has like a million different phases overlapping each other, and that causes some issues. So you have modern changes to Gilneas that are overlapping the old versions added in Cataclysm. That wasn't necessarily the case back in the day. You just had really two versions of it. You had the leveling version in the starting zone, and then you had Silverpine Forest, the quests that take place there. So it was nowhere near as big of an issue. The beta is still buggy in general, so I'm sure there are things that are buggy about the Worgen starting zone right now. But I don't think it'll be as buggy as it has tended to be recently in retail. Cobalt rep done? Nice. I still need to do that at some point, but what I've been waiting for is I still need the firestorms in Azure Span, and what I think I'll do is I'll wait until we get the firestorm in Azure Span that is within the Cobalt assembly, because I have like only 2k rep left, so I figure I can get the remaining Cobalt rep that I need for the meta achievement while knocking out the firestorm and just, you know, kill two birds, one stone. AKA you had to spend gold? Yeah. Pretty much, yeah, for flying. One of those happened earlier? Ah, oh, fuck. Well, it's what it is. I mean, there's plenty of time left for me to get that done. Oh shit, those mobs died. Heirlooms, so the way that heirlooms work in Cataclysm Classic, it's a little bit weird. It's not like retail where all of the heirlooms scale. I'll show you real quick. You have some heirlooms that go up to 85. These ones would give you the bonus experience. However, the older heirlooms from Wrath still cap out at level 80. It wasn't until Mists of Pandaria where they allowed all of the heirlooms to like scale together. In Cataclysm, they still, some go up to 80, some go up to 85. And I think technically it wasn't even available in Mists at the start, but whenever we get Mob Classic, I assume that this functionality will be in the game because it was added in like Siege of Orgrimmar or something, so we'll get the final patch version. But in Cataclysm Classic, you still only have these going up to 80, and when you are level 80, the bonus will not function. I did test it earlier just to make sure that it was still working as we expected to, and yes. The XP bonus is working, because I tested to make sure I was getting 10% additional XP on a low-level character, and then when I tried to use the heirloom on my level 80, it was giving me the exact same experience, so. They would not work for pre-questing, no. The bonus stops at level 80. So unless you plan on starting at level 79, which, like, I don't know why you would when you could just start at level 80. But then even then, if you were to start at level 79, the moment you hit 80, the bonus would be disabled. It immediately cuts off. So no, it does not work. I get what you're thinking, though, but unfortunately, that's just not how it functions. Now, honestly, I do kind of wish that Blizzard changed that. I would imagine there's like some technical limitation, because they would have to rework how the heirlooms actually function to make it work like that. But I think that the game would be a lot better if we just had the mop quality of life where all the heirlooms scaled up to 85. Even if you had to do like an item or something, you buy an item, you apply it, and it works like that. I just think that would be better. You're trying to get a strat to get Realm First 85 once more. You don't know if solo questing or dungeon grinding would be better. Hard to say. I would generally say that you're probably not going to get Realm First unless you have a group of people helping you out. Like, I am not going for Realm First, to be clear. I'm going to try and level as efficiently as I can, and if any of my friends are playing Cataclysm, I will level with them, and if they are not, then I will just level on my own. But in order to, like, the thing about Realm First stuff in Cataclysm, or in Classic in general, is it's just like way more competitive, because obviously you had people who had some sort of route worked out in the original version, and they were going to like optimize it and stuff like that, but there was still a level of guesswork where you don't know exactly how it's going to function, and you don't know if Blizzard might change things, and you don't have nearly as much practice. You also, it's impossible to know 100% certain, like with a minimal amount of testing, whether or not your strat is actually the fastest. Because like, you look at how things worked in Wrath Classic, and there were a bunch of people who thought they had the fastest strategy for reaching Realm First level 80, and there were so many people who had like these super cool routes and stuff planned out, and then fucking Now just went in there, exploited a hyperspawn, and got World First level 80. And like, good for him. I mean, he figured that shit out, and he abused it. I know a lot of people hated him for it, and to be clear, I think shit like that is cool, but it's the reason why I will never, ever, ever care about like Realm First or World First or whatever leveling at the start of an expansion. Because there's always going to be people who do stuff like that. Now has been doing it a lot more recently. He did it in Dragonflight 2, where he had like an army of 30-something people funneling him materials for profession leveling and stuff at the start of the expansion. And it was actually nerfed relative to what he expected it to be. And then Blizzard proceeded to nerf it even further over the next few weeks. But I can almost guarantee you that whatever preparation you think you've done to reach World First or Server First or whatever, there is somebody out there who has done more prep work than you. And if you still want to go for it because you think it's fun, by all means, do not let me dampen your fun for you. I enjoy speed leveling, so I'm the last person to try and say, yeah, you shouldn't go for it. I think that if you just enjoy the idea of trying to min-max your leveling, absolutely, keep going for it. That's totally fine. What I want to do is make sure that you are tempering your expectations, and you are not going into the process thinking that you have any chance whatsoever of getting Realm First. Do it if you think that you're going to find it fun. Don't do it because you think you're actually going to win, because I hate to break it to you, you probably won't. And there's a reason why even I am not going to try, and I'd like to consider myself relatively good at these types of things. Where the fuck is the spawn of Smolderos? You'll be kidnapping me, don't worry. Alright. Bet. World First seems impossible. Yeah, World First, definitely. The thing about Realm First... Oh, yeah, if you're going for, like, Realm First Troll... Maybe. Yeah, that one I could see. Just because at a certain point, if you diversify it enough, there's only going to be so many people doing the race with each one. So, if you really want to get a Realm First, like any Realm First, right? Play an unpopular race, I guess, is probably the best thing that you could do. One that you know for a fact nobody's really going to be doing serious, like, World First 80 attempts with. That way, you may not beat the people who are going ultra tryhard mode, but you will at least beat the casual levelers playing, I don't know, Gnome or something. Like, who the fuck's gonna speed level with a Gnome? That kind of thing. I have absolutely no idea. Or do I have to summon this mob? Oh my god. Okay, well, yep. Alright. And this is what I meant when I said earlier about how knowledge of the quests really helps a lot. Up until these quests here, I was completely familiar with it because I had just done it earlier today. That quest, I just flew around, wasted 2 minutes doing absolutely nothing because I did not realize that I had to summon the mob. And it's really simple now that I know it. But that's just like the basic quest knowledge that without it, it slows you down quite a lot. You'll have to you have access to the Cata Beta. You're trying to check out what's better. Since you got Realm First level 80 trolls, probably probable. You don't care if you get the 3 Realm First with races or classes. Is leveling on a dead realm with a free transfer to Pagel a good idea? I don't know, because I'm currently unsure how they plan on handling the dead server transfers. I'll find out soon, because I have characters on a lot of dead servers. Up until, like, a few months ago, I was planning on farming, like, a bunch of classic-specific transmog, and I still did. I farmed a lot of it, But I was planning on getting, like, all of the old rare items and stuff. What the hell? I just keep running? Okay. I was planning on farming, like, all of the really special transmog items just so I could, like, flip it for a lot of gold, and then I kind of realized the amount of effort that I'm spending on this, I could just spend on videos, and then all of the gold that I can make, I could just buy a token. As at that point, I'd rather just buy a token and be able to dedicate that time to making more and better videos than waste my time grinding all this stuff. So I kind of gave up on that. But in the process of doing that, I had a lot of characters on dead servers. And one thing, the main reason I did it in the first place, so I don't regret doing all that, is I was farming a lot of heirlooms. So I farmed, for instance, Dread Pirate Ring, and that was definitely worth my time. There we go. Okay, I got credit for physical training. So getting Dread Pirate Ring, absolutely worth it. You can see it because I have my character or my account data copied. Heirlooms. Where is it? Final page, yeah. So I have it there. So that was absolutely 100% worth doing. And I don't know exactly when they're going to do that, but if you really want Dread Pirate Ring, I highly recommend you do that now. Get a character on, like, a super dead server. I forget exactly what the names are. I think I did mine on Angerforge. It was, like, completely dead. There were 15 people online. Yeah, some realms are extremely dead. There were 2 other people who were competing with me for Dread Pirate Ring. One of them was a guy who was trying to get the Kalawak fishing pole on, like, a level 19 twink. They ended up fixing that. So I remember seeing the patch notes where they said that the fishing pole is no longer usable on low-level characters, and I immediately thought of that guy who lost to me in the Kalawak fishing derby and then told me that he was trying to get it for that reason. And I thought, like, oh man, that poor bastard. Where do I need to find the Ogre Outhouse. Where the fuck's the Ogre Outhouse? Oh, it's over here. Okay. And there was, like, one other dude who was doing the same thing that I did, of trying to get it on, like, a dead server. But you have a much better chance of winning the Dread Pirate Ring by doing that. Because if you've watched, like, my guide to winning the Stranglethorn Fishing Extravaganza on retail, or, I mean, hell, if you won it yourself, then you probably know that the Stranglethorn Fishing Extravaganza, well, it is definitely luck-based. There is RNG involved in it. There are a lot of things that you can do to speed up the process and, like, optimize it and beat other people who aren't strategizing like you are. That is absolutely not the case for the Kalawak Fishing Derby. The Kalawak Fishing Derby is one of the worst events ever created in the history of World of Warcraft. It is a complete RNG crapshoot. There is absolutely no strategy to it. It is just you fish, you either get the shark or you don't. Nothing that you do matters. I had a really optimized route planned out, and there was one time where I fished for the entire duration of the event. I did not get the shark once. I didn't even get it, like, before the like, latecomers bonus happened, which at least the latecomers bonus gives you a bag of fishing treasures, the thing from like the fishing daily, so you get a chance at, like, the bone fishing pole or whatever. What do I do? Oh, I have to answer the questions. Is blood red? Yes. No. I suspect they don't. Yeah, the Dread Pirate Ring is from... It's from winning the Kalawak Fishing Derby, and you have to get first place. There is no, like, first, second place. You have to win it. Why do you want that item? It's an heirloom. I don't know. See here, it gives you 5% experience. So yeah, very important. Mammalian blood or all blood? They jump the shark on it. Alright. I don't think... I mean, fire can consume stone if it gets hot enough. Yeah, I suppose the oceans are filled with water. Well, yeah, so to be clear, this is for like alt speedruns and stuff. No, I suppose rocks don't float on water. I think there are rocks that do float on water, though. Some of them. Yeah, so when I'm saying that you want Dread Pirate Ring, it's not for, like, world first 80 to 85, but if you plan on leveling a lot of alts, which I do, and I plan on doing a lot of 1 to 85 speedruns, well then, yeah, you definitely want the Dread Pirate Ring, because from levels 1 to 80, it's a big advantage. How many? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I pulled too many. Army of the Dead, save me. I still live this. I think I might just be fucked here. Maybe. You know, this is a situation where I should have applied my diseases. The blood DK survivability is just fucking stupid. Okay. Yeah, blood DKs are just fucking dumb. Okay. That's ridiculous. Blood DK's fucking stupid in Cataclysm. Oh, I love it. Man, they really need to rework retail Blood DK. It's just such a shame that Blood DK peaked in, like, Mop and WoD, and we've just gotten absolute fucking dog shit for so long. Blood DK deserves better. Wait, oh, I don't actually fight it? My Corehound fights it. You don't trust them to rework it? Just, like, copy the Mop design. Copy the WoD design, actually. Oh, now I kill him. Okay. I was confused why Questy was saying I have to kill this guy. There we go. Proto-pet battling, yeah. Pretty much. How long do you need for High-Gel rep to reach friendly? I think I'm already there. Shit, fucking hell, what? I'm already at revered. Alright, well, does that answer your question? Not long. Considering I probably got friendly much earlier. I don't remember the quests giving you that much rep. That feels crazy. Am I excited for pet battles? I like pet battling, yeah. I mean, I'm not, like, excited for that, because, like, pet battling has remained mostly unchanged since, its release. So, we have it in retail still. But I do not mind pet battling. Pet battling, power leveling, yeah. It's definitely better for, like, leveling and stuff in MoP than in any other version of the game. Yeah, what I really want them to do is, so anybody who is familiar with how Breath of Sindragosa Blood DK worked back in WoD, I want them to turn Bone Storm into, like, Breath of Sindragosa Blood DK. So, obviously, I get that Breath of Sindragosa is thematic to Frost, and that's why they want to keep it. But my vision for Blood DK revolves around Bone Storm, and involves that type of playstyle where you have, like, basically a main consumer. You basically build up your bone charges to max, kind of like you already do with Marrow Rends, but then instead of consuming your runic power like you did with Breath of Sindragosa, you have to basically press Bone Storm, and it consumes your Bone Shield charges. And the entire playstyle would revolve around getting this gigantic Bone Storm. Every few seconds, it consumes a Bone Shield charge to do damage to nearby enemies, and you have to keep up those Bone Shields until you're... I would make it so it doesn't fall off at one stack, because if it randomly dropped your Bone Shields mid-combat, that would really fuck you. but basically you would just have to keep building Bone Shield charges to, like, consume them into Bone Storm, and that would be your burst window. That would be my vision for Blood DK. Basically, like, a big burst window, and then it would fall off, right? But I feel like every single version of Blood DK that we've got recently has just missed the mark since then. Either it's built around Bone Storm, or built around Bone Shield, but, like, it does nothing, and it's just you get passive benefits. Yeah, like, obviously, I don't really love the way Ossuary works. I think the current design of Bone Shield is just bad. I dislike it. I think it's just really, really, really boring, and I much prefer the way that it worked back in Cataclysm, back in MoP and WoD. And while I do love the WoD playstyle, I think you can make the best of both worlds by keeping stuff like Morrowind, keeping a lot of those newer designs, keeping Bone Shield as, like, the core mechanic, but then making the burst window revolving around Bone Storm. And instead of it being just a generic, you build RP, you press Bone Storm, and it consumes RP to do damage for a set amount of time, it is like, I know maybe not a lot of people played the Breath of Sindragosa playstyle, so they might not be familiar with what I'm talking about, but the way that that worked, and the way that it worked, if you're familiar with the Frost playstyle, which is similar, is you just had to keep using, like, Deathstrike and other stuff to keep generating RP to keep your big Breath of Sindragosa going, and Breath of Sindragosa put a mark on the target that healed you for a percentage of all damage that you dealt to them, so Blood DK did, like, a shit ton of damage if they managed to get 100% uptime on Breath of Sindragosa, and they also healed for a ton, just passively, not even accounting for Deathstrike healing. And it felt amazing. And another thing that made it, like, really interesting, at least for me, is... how do I exit this? This is weird. That's not good. They forgot to give you a way to exit the form. Quick, does anybody know... Okay, never mind. I was wondering if there was a script that I could type to manually exit it. What DK spec is best for leveling? I don't know for sure, because obviously I've only tested Blood, but Blood feels very good. I suspect it's Frost, but it could easily be Blood as well. I don't know. But, what was I saying? God, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. The way that you built Blood was really interesting, because you had to stack multi-strike back when that was a thing. Because, like, the more multi-strike you had, the higher chance that your auto attacks would generate bonus runic power. So the way that you geared up as a Blood DK was really interesting. Stacking Mastery and multi-strike was one of the most fun builds that I've ever played. And I'd love if they had something similar. Obviously, you would have to adapt it. Oh, did I really? Oh, damn. Alright. Well, I've gotten the quest achievement already. So that's pretty good. Blood is probably better if you can AoE pull stuff. I mean, Frost is Howling Blast. I would imagine that Frost can work really well. I just have to test it. I probably don't need to use Dancing Rune Weapon on this guy. Ooh. Oh, God. Deathstrike fucks. God, it hits so hard. I love that. I miss when Deathstrike actually felt like such an impactful offensive ability. Now, it does okay damage, but Blood DK's damage now in retail is just so fucking passive. Half of your damage comes from, like, passive effects, or currently, most of your damage is just fucking Fearloth. It's so boring. Just, it's all proc passive effects. Like, bring me back to the days when Deathstrike hit like a fucking truck and just deleted things. That's the playstyle that I want. Best I can do is... I mean, look, honestly, if they didn't want to completely rework Blood DK and just wanted to give us Breath of Sindragosa back, I wouldn't even care. I'd still be fine with that. What do I do? Okay, so I guess this is one of those quests where I need to, like, press the buttons in the right order. What the fuck? What is this shit? It's important to read the audience's emotions. What? Okay, this is weird. Yeah, Shattering Bone is fucking awful. Absolutely awful. One of the worst talents ever made. Completely agree. Alright, so I guess I have to wait to see what the crowd says. Truer words were never spoken. Is the beta set up? I see something in the spell... Something in the spellbook fast something. Fast... Oh no, this is a guild perk. So for whatever reason, you get the guild perks on the beta automatically. I missed the thing. So fast track is something that you get when your guild levels up. I'm not in a guild in the beta, but it's just automatically applied to you for some reason. But as far as I can tell, outside of that, there's nothing different. I genuinely have no idea what buttons I'm supposed to be pressing half the time. This feels like a skip quest to me. It definitely feels like the later sections of... There we go. The later sections of Mount Hyjal, you definitely want to avoid this. Like, you would never, ever, 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 ever do this part normally. But I figure I'll just keep testing it just to see. Okay, they're still sitting on the ground. What is this, a Persona boss fight? Okay. So I think the emotes that the audience is making matter more. So when they're sitting down, they're bored, and I need to inspire them. When they're screaming, I need to incite them. And when they're cowering, I need to pander. So they're still mostly sitting down. Fuck me! As I press the button, they change their emotions. God fucking damn it. Okay, are they going to change again? I'll wait. I think it's number 3. Okay. Last one. I'm going to wait until after the thing is up, because they'll probably change last second. Okay. And this is where we resurrect Cenarius. They made it a dwarf as well, the most annoying laugh, yeah. People got pissed that a battle pet was the top reward for trading post this month. Why do people even care? I don't know. The only thing that I really care about from the trading post is the cloaks, the little hoods, like the scarf things, and the full-length, like, ball gown gloves. I love those. All of those, I've been able to use them in so many different sets. They have worked fantastically with all my other transmog. It's something I've always wanted. Very simple, monochromatic appearances that just work with everything else. I hop on a Dragon Ison. The first award should have never been a mount. People's expectations are now to always get a mount for free. Yeah, that's silly. Only thing you wanted this month was the treasure chest backpack. Yeah, that one's good. What do I... Okay, so I have to manually target the dragons to get up close to them and then do that. Come on. Can I just dismount? Okay. Well, I can, but... Oh! Parachute just goes away. Alright. Yeah, Pandaren weapons are really good. I agree. Use those to match your class color, like brown cloak and whatnot on warrior? Yeah. I like to do that a lot, like the red cloaks and stuff on Blood DK. For sure. Like, some of my favorite transmogs that I made recently have been using those things. And, like, my Jing Lu outfit also uses the blue evening gloves, so I really like that one as well. People are so bad that they're claiming they'll unsub because of the battle pet. That's... I mean, that's just, like, WoW forums behavior right there. Is what it is. I missed a few messages earlier, so let me just quickly go up and read. But yeah, oh, so what SG said about, is it worth it leveling on a dead server? I expect that Blizzard will do the server merges before the actual launch of Cataclysm. If not, then yeah, it probably would be worth it to level on a dead server. And if they don't, then that's probably what I will do. Because I have, like, a bunch of, classic server transfers saved up because I just bought a bunch while they were on sale. Because I need to move a bunch of my, like, mule characters back from the dead servers with all my transmog. So, I mean, I could always just move a character to the dead server, especially if I know that I'm going to get a free transfer back. But that is something to consider. Who will speedrun with a gnome since in quarter lowering that? Look, I mean... yeah, I suppose, you know. Like, I always criticize gnomes, but I have been maining a gnome in SOD for the past, like, however many months, so who am I to judge, really? Oh, another crash, it looks like. I think I'll probably end up being dead when I come back on. That was the only time I've had a crash that wasn't because I turned in a quest. Some realms are so dead you're playing a solo MMO and 15 of those characters are Game Masters, yeah. Sky Fury server rise up, all three of us, yeah. Well, I got back in pretty fast. Oh, I'm still alive. Wait, somehow I killed mobs while I was offline. That's how strong Blood DK is. Jesus fucking Christ. You don't even need to be playing the game to kill enemies. Yeah, like... I messed around with Prop Paladin a bit, and I really like the Prop Paladin changes, and obviously, I've been enjoying Prop Paladin in Wrath Classic anyways, but one thing that I don't like about Prop Paladin in Classic is, to me, nothing will top Wrath of the Lich King Hammer of Righteousness. Hammer of the Righteous, or Hammer of Righteousness, whatever it's called, in Wrath Classic, mwah, it is peak. It is just absolutely the best version of that ability that we've ever gotten. Where you, like, it's basically Avenger's Shield, but a hammer. You chuck it around and it just goes boom and, like, ricochets between all the enemies. God, it is so satisfying to press. And no other version of Hammer of Righteousness has ever felt the same for me, compared to how it feels in Wrath. So, the fact that we only get it just for Wrath, and then in Cataclysm, it's back to the old, boring retail version of you just hit him with the hammer and it's like, blah. Like, I don't know. I don't love that. There's enough, like, fun stuff about Paladin that I still enjoy playing it, but I was kind of disappointed to see that we've already lost that really sick animation that I always loved seeing. But the more that I play Blood DK, the more that I'm, like, kind of convinced that this is probably what I'm going to main for Cataclysm Classic, because it just, it fucks. Also, hello? Hello? Can you fuck off? Can you not chase me to the ends of the earth? Thank you. Why do all the quest awards still give 272 gear? No, I don't need any of this stuff anyway. Alright. Okay, what other messages did I miss? See, I think like you do, I see the 1 minute and think that's not going to be detailed versus the 15-minute one is going to have everything I want. Yeah. And here's the thing, though. I completely understand that it's not guaranteed that a 15-minute guide is going to be super detailed. There are a lot of people who make like 20-minute guides, and it's just them reading the dungeon journal and just rambling about random bullshit, and they're not actually making a condensed guide. So I think that when a lot of people see my longer video guides like that, they might assume it's one of those. Like, it's one of those videos where the person just rambles and doesn't actually give like a condensed version of the mechanics. But I do both, right? I have the longer video where I do have a lot of additional information, but it is still heavily condensed just with additional explanations. And I don't just say basic things like, the boss will put fire down on the ground. You need to move out of it. I'll explain, like, you know, what the spawn pattern of the fire is, how that, like, where you should stand to, like, make sure the fire spawns in an ideal position, and, you know, what the actual debuff does, because a lot of times it's not as simple as, like, you know, stand in the fire and take damage. Sometimes it also applies, like, you know, a bonus effect to you that you need to be aware of, because, like, you know, ideally, sure, maybe you don't get hit by this mechanic, but if you do, you need to know how to handle it properly. And there's, like, a lot to consider with stuff like that, which you just won't get in a guide that is super basic. But I'm glad that other people at least prefer the same style that I prefer. But yeah. You made 9 Death Knights and free transfer to Pagel? Damn. Alright, Dancing Rune Weapon. And then I will just slam this guy. Oh my god, that does damage. That's a lot of damage. Wow, actually, Heartstrike did more there. Damn. Probably because I was cleaving off onto a second target, but that was spicy. Emissary of Flame. I'm guessing it's over here. Yep, it is. And... nice. Where is... over there. Let's see. You remember playing Blood DK and Mop with basically just LFR gear against the legendary cloak and actual raid gear? The ability to sustain so hard is laughable. Yeah. It's ridiculous. I love it. I mean, Blood is still kind of like that. Even as a really undergeared Blood DK in retail, you can still survive ridiculous stuff. And it's worked like that for a very, very long time. I remember I played my Blood DK a little bit back in Shadowlands in the end of Sanctum of Domination, because I was trying to get ready for Sepulchre of the First Ones, where I thought I might be playing Blood DK, and I actually did. Because I played Blood DK for Anduin Prague because you needed A-Bomb Limb and Gorfine's Grasp to deal with the downstairs phase. So I guess it was a good thing that I geared my Blood DK in the end. But I was playing it a little bit in Sanctum of Domination, and despite being in, like, kind of like you said, super low item level gear, I was just actually shredding. Well, damage-wise, not so much, because Blood DK is insane, but, like, I was still doing better than the other tank, and I was solo tanking through way higher debuffs than I normally took on my main characters, and I was just not breaking a sweat because Blood DK is just so nuts. Where is the item I just got? It is there. Okay. I think these are like 2 of the final quests. You know some classic Andy will be running to the forums screaming DK's need nerfed and quoting this vid? Yeah. I mean, I'm glad, because I wasn't the biggest fan of Blood DK in Wrath, but this is more my speed. For sure. As you know, Stand in the Fire DPS higher? Yes, precisely. Guess I do this. I assume this is... Alright. Bit of RP. This is definitely a apply disease type of fight. Okay. Wait, I need to build runic power. Okay, there we go. Now... Holy shit. Wow. Fuck Death Strike. Heart Strike is my new best friend. Wow, that did a lot of damage. I think that was because I actually did apply my diseases. Yeah, I should definitely start doing that more often on longer fights. 310 flying technically did not come out in Kata. But... Here, I'll explain after this. Okay, there's Tortella. Oh! I am getting cranked! Holy shit! I think this is supposed to be a group quest. I don't know. Don't know for... What the fuck? Okay, maybe I'm supposed to let Tortola tank it. I don't think I'm supposed to tank them all. Holy fuck. I did use the item. I think I'm supposed to let Tortola establish threat. And... yeah, I don't think I'm meant to be eating those auto attacks. I think I'm still fine, because Tortola's still going. Yeah, this is, I think, the intended way to do the quest. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I was not expecting that. Oh, fuck! No, 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 no! Get away from me! Okay. Oh. I think... anything that wasn't a Blood DK would have died much faster there. One thing I am checking is there's a rare mob that spawns back here. It's a level 85 rare, but I'm just curious to see if it's up. No, it's not. Oh. DK speedrun strategist log out, yeah. You remember when Kata Heroics first came out, the salt in the forums was epic? Yeah, see, the thing is, I was, like, pretty shit back in Cataclysm, and Heroics were hard, but, like, I didn't care. I thought it was cool that Heroic dungeons were hard, because it gave me something to, like, work towards. And then they just nerfed them. So, yeah. I've never understood the idea of, like, this content is, well... something being too hard but feeling bullshit is definitely, you know, there's within reason, right? And I think that over time, it's fine to slowly nerf something. Like, I think that Mythic Farok probably should have gotten nerfed a little bit more than he actually did. In the end, a lot of guilds surprisingly managed to kill him, but I was kind of expecting it to be a much lower number of guilds that managed to finish the tier because of how long Farok went unnerfed. And that's spoken as somebody who killed him back in February. But it's still kind of bullshit when a really hard fight just gets completely untouched for long periods of time, because not everybody is in the same position. WoW forums might be the most toxic place in the internet, pretty much. Blood DK has Death Aura now. What's Death Aura? I assume I step into this portal. Ooh. I do not remember this quest at all. I don't know if I'm gonna make it in time. I don't think I would have gotten credit anyway. Because I think... Oh, I do get credit. Okay. Well, that was underwhelming. I think that was supposed to be a whole thing. And I got here right as the mage finished it. So... Thanks, buddy!
We must not let down our guard. It's only a matter of time before he regains his strength and returns to...
Yeah, I completely forgot about the end of High Gel. I think whenever I did High Gel back in Cataclysm, I stopped doing it way earlier. I don't know what the right jumping off point would be. I think you probably want to stop... I'll wait until there's like... I can't hear myself think over the RP. Do I have to talk to them? I guess I can't go back through the portal. Yeah, I guess Blizzard forgot to get all these transporter things working. It's fine, I can just use my Hearthstone again. Alright, well, either way, if it works, it works.
My goods are of the highest quality.
And... that direction, I think. Music is going hard right now? Yeah. Yes, so 310 Flying came out in Kata. Well, not really. So, you could get 310 mounts in Wrath. There were individual things that you could get. So, for instance, Mimiron's Head, that was a 310 mount. Onyxian Drake, 310 mounts. And I believe the way that it worked is once you had a 310 mount, all of your other mounts automatically got 310 flying. And I believe that theoretically, you're supposed to be able to automatically get 310 flying for free if you have one of those mounts in Cataclysm. But in Kata, they just gave you the ability to learn it for 5,000 gold. Whereas previously, you had to get a very specific mount to unlock it. So personally, I have Mimiron's Head on Wrath of the Lich King Classic because I did a bunch of Yogg-Saron. But now everybody will be able to get it, which is cool. Alright. Well, that's High Gel done. Honestly, that didn't take nearly as long as I thought. About 2 hours, 45 minutes to finish the entire first zone and get, 2 out of 5 levels. That said, I don't think I'm technically like 2/5 of the way there because the later levels are really slow. So it gets exponentially slower as you level up. And I believe 84 to 85 takes quite a while, if memory serves. And as we can see, you get a pretty good chunk of experience with Guardians of High Gel just by doing the quest line. It's actually quite a lot. Would be even higher if you started as a human and then race changed, which maybe is the strat. Listen to that dragon, he actually sounds like he has huevos. Now you look at dragonflight dragons, yeah. True. I'll hold on to all my random garbage. Rip human rep racial? I mean, I'm glad it's dead. It's really annoying to have to play around that. Alright, we could jump straight into the Maelstrom. The problem is, I want to learn Outbreak, but because I was just forced to use... You know what I should have done? When I used my Hearth, I should have Deathgated, then Hearth back to High Gel. Because at this point, if I Deathgate, then I'm going to be stuck out there, so... The next time I use my Hearthstone, I will remember to learn abilities. But it's not really crucial because the only thing that I learn is Outbreak, which isn't really that important for leveling. I don't really get a lot of good abilities while leveling as a Death Knight. I forgot how cool the Maelstrom is. And you can't jump into it. But yeah, this introduction to a zone is like maybe one of the coolest zone intros they've ever done. Like, this is sick. Imagine you've never, like, well, you know, you're a kid, you're playing Cataclysm, right? And you've always seen the Maelstrom on the map, because it's always been there, in the center of, you know, the world, and you finally get to see it. Gigantic fucking whirlpool, and you fly right into it. God, it's such a cool setup.
I hope you have a strong stomach. Traveling through the breach is not for the weak.
There's all the different... oh, I can't turn my camera while on this flight.
The rift between Deepholm and Azeroth. Watch as it threatens to tear your world apart.
I always did think it was weird that the Maelstrom, for whatever reason, was the portal to Deepholm. This is definitely one of those things that they did more so because it was cool than because it made sense. But
Brace yourself.
I don't really have a huge issue with it. That's the thing, like, Cataclysm, a lot of the story was just very blatantly, we're doing it because it looks cool. And they don't try to make all of the lore fit together perfectly, but they also don't take the story super seriously, and I think that's fine. But in later expansions, they simultaneously try to tell a really, you know, serious story that, like, you know, everybody's supposed to really be invested in, while also not really giving a shit about consistency or character development and stuff, and you can't have it both ways.
Between the two worlds. All of Deepholm is going to
Fantasy magic, we don't have to explain shit, yeah. Where does all the water go? Yeah, true. Like, it should just be falling through the sky, but...
going to be delivered to us
Yeah.
by a horde gunship known as the Storm's Fury. It never made it here.
I always loved Deepholm as a zone.
Temple, and we're
I wish we got to go here more for just reasons.
inside and speak to
Visually, it's just really cool.
we are all counted.
It was one of my favorite zones when I played Cataclysm as a kid. Maybe my favorite zone, actually. No, I take that back. I really liked Oldham. Which, at the very least, they reused Oldham a lot. Which I'm happy about.
May the eternal sun guide us.
You never got the mount from that one dragon there? Yeah, I don't think I ever did. It's kind of hard to find these days. There's a lot of people who just, Earthwarden Yursa. Oh, that's inside the dungeon. Oh, okay. Water return into salt crystals when entering an elemental realm of Earth. That's entirely possible, yeah. Now, that being said, I have not done Deepholm quests in quite some time. It's been a while. Is this Therazane? I assume a lot of these quests are things that I can't pick up yet, so I'm just going to do the quests that I have. And I'm going to assume that I'm going to get more later on.
Don't waste my time. Hit the road.
Quartzite resin. Yeah, I think this is just like a kill shit type of situation. Just going to tag mobs. Nice. Yeah, I just get it from these guys. Alright, 3 out of 5, pretty good. Uh... Needs to be very careful here. Gonna get a little bit close, but if it works, it works. That should, yeah, okay, I got that. Totem energized. I have to destroy geodes near the totem. And I have to plant the totem before I kill the geodes. How the planet survived despite being stabbed by a titan. They explained it, but also didn't. Yeah. Their explanation wasn't necessarily the best. Okay, so there's some energized geodes here. I just kill them near, and I get 1 out of 8. Alright. I assume I just drag them over. Nice, 2 out of 8. Yeah, I mean, I assume that the planet doesn't operate by, like, real-world stuff, but that's the problem, right? They try to have, like, these really cool moments without actually explaining the science behind the world, and it's like, Final Fantasy, it's kind of a double-edged sword, where they have these long monologues from, like, Y'shtola and stuff about, like, oh, the science behind ether and blah, 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 blah. And I know a lot of people don't care. I actually find it relatively interesting. But I know a bunch of people who just, like, find it extremely boring and they can't really sit through the Final Fantasy story because of it. But all of those, like, really long monologues from characters in Final Fantasy XIV, like, actually mean something. And a lot of times they are setting something up later on where the science and, like, the lore and world building that they do in those long monologues actually plays a factor in some of the writing later on. And it all has, like, consistency and stuff. So you're more invested in the world because you know that when you hear these little things, and it's not always long monologues. I will say, if the story was entirely done through that, I would find it fairly boring. But especially in the more recent expansions, there is like good foreshadowing for some important stuff that I think is pretty cool. Oh, there was actually a game theory about the World of Warcraft Sargeras sword. I actually did not know that. I haven't seen that video. But I haven't watched game theory in quite a while, but that is pretty interesting. I actually may check that out. They weren't foolish enough to make him a boss that players defeated? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the problem with Questy is it keeps telling me that there's quests there, and there are not quests there. Feldspar. It's not a mob I need to kill. I need to kill something over here that drops the Burning Heart. Where is the mob? Oh, I need to use the totem near the lava pools. Ah. See, that's why you read quests. Sometimes you find important information that tells you what you should be doing. Blood Trail Lava Pool. Is that not right there? Oh, here we go. Let me go. Now, I guess I should go and do this quest while I'm nearby, just in case it's like a prereq. Science can be fun, but also silly when folks try and explain the science behind Thanos tossing the moon via the Infinity Gauntlet. Yeah. There's, you know... It's tricky. I think that a lot of times when it's told in an interesting way, understanding like the science behind fantasy can be really enjoyable and like elevate a story, but I definitely think there are downsides to it as well. And there are many people who do it poorly, and it just ends up boring the audience. It's something that needs to be balanced correctly. But I'm personally somebody who, whenever it seems like stuff is just happening in a fantasy story because the author wanted it to, and there's no real thought put into like whether this is consistent with like the laws of the universe, that's when I stop really being interested in a story. And I think it's important to consider both sides of it. Okay. Where is the other clue? I feel like the other clue is going to be on the bottom half of this ship. In the engine room. No. I could probably check my map. Looks like it's on the opposite end. It wasn't MatPat, it was Shoddy Cast. I have never heard of that channel, but maybe I'll check it out. Oh, over here. I think I shouldn't try to follow any of the random questy markers until I turn everything in. I'm just gonna trust that it'll lead me to the right place eventually. This music's really good. I miss the Deep Home music. I mean, Cataclysm music in general fucking bangs.
Makes sense. Careful out there.
Explosive bonding compound.
Go!
I'll just take random shit that I can vendor later. Alright. If you make certain rules for how magic works, stick to the rules. Magic without rules is just kids making up stuff in the playground to win. Exactly. Yeah, that's my problem with writing like that. Is this even better? It's technically better than what I have. Crit haste. Yeah, I guess I'll use this. Yeah, once again, it's a better option. Marginally, but it is. And that is... Ooh. That's a pretty big upgrade. So, how long do I have in my Hearthstone? 12 minutes. So when my Hearthstone is up, I should set it over here. Okay, so I'll do the gunship quest first, and then I have to go there. So there's basically two different breadcrumbs. One's on the gunship, one is in Stonehearth. And then when I need to return to the Temple of Earth, I can Deathgate, enchant my new weapon, and learn new abilities, and then Hearthback. When in-game NPCs state that they would rather be Worgen than undead, since Worgen can't be turned, and the Lich King is like, nah, Worgen undead, or Worgen DK, yeah. Yeah, that part is definitely really confusing. I think... So, my understanding of the whole Lich King thing, there is, like, some sense to it. I think the idea is that, like, you can't turn into, like, a mindless scourge if you're, if you're a Worgen. And it's mostly just that, the Lich King is, like, powerful enough that he can turn... I know that I'm kind of, like, bullshitting here, but I think this was the intended lore. The Lich King or, like, other powerful, like, necromancers and stuff could technically raise a Worgen as a Death Knight, but Death Knights are, like, different than traditional Scourge zombies. I get the point, though, where, like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense if you don't know the context, but, like, if somebody were to tell me that and be like, oh, yeah, you know, it's the difference of being a zombie versus, like, you know, a knight that has some amount of sentience, I'd be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. And I could understand how, like, the literal king of the undead is able to raise people that maybe a normal zombie plague wouldn't work on. But it's definitely not, like, super well communicated. Okay, so I need... bottle of whiskey and a spool of rope. I forgot how trippy this quest is. I didn't remember the airship moving around quite as much as it does. It's like, it's honestly making me dizzy a little bit.
What can I do for you?
I don't think I need any of that.
Be careful.
I think I just turn in the quest to the guy above. And then I go downstairs afterwards. Was it an annoyance in Doctor Strange comics? He'd have rules about how magic worked and you just ignore the rules to easily win, made the comics boring? Yeah.
I was born to fly. May the ancestors watch over you.
Okay, so I need to kill the big ogre and a bunch of the smaller guys. Yeah, honestly, like, one of the reasons why I, generally speaking, don't love superhero movies and stuff is a lot of times that is just kind of how the plot progresses. It's just... And I know that there are good superhero movies. I have seen some. There are exceptions to the rule. But in many, many cases, it is just... there is an evil bad guy who has a really powerful power that the superhero is not familiar with and doesn't know how to counter. Oh yeah, I remember this quest. And then the ogre gets knocked off.
Over here, you ugly whale!
Okay, just these two. But yeah, a lot of those superhero movies and shows and stuff are just like, the superhero needs to unlock some super special technique that just kind of doesn't make sense, but allows them to easily beat the bad guy's overpowered shit. And I don't know, I just never think that's interesting. Oh yeah, I remember this quest. Yeah, then you drop him into the little blender.
All right, sunshine. Time to spill your guts before I spill them for you.
This spell takes days to cast. Luckily, I know how to do it instantly. Yeah, exactly. Lich King knows his lore. Werewolves and folktales were often undead. I actually didn't know that. Interesting.
And a shaman of the earthen ring.
Pandaren were meant to be uncorruptible as well, but now they can be DKs or warlocks. Yeah. Well, I do think that Draenei becoming warlocks and not getting, like, the Minari color is, like, weird. I do think that should be kind of tied together intrinsically. But yeah, it is odd. The big one is now Earthen DKs, who is raising them. Bolvar got the helm destroyed, so Ner'zhul is lost. Can he even raise DKs anymore? Yeah, I'm not really sure how that works. I didn't even consider that. But that is a good point. Helm will be rebuilt by some old god nonsense. Blizzard always falls back to old gods. Yeah, true. Yeah, right. The Helm of Domination is now, like... I completely forgot about that because it absolutely did not matter at all. There was the whole, like... The entire Zereth Mortis questline revolved around constructing some special crown that let us resist the domination powers of the jailer, and then it just didn't matter at all. And you, like, one of the main mechanics of the jailer fight still involves him, like, dominating you. And I have no idea how that was supposed to work. I think that's one of those things of, like, they obviously wanted the jailer fight to involve the idea of domination because, like, that's his entire thing. You know, he's the jailer, he jails people, and he controls their mind. And then the writers just kind of did something completely on their own without consulting the raid design team, and we ended up getting a fight involved around getting mind controlled when they completely didn't think of that when writing the story. It's weird. I don't fucking know. But yeah, I agree. A lot of it doesn't really fit together. Shadowlands also said there's infinite worlds, which means Blizz can pull anything they want. Yeah, God, don't even get me started. Multiple realities, time travel, all that stuff. It's... I don't know. It is really hard to tell a good time travel story. Which is why I really like shows that manage to pull it off. Like, a good example is, I never finished it. I need to watch the last 2 episodes. But the show Dark on Netflix, it's like a German show. Really, really, really good. Fucks your mind up, because it's very confusing and hard to follow, but it's very, 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 very good. And it's like, it is one of the more interesting takes on time travel that I've seen. And, like, alternate universes and stuff like that. And it's really, really hard to tell a story like that actually makes some logical sense. But, like, I think all the pieces fit together fairly nicely in that show. But yeah, a lot of times people fuck with time travel or alternate realities, and it's not actually, like, the main point of their story, so it ends up just being used as, like, Deus Ex Machina, and it's just lame. Where's the next quest? Okay, I guess I'll just go out here. Jailer was basically Thanos? Yeah, I mean, pretty much. That's clearly what they were going for, but Jailer was like scuffed Thanos. Like Thanos at home. Really, really, really did not work. Thundered Colossi, and I assume I get the elemental ore just from the regular dudes. Alright. Let's see. Shadowlands, I read that already. Spider-Man movie, Goblin wasn't overpowered, just insanely dangerous. Yeah. I mean, I think that kind of stuff works. It's, like, I think it's more interesting when, like, you know, the villain has realistic, like, believable powers, or not even, like, superpowers, but, like, is just using something that's different. Like, in that case of the Green Goblin, I think that's a good one. He has, like, these, like, technological things. He doesn't have overpowered abilities, or whatever. And Spider-Man just needs to use his powers in a creative way to defeat the Green Goblin. Spider-Man, I think, is generally one of the superhero franchises that has worked better than others. For that reason, I think, largely. Whereas a lot of other times, it just... villains, super villains are, like, way too esoteric for me to, like, really give a shit about. And I just end up not really liking superhero movies. I need to finish watching The Boys, but I remember I really liked The Boys' take on it because it kind of took that stereotype and played into it, but in a more interesting way, where the supervillain does have, in many cases, ridiculously overpowered abilities, but it's like, well, or kind of, obviously in that case, it's like, you know, the heroes, quote unquote, are the bad guys, and they do have, like, these ridiculous ass-pull powers where it's like, how the fuck are you supposed to beat that? But it's almost intentional, and it's like, how would a regular person stop, you know, a superhero gone crazy who has these ridiculous ass-pull powers? Like, what could you even do to fight against something that ridiculous? So it takes, like, the comic book stereotypes and then puts it into, like, a more grounded setting. I really like that. The Boys is one of those shows where I kept meaning to go back and finish watching it because I really did like it. I never got around to finishing it. But that's, like, the type of superhero stuff that I really liked. Because almost it was, like, an anti-superhero show. And I really liked how it explored some of, like, you know, the bad sides of, you know, potentially giving insane power to, like, a few gifted individuals. Like, we kind of idolize that in a lot of media, and that's not necessarily a good thing. It's how, you know, the divine right of kings is something that in a lot of fantasy media is played up as, like, a really good thing. Of, oh, this person comes from XYZ bloodline, therefore they deserve to sit on the throne, and we just kind of accept that, like, yeah, that's a good thing. And if you don't think about it much, it makes sense. Like, oh, this person deserves to be king. But then you step back and you realize, wait, hold on, isn't that, like, antithetical to everything that we believe as a society? Why are we writing stories like this? Maybe we shouldn't do that. But there's just so many weird things like that in fantasy literature and storytelling and stuff. And I like when there's stories that challenge that idea. I don't remember this quest at all. Have you tried Invincible yet? Yes. I watched the entire first season. When I watched it, that was it. I watched all of the stuff that was available, which was Invincible and the Adam Eve movie. I didn't dislike Invincible. And obviously, I think I understand why you're asking that, because it's similar to what I just described. I think Invincible, it was not my favorite, but I did like it. I enjoyed it, is what I'll say. I enjoyed it, but it was definitely not, like, my favorite show ever. Because I think, on one hand, I do like how it was, like, morally gray, and it wasn't black and white, the superheroes are the good guys. That obviously is good. I just said that's something that I like. Do I just have to walk out of the cave normally? It, like, dumps me in the cave, and then I have to find my own way out. Alright. I think I know where the exit is. But this is definitely a very confusing cave layout. I want to say it's this way. The only thing that I didn't love about Invincible is it does feel like a lot of the superpowers are kind of ass-pull powers, where it's kind of just like, you know, the bad guy has this ridiculously overpowered ability, and like the hero has like, you know, some new superpower technique to deal with that. And it is a little bit formulaic in that regard, but it changed up the narrative enough that I enjoyed watching it. But I will probably watch the next season again. But I was not like so sold on it that I'm like, oh yeah, I can't wait to watch season 2. It was good. And I am being like critical here, but keep in mind that there's a lot of shows that I really, really hate. Invincible was not even remotely one of them. I enjoyed it. But it is not the type of show that I will be like, oh my god, yeah, must watch. And I'm a little bit more critical only because I think I've heard a lot of people say that it is like a super duper amazing show. I don't think I enjoyed it quite as much as some people seem to indicate, but it was good. You've ordered a burger. The carrier will be dashing to our door in about an hour. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, now I can pick up that quest. Let me see. Let me just scroll up real quick because I just missed a bunch of messages. Superheroes are a power fantasy. They work for what they are, but companies try to make them much more than what they should be. See, and the thing is, though, for me, the best types of power fantasies are people without powers fighting against, like, ridiculous odds. That's the kind of story that I personally resonate with a lot more. Like, regular people without superpowers, just Joe Schmoes, put into crazy situations who have to kind of, like, deal with the shit. Which is kind of why, like I said, I really enjoyed the entire premise of The Boys, of how does a regular dude fight against the superhero? You know, it's not like a special gifted person. It's just a guy. And how do you beat super OP powers? I think that's a really cool concept. I really like that. Stone Trog. Oh, so I guess I have to specifically fight mobs on the outskirts. I can't fight guys on the inside. Okay. I'm gonna Army of the Dead here, because there's a lot of spread out mobs, and I think Army will help me fight them. So if I do this... That seemed to work well. It's the same people who brought you this is water like you've never seen. You can walk on it. Oh, fucking Christ. I completely forgot about that line. Somebody brings up that line like every few months, and I'm just like, fucking... One thing that I will give Blizzard a slight amount of credit for, I saw somebody mention this like a few days ago, and I thought to myself, like, yeah, actually, that's a fair point. Their trailers, or their like advertisements for patch content, was really fucking bad for a while there. Like the round table things, I still think by far, and obviously I ended up disliking Warcraft Rumble for different reasons, but one of the cringiest and most terrible pieces of advertisement that I think Blizzard has ever done is their initial marketing video for Warcraft Rumble. It is just so out of touch of like, hey there fellow kids, aren't you excited to play our new mobile game? And I remember watching that and thinking, wow, I actually think this game looks relatively cool. But who the fuck came up with this marketing idea? This is terrible. Where they're just like, they're screaming like chaos, and then they have like chaos counter ×2. Like, oh, we're so funny and quirky. We're yelling random quirky words. Isn't this the early 2000s humor that you kids love? Like, holy shit. I really, 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 really hope that was just some out-of-touch marketing person, and that, like, they don't genuinely believe that that is what their community is like, because that was the single worst piece of Blizzard advertisement media I have ever seen. And if you have not seen it, and you want to cringe harder than you've ever cringed before, go watch the Warcraft Rumble reveal trailer, because holy fuck, it's bad. It is really bad. So, credit where it's due, they have gotten a lot better at advertising their shit. Because I think that the way that they have done, like, the War Within stuff, where instead of doing, like, that phony BS where they are like, hey, John, I haven't seen you around the office in a while. Can you fill me in on what you've been working on? And it's like, oh, Tom, I have got this brand new thing called Wrath of the Lich King Classic. You want me to tell you about all the exciting new features? Oh, gee, I have no idea what to expect. Please fill me in. Like, that type of shit. It just, like, it reeks of just phony marketing bullshit. And lately, they have done a lot of better stuff where it's just, like, the developers sitting down and being like, yeah, here's what you can expect from our new content. That's really all I ever wanted. All I ever expected. This is the beta, guys. Yeah, this is Cataclysm Beta. I think a few people have asked that, so just to reiterate, I don't want to answer that literally every single time it's asked, because, like, I mean, it should be pretty obvious. You can literally see the bug reporter in the bottom right. And, I mean, Cataclysm's out in a little bit. It would be weird if, like, I'm just playing Cataclysm on a private server a month before Cataclysm Classic comes out, but, yeah, no, it's the beta. But yeah, it's... I like, honestly, I do think the way that they've done that is a lot better. Like, I've given the SOD team a lot of shit, because they've done a lot of stuff poorly, but the way that they've done their phase previews has been relatively solid. Where they have, like, a PowerPoint presentation, and they walk you through step by step, like, these are the things that we're going to be adding to the game. Cool. Yeah, I've absolutely no issue with that. Oh, I see. So I need to kill the mobs fighting the guy. Oh, shit. I see. Hello, fellow gamers, smash and dab. Yeah. The videos where they're playing Diablo 4 and they're spamming buttons in their controller and their character on the screen is literally just moving forward. See, I haven't seen that, but I 100% believe you, given how a lot of their other stuff has gone. Yeah, it's rough. Companies need to stop letting their marketing be controlled by guys who make Mr. Burns seem youthful and upbeat. Yeah, pretty much. That is an upgrade. Okay, so I need to heal Earthen. That's an injured Earthen. Heal Earthen, pick up catapult parts, and I guess... Oh, if I get credit for these trogs, I mean, I could just kill this gigantic clump right here. That seems like it would just be efficient. Oh. Yeah, this seems like it's just a good use of my time. I think I got credit for all of them. Yeah. 8 out of 12. It's definitely worth it. Did I get the other catapult part? No, I need to do that. Have I done any Mythic Plus in the new season? Yes. I haven't really pushed that much. I've done a bunch of 7s and 8s just to get my vault filled. And to get, like, some gear on my character. The thing about, like, I don't know, Season 4 is kind of weird, where, like, I get barely anything out of Mythic Plus at this point. There's just, like, really no motivation for me to push keys right now. Because absolutely none of my bis is from dungeons. So there's no real incentive for me to do, like, plus 10s and stuff. I'll probably do them at the end. But that's the thing. I normally do plus 10s to get portals. But we've already done every single one of these dungeons. I have portals for every single dungeon that's in this season. So I don't really care. And I don't need anything on my Brewmaster Monk. All of my bis is from Raid. My bis trinkets are from Raid. My bis weapon is Digiroon. And because of the way that Dinar works, I can just buy that over time. So I did a bunch of keys early on with people in my guild. But, like, at this point, the only thing that I could get on my Brewmaster that would be an upgrade is, like, a pair of bracers. That would be a very, very, very slight survivability game. It's Trogzor the Earthinator! Trogzor! I forgot that Trogzor was actually a character and wasn't just, like, a Hearthstone-specific thing. Because a lot of those Hearthstone cards are, like, not real. But yeah, I might do more keys on my Druid. One of the other issues is, like, playing Brewmaster in Raid is fine, but playing Brewmaster in Mythic Plus is actually fucking miserable. So, I am playing basically the worst Mythic Plus tank right now, and that just makes it a lot harder to really give a shit about doing anything on my Monk. And I think what I'll probably just do is, like, I might do a few more a few more keys before the weekly reset, just to get, like, one more vault slot, just in case. Because I'm probably going to pick whatever I get out of my Raid vault slot, because I have 2 Mythic Raid vault slots. And really, at this point, all I want is, like, raw item level. I don't really care about anything else. So I don't really need to get, like, plus 10 vault slots. What I'll do is just, like, I want to at least have myth track items in my Mythic Plus vault, so on the off chance that I get absolutely dogshit stuff from Raid, I can have some alternatives. But, like, right now, my weakest items are my weapons and my bracers. But bracers are super easy to get, and the thing about bracers is I'm going to craft a new pair of bracers. So, long term, I don't actually really need bracers, because the moment I get my second spark, I'm going to craft bracers with Decay Patch and run that plus Slimy Expulsion Boots, which I've already crafted. And, yeah, I guess I take that. That's... Oh, no, that's Intellect. Okay. Whew. Good thing I checked. So I'm going to take Decay Patch on my bracers to buff my Slimy Expulsion Boots, and then I'm going to catalyze Shoulders, which I already have enough to get 4-piece on the weekly reset, so I'll be able to do that. And then in the meantime, I'm going to put my tier piece on my helmet, because right now my Decay Patch is on my Shoulders. So I'll have tier helmet and other stuff, and then on week 3, I get my second spark. I craft craft Decay Patch on bracers, and I get tier Shoulders, and I already have a helmet that's pretty good that I could use for my headpiece, assuming I don't get a better one in the meantime, which by week 3 I probably will. So it's just kind of like, why would I run Mythic Plus? All that to say, unless I just really want to do Mythic Plus, which I don't really think it's fun. I think the Dragonflight dungeons are pretty shit across the board, so I'm just not really enjoying the Mythic Plus season. And I've thought about, like, gearing up my bear, and I probably still will when I have free time, but there's just so many other really important things that I need to do that it's just so hard to justify gearing up, like, an alt that I just want to play for fun. So Yeah. I don't know. Is the catapult just gonna keep going? Is it not gonna stop while I kill the mobs? Oh, it's gonna keep shooting from a distance. Okay. You want a video that's just, hey John, how goes the raid design? And John snaps and yells at the guy to get the fuck out of his office that it's crunch week. Yeah, that would be more realistic, true. Chasing an arbitrary number isn't fun. Yeah, exactly. See, like, to me, I've always said I don't really enjoy pushing Mythic Plus. I do Mythic Plus as a means to an end. I enjoy raiding. I had a lot of fun doing Fated Vault of the Incarnates. I'm going to have a lot of fun next week doing Fated Aberrus, etc. And I just do Mythic Plus to get the gear that I need for raid. And, like, if I don't need any gear, then, like, I don't give a shit. I'm not going to force myself to do keys just for the sake of doing keys if I don't actually have any upgrades to get from them. Oh, I have to hop in a catapult. I can't... Oh, this sucks ass. Oh my god, this is the worst vehicle quest ever. I have no fucking aiming control. All I can do is just turn left or right, and I have to snipe them as they enter the exact spot. Oh, this sucks. Oh, this fucking sucks. And the splash on the projectiles is fucking awful. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is really bad. Like, why? They have a million vehicle quests in Cataclysm that give you full directional control over, like, the reticule and where you're aiming. Why in the world did anybody think this was a good idea? Thank fucking God. That was awful. Okay. This quest looks painful. Oh yeah, that was not fun. I have not done a lot of these zones, as I've said before. Like, High Gel, I remember doing quite a few times back in the day, because it's a relatively efficient zone. So it doesn't hurt to do it even, like, back in the day when you're, like, leveling through Cataclysm. A lot of times I would just do High Gel, and then I would ignore the rest of the zones. But Deep Home, I don't remember doing a lot. And if so, I probably only did, like, the initial few quests. I do not remember it being that painful. I think I can just fly around and activate them on my mount. Yeah. Nice. What's that quest? I assume it'll send me there eventually. This is the kind of quest you know is designed by a 90-year-old plus CEO. Yeah. Down there. They just give you up and down arrows to adjust your aim? Yeah. Stuff like that is just, oh, yuck, 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 yuck. Basilisk can give catapult parts too? I'm not sure. It's possible that killing stuff there is more efficient. I didn't really notice. Obtain a War Guardian. Oh, this is... Okay, it's not a vehicle quest. I see. Interesting quest design. Can I speed this up? guess I'll probably need to kill these one by one anyway. This Penguin Zero would say yucky, yeah. Ruby Life Pool's Dragon is Biss just because you get a pet dragon, true. Yeah, that trinket was interesting. But yeah, it is kind of funky where, like, a lot of the dungeon trinkets this expansion, at least for me, for, like, tanks, haven't really been that great. I know some of the caster trinkets, and, like, there's obviously Puzzle Box and stuff. That was good. But outside of that, it hasn't really been great. And, like, Forge Storm is really good for monks, but we want Digirune more. And raid items are actually really easy to get now because of the dinar system. So I will, like, I'd rather just get my Biss weapon for free and be able to fully upgrade it than grind to get something subpar. And while I do want to eventually get Grief Torch, like, I can just get it long term, and not too concerned about it. Now, maybe I'll just get a heroic Grief Torch out of my vault. That would be pretty sweet. But who knows? Rashok slapped, yeah. I think Rashox is actually bad now because they gutted it at the end of Aberrus, and they never really undid the nerf. I think they nerfed it even more at the start of the season, which is, like, baffling considering they already kind of killed it. Can I just, like... Yeah, I can just do that. Huh. Okay. Well... I guess if I had a way to do that without getting stuck in combat, that would speed this up a lot more. I suppose rogues could probably, like, vanish or something. Music fucking owns. They absolutely hate healers this season. Yeah, it's... I've seen that they nerfed you guys a lot. That's brutal. Honestly, I'm not thrilled with the way that tank balance is being handled, considering Vengeance is very obviously oppressive, and they just have no interest in doing tuning whatsoever. Which, I get that you don't want to rock the boat too much in a for fun season, but I think at a certain point, if something is so blatantly overpowered that it is just suffocating the entire meta, and no other tank is even allowed to be viable, that's kind of an issue. And I think that you should probably address that. But they don't seem to have any plans to do it. Which is another reason why I have no interest in pushing Mythic Plus. Because I know that if I want to push Mythic Plus, I need to play Vengeance Demon Hunter, and I fucking hate the current way that Vengeance Demon Hunter plays, so I just don't want to do it. Okay. Do-do, 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 do. They hate most of the season. Blizzard is returning to the old equal hostility days. Yeah. I guess I just keep flying. Probably up here? Yeah. And then I just go back and turn that in. Okay. I assume it's going to send me back to the Temple of Earth after this. You like current Vengeance, DH? Testifiable, please tell me you're being sarcastic. This is the worst playstyle Vengeance has ever had. I guess I'll use this trinket. I'll put it on shift 3. Hopefully I remember to use it. I don't think he gives myth gear. I think he gives hero gear, Chori. I don't know for sure, though. It's definitely better than regular Mythic Zero, though. Dead serious? Well, I'm glad that you enjoy it because I think it is dog shit. But everybody's entitled to their opinion. The one trinket you keep to this day is a little dragon egg that has the flavor text, "Take care of him for me." Is that the Rhea's lost egg from the Badlands questline? I assume that's the one you're talking about. Okay. Let's pop Fallen Crusader on this bad boy. Your experience so far with Season 4 is applying to +2s for 45 minutes as a 480 Evoker, finally getting into one, and it's a double, fresh level boosted hard carry. Naturally, you just logged off. Yeah. Yep, I cannot imagine it's fun to pug keys right now. I've been running them with my guild, and I've still been miserable just dealing with bullshit. Alright, I can finally take this shit off my bars. Actually, I'll keep Icy Touch on my bars in case I need to use it as like a ranged pulling option. But Outbreak is all I really need now. Alright, back to Temple of Earth. You think DH is interesting that it's more control-focused? I mean... That's like saying DH is interesting in that it's overpowered. Like, yeah, DH has never really been that much about control. Not as... I mean, Sigil of Silence and Sigil of Misery have always been nice utility options, but Prop Pally has always done the same thing with Avenger Shield, and Vengeance has never had nearly as good crowd control as other tanks. And... like, sure, if you buff anything to be absolutely ludicrously powerful, it's going to perform well in Mythic Plus. Like, in that regard, where it has no real weakness right now. And I don't think that's interesting. Because it's good for Mythic Plus, and it's not bad for Raid, but it's, like... Literally, Vengeance right now, the only reason why people like it is because it gives them control over Mythic Plus. Because if you tell me that you think the enjoyable part about Vengeance DH is the part where you press Soul Cleave over and over, you're just a fucking liar. I'm sorry. There's absolutely no way that anybody actually enjoys the part about Vengeance where you press 2 buttons over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Because that's just objectively bad and not fun to play. So the only good thing about Vengeance, and the reason why people say they like it, is because it has ridiculous crowd control, and it gives you a lot more control over the dungeon. And that's great, but like, if the cost of that happening is all other tanks being unplayable relative to Vengeance's viability, and on top of that, Vengeance actually having the most boring playstyle it has ever had in terms of how the spec actually plays, not how its crowd control functions in a Mythic Plus setting, but the actual playstyle of just pressing Soul Cleave over and over and over and over. Like, that's not a good trade-off. Then it needs to lose that utility. I'm sorry. It's, like, either give other tanks similar levels of utility, and while you're at it, give Vengeance an actual playstyle back that is not just mashing one button. But it is ridiculous that Blizzard's only idea on how to make Vengeance work is to make it so you just press Soul Cleave. Because it has had infinitely more enjoyable and interesting rotations, and they're just going with this. And now we can see with the way that the hero talents work that that's just really all they plan on doing. Yeah, we're just going to just keep making the entire rotation just press one button. Press Sigil of Flame, and then press Soul Cleave over and over and over. And that's just Vengeance. Boring as fuck. Control, you don't have to do... Yeah, see, and testifiable. I understand that. But, like, that's not... Like, you could give that to any tank, right? You could make it so, like, Avenger Shield just ricochets to a million targets and does a splash silence effect every single time it does damage, right? And obviously, I get why the control, but, like, I wouldn't say that Vengeance plays beautifully, right? I think that I will say is a little bit of a gross exaggeration. Especially considering that has nothing to do with the playstyle itself, that's just the utility aspect of it, which no other tank offers. And I get that. I get that not having to deal with idiots in Mythic Plus, it's nice. I completely understand that. Where the fuck do I get these keys? I assume it's not off the Blood Shapers. I'm so... Where are... There's a key inside the tent in the south... Oh, fuck. Yeah. See, and, like, what a lot of people don't realize is that Vengeance has always been good at stuff like that. It has never been blatantly overpowered. Because at a certain point, if Vengeance can solely trivialize all of the crowd control requirements of any dungeon, and the dungeons require high crowd control because of the way they're designed, then yes, it mandates Vengeance Demon Hunter. But having played Vengeance for many, many, many years, it has always been good at that, but it has never felt overpowered. Because yes, having Sigil of Silence to lock down a pack is helpful. Having Sigil of Misery to lock down like a group of mobs that accidentally get pulled for a bit is really nice. But you've never needed to have it. It's just been nice. And the actual Vengeance playstyle has always felt better, pretty much, than it does now. So you got the best of both worlds. And now we just have this dog shit, and we have to put up with it because there are people who will say, nope, Vengeance is perfect. Please don't change Vengeance. Vengeance is great. It's totally fine. Do not change it at all. When, like, it's possible to have a conversation about the actual playstyle of Vengeance being shit without saying that it needs to be nerfed. And I hate to say it, but it does need to be nerfed. But that's more of just a Blizzard balancing issue, right? And the thing that annoys me is a lot of the people who are arguing for Vengeance to be nerfed, like, why the fuck do they care? Because they just play Flavor of the Month tanks no matter what. So the people who are just going to play Flavor of the Month tanks and run with whatever is strongest, in Season 1 that was Prop Heli, in Season 2 that was Bear, in Season 3 it's Vengeance, why the fuck do they care if Vengeance gets nerfed? Because if it gets nerfed, they're just going to play a different tank that offers the same powerful crowd control options, or is completely invincible. But I actually have always loved the Vengeance Demon Hunter playstyle, and now I lose the playstyle that I love because Mythic Plusers want to be able to just press Sigil of Silence, and they're worried that if any criticism about the actual playstyle gets raised, then Blizzard will nerf it to the ground, and it won't be like a way for them to cheese dungeons anymore. And that, quite frankly, pisses me off, because I think that instead of just trying to silence any feedback about the design of a spec being bad, just so that we could have our overpowered toys and push keys, we should be trying to encourage people to, or Blizzard specifically, to make fun and interesting tanks to play, and not have the meta be, ha ha ha, I press 2 buttons and I crowd control the entire dungeon and there's absolutely no skill involved whatsoever. I don't think that's interesting, and I don't think that's the design that we should be encouraging. But there's a lot of people who are dog shit at the game. I am not saying you are, for the record. But I'm saying that there is a lot of feedback that is getting kind of drowned in anger because the people who are shit at the game and who are abusing Vengeance Demon Hunter to push high Mythic Plus score want to keep it as overpowered as it is for as long as possible, because it is just 2 buttons and they can very easily just push high keys without having any skill whatsoever. And it has come at the cost of my favorite tank spec, and that makes me mad. So, yeah. I guess I just pull all this. This seems broken. It definitely does not feel like this is what is supposed to be happening here. I feel like this is a Tortola situation where I have misunderstood the objective of the quest, and I am dying as a result. Yeah, I definitely did not read this correctly. Alright, what bullshit do I need to do? Okay, I need to use a Trog crate. Yep, that's what I need to do. Okay. You were only 3... I mean, frankly, that's a higher score than I bothered to push. I don't really know what's considered good score these days, but... Where's the stupid Trog crate that I need to climb into? Hide in the Trog crate to spy. I despise this type of quest design. Okay, that thing. Uh, 3100 was like top 3%. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. I don't know. It's... I think I've made my stance on that. Yeah, this is PTR / beta, whatever you want to call it. Are you fucking kidding me? What the hell? What do I need to do? Where do I need to hide? What is the one specific fucking spot that I need to stand in to make this stupid... I fucking hate quests like this. This is fucking miserable. Get the item and stand in the one specific spot that lets you get quest completion credit. God fucking garbage. Oh, and now I've lost the... Now I've lost the Trog crate. Oh my god. Think you need to be in the water? Yep. Sure. Probably. Hello? Hello, game. Hello, game. Hello. Where is the invisible checkpoint that I need to hit? Yep, there's the invisible checkpoint that I need to magically know where to find. Love that type of quest design. Oh, fucking trash. Okay, now I kill oozes. Here. There's a bunch over here in this. Yep. Look, there's a lot of parts of Cataclysm that I love. That is not one of them. Oh my goodness. See, when the quest tracker thing is working properly, that'll be a little bit easier. But the problem with having a broken quest tracker and quests like that is that it just becomes an exercise in misery. Oh my goodness. Just wanted to stop in and say I appreciate all of your videos. No problem. I'm glad you enjoy them. I have to thank you because of your Cold Tier and Bear speedrun. You finally decided to try tanking and you've been having the time of your life. Awesome. Well, that definitely makes me happy to hear because I always want to introduce more people to tanking. I think a lot of people have big tanxiety, and as a result, they end up avoiding what, in my opinion, is the best role in the game. I love tanking. So what the fuck is this drop rate? This is... Oh... Yeah, so... When people ask, like, when is dungeon spamming efficient? When quests like this exist, dungeon spamming suddenly starts to seem like a fantastic option. I genuinely suspect that, yes, you will probably just dungeon spam through Deep Home. I forgot how absolutely atrocious certain parts of the questing experience here are. There is absolutely no way, in any shape or form, that doing these quests is going to be worth your time. I think that the Earthen quests seemed like they were okay. Like, that initial set of quests was fine. But at this point, this is so extremely inefficient that it is enough to completely just shut down Deep Home at this stage as a viable questing option. Because you are just losing so much time here. Oh my god. As a new tank, what should you play in Kata? No tanks are bad, really. As far as I'm aware... Now, like, obviously, all I have is historical data to go off of, so it's hard to say for sure. One of the other things you need to consider is, oh, are you fucking shitting me? Come on, man. What is this drop rate? This is actually insane. That's the only part of Deep Home you remember, the Trog crate in the water? Jeez. Fucking Christ. Yeah, but personally, I think that Death Knight and Paladin are the two strongest tanks. But Warrior and Bear are not bad. Warrior, I think, is maybe the weakest, just because it doesn't offer a ton, but it's not terrible. It has some nice utility. And Bear is kind of one of those things where I would say if you do not plan on cat weaving at all, then Bear is probably going to be the worst tank for you. Generally speaking, if you want to make Bear work, you need to cat weave, because that is kind of, in the older versions of the game, the main selling point of it. It's that if you play it properly, you can basically be a DPS and a tank. So a lot of times Bears will be actively playing Feral, and you'll just be switching into cat whenever you aren't tanking and doing a lot of damage. So I don't know exactly what tank balance is like in Cataclysm. Like I said, only have historical data to go off of. But I suspect that really good cat weavers will perform well with Bear. If you are not cat weaving at all, it will underperform relative to the other tanks. Because that's kind of one of the other issues of Bear in previous versions of WoW, which is one of the main reasons they changed it later on. They kind of need to balance Bear around cat weaving existing. Parry, yeah, I don't really want this. Just had to check something real quick. Let's see. Deep Home is indeed a realm of Earth, as you feel like you've hit your head repeatedly on a rock after playing it. Accurate. I don't remember Deep Home being this bad. I think it's maybe like, as a kid, I didn't really think too hard about the quest design, or I maybe just didn't know enough about the quest being good or bad. But yeah, you really feel it now. I missed a few messages earlier. Hello, Frederick PG. I forget if I read that. No, I apologize. When Blizz implemented the Mega Dungeon, you could upgrade Deo's gear from 437 to 441 in the Myth gear by doing it deathless and getting the achievement. But you don't know if Blizz updated that. Well, 441 was not Myth gear, though. 441 was the maximum of Hero Track, which I believe is what you could get from the Mega Dungeon. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering it. But I don't think it was Myth Track. Was it Myth Track? Maybe I'm just misremembering. I don't know. Could be. Twilight Snare. I guess you just kill mobs to get this, according to Questy. Questy could be wrong, honestly. It has been wrong before. Also, now with Outbreak, Pestilence is kind of worth using, and it's kind of worth it to apply my diseases. Alright. Well, that was easy. Hopefully Blizzard, or hopefully the drops improve when live, but it's Blizzard, so you never know. Nah. I mean, I would not be surprised if that was accurate, Cataclysm behavior. There are a lot of random quests in this game that are just like that. Where just, for whatever reason, the drop rates are really, really shit. So, while it is annoying, that's just WoW. And that is, honestly, why a lot of times, for certain parts of the leveling process, back in older versions before we had Chromie time, it was just better to dungeon spam a lot. And now that we have Chromie and we can pick and choose what quests we do the entire way through, well, yeah, now we just pick the really good quests. And the difference between a zone with really good quest density and a zone without really good quest density is night and day. And if you can just continue doing zones with fantastic quest density the entire way through the process, suddenly questing as a whole becomes a lot more of a viable option. But I think this goes to show why sometimes dungeons were just better. Because I definitely think that just dropping here and spamming dungeons would be faster. And then maybe switching to Oldham after the fact. Because I think Oldham was pretty good. But I don't remember exactly. Hello, Shellstorm. Good to see you. It was Myth. Remember that you were all angry because... Oh, yeah! You're right. You're absolutely correct. Now that you mentioned the thing where... Yeah, I was pissed off about that. I completely remember what you're talking... Yes. Yeah, that's an interesting point. I don't know. I suspect that it's not purely because they've scaled down Dawn of the Infinite itself to be on par with other M0s. Because they wanted the M0 difficulty as a whole to have a mega dungeon feel, as they put. But I'm not sure. What do I do other than leveling? Leveling is like one of the very small things that I do. The main reason I play this game is for raiding. In all versions of WoW. Retail especially, but also classic. Let me scroll up, because I missed like the rest of the discussion around Vengeance Demon Hunter, so I'll at least read that. Just interrupt that real quick. Oh, God. Yeah, building up RP to get my Dancing Rune weapon active. Definitely not something I'm a huge fan of. Gonna spend my runes and then just empower... Oh. Wait, the mob's dead. When the fuck did that happen? Also, apparently I got a breadcrumb for the stone core. I didn't even realize that. You only wanted to play Prop Halley because of Divine Soul and Shadowlands because of the control. That's fair. You're not saying Vengeance DH isn't a problem, you just love having control over a run in a group when you're tanking. Remove 95% of all casts and BS that we have to deal with and nerf Vengeance accordingly. I mean, yeah, I think that... Honestly, if you removed the vast majority of casts and stuff from dungeons, you wouldn't even need to nerf Vengeance. It would, like, that change alone would nerf Vengeance by association, because the main thing that it brings to a dungeon run would no longer be as valuable. And suddenly you would instead want to bring a Guardian Druid or something like that, because Guardians just do way more damage. So if you don't need to bring a tank for the crowd control, you can bring a tank for a different reason. Oh, fuck, I hit the wrong button. Okay. Yeah, Blood DK AoE with Outbreak and Pestilence now kinda fucking slaps. Okay, now I just need to find the Twilight Gate, which looks like it's over there. And 1 second. I'll read more chat in a moment whenever I'm not at relatively low health. Oh, there's another gate, I guess? Oh yeah, over here. Okay. No mobs guarding this one, unless something pops out and attacks me. So I'll try to mount up quickly. Doesn't look like it. Sick. To be fair, Blizzard does have a habit of taking a sledgehammer to a problem. Yeah, see, I get that, but personally, I'd rather they just rebuild Vengeance from the ground up and, like, fire the developer and get somebody new making it, because the way that Vengeance design is trending is just really fucking bad, honestly. And one of the biggest issues that I have with Vengeance, like, if this was just a Season 4 problem, I wouldn't really care as much, and I'd just be like, ah, fuck it, let's wait it out, and hopefully they fix it for the War Within. But we've already seen what they plan on doing for the hero talent trees, and it's clear that whoever is making Vengeance Demon Hunter has no fucking clue what they're doing. Because now that we've seen both hero talent trees, they are dog shit. Absolute dog shit, boring ass garbage, and doesn't actually solve any of the issues with Vengeance's design. In fact, it just doubles down on it. And I genuinely can't understand how anybody can be so tone deaf that they can look at something like that and think to themselves, yeah, I've done a good job designing this spec. There's absolutely no way that you think that a basic, like, what do I do? It says seek cover. I guess it wanted me to hide behind the egg. Either way, I'm just gonna fucking AMS it. Yeah, a basic, like, 1 to 2 button rotation that has no interesting interactions whatsoever is good design, and having both hero talent trees built around that are, like, it's just not okay. It's just really not okay design. Alright, we go back to the world core thingy. Looking forward to some raiding content if you're up for it in the long run. For Cataclysm? Or for retail? Because retail, I have raid guides. I don't really do mythic raid guides as much, even though I do mythic raiding. I get cutting edge every tier. Relatively early, not like top 100 world, but like early. But the thing about mythic raid content in retail is it just doesn't perform well. I would make a lot more mythic raid stuff if I could, but every single time I've tried to make content related to mythic raids, it just doesn't perform well. Because, like, the amount of people who actually tackle mythic raid things are just low. There's just not that many people interested in it, unfortunately. And that kind of applies to, like, hardcore raiding in general, really. So you could say the same about Cataclysm. And where do I... It says Twilight Documents. Oh, do I have to turn that in the dungeon? That feels weird. Why would I have to turn that in the dungeon? I feel like my quest markers are just wrong. This does not feel correct to me at all. Yeah, I know it's a breadcrumb to go to the dungeon, but... Where is the very earth beneath our feet? The marker for that just doesn't seem correct. We'll see. What the fuck is that noise? I just heard a really weird noise outside my room. I guess it's further down here. I could probably step inside the dungeon and at least hand in the breadcrumb. If it's right at the entrance, which it is.
What's on your mind?
Yeah. Alright. You play retail mostly, quick classic because you can't stand GDKP. I mean, I don't think you need to quit classic because of GDKP. I have never done a GDKP run. Or at least, I think I technically did one because, like, my guilds for a little bit that I was in classic did a GDKP run, but, like, I didn't bid on anything. I don't know if they ever even paid me out. I forget. But it's not something that I actively do, that's for sure. And I have done a lot of just regular guild run raids in Classic in all 3 versions of it thus far. And I plan on doing the same thing in Cataclysm, and it has... The existence of GDKP has never affected me whatsoever. So. Yeah. Leatrix Plus. That's how I turn in quests so fast. I need to help these guys out. Hello, Serious Fan. Good to see you. Okay, I can't... How do I handle this? Can I... There we go. Alright, nice, I got credit for that. And that is almost everything. I need to help one more NPC, this one over here. Which I assume I can do... Nice. There we go. If the leveling isn't too bad, you might try it out. You don't raid, but Cata PvP was okay if you can stand the Barad and Hold grind. Yeah, I mean, I vaguely remember enjoying PvP in Cataclysm, but I think I've just kind of grown sour on the idea of WoW PvP in general over the years. So, yeah. But personally, I mean, I'm mostly excited for the raiding and dungeons in Cataclysm anyways.
Did you mistake me for Diamant? Or perhaps some whimpering, compliant stone trod who cares? If you seek peace, relinquish the World Pillar and leave Deep Home. This is our realm. You're only welcome here, shall be.
It is interesting how a lot of the quests in Cataclysm have good voice acting. I suppose good is relative, but like decent voice acting. You don't blame me. You drink it like a poison. It's bad, but you're here grinding honor. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I've kind of been forced to PvP in SOD, and honestly, SOD PvP is maybe like the biggest wake-up call for me in terms of like, why did I ever enjoy PvP in this game? Because SOD PvP just magnifies all of the worst aspects that World of Warcraft PvP has ever had, and just really puts into perspective a lot of the stuff that I've always disliked about it. You love the idea of doing raids to get BIS PvP items, brought people together? That's fair. I just like raids for the encounters and the difficulty. I can do stuff down here. Real quick. Stretching real quick because my back is like fucking killing me. Cataclysm had the best leveling zones, great story, great atmosphere, great music. Completely agree. Yeah, Cataclysm gets a lot of undeserved flack. It was, in my opinion, actually a very good expansion. Oh. All the mobs just suddenly popped in. Gonna... Outbreak there. I'm gonna... Pestilence. Nice. You played one season of SOD and that was it for you? Yeah. I mean, I tried to pull through and like really enjoy the rest of it, but I'm just kind of over it. It's the thing about SOD is like I said before I didn't want to rant too much about this, but like my biggest issue with SOD by far is Blizzard's seemingly uncaring nature towards actively just making it good. And like I know that seems like a weird thing to say, but there's so many times where there's like a blatant issue brought up with SOD, and the devs are like, well, we're glad that you brought it up. We don't know if we can actually fix it now, but we want to keep hearing feedback so that when we do something like this in the future, we can fix it then. Like, you're the fucking devs. You have a fucking version of Classic Plus that people have been asking for so long. Just fucking make the changes now. The idea that they have to slowly gather data, blah, 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 and then, you know, we'll take this into consideration if we do another version of Classic. Like, I don't know what the fuck they think the universe they live in is, but they do not have enough goodwill. Thank you. I'll put this over here. Just, no, thank you. Please. Thank you. My dad brought me food. But, like, they do not have enough goodwill to act like, yeah, we're just going to take all your feedback, and when we do the next season, then we're finally going to listen to all of the things that you're asking for. Like, bitch, what do you mean, then you're going to listen? I'm just not going to fucking play it. If this is how they plan on doing feedback, where feedback only gets considered for the next fucking season, then, like, why the fuck am I going to waste my time? Then I'm just going to wait until I hear enough people say, oh yeah, this is actually fun to play, and then maybe I'll consider checking it out. But, like, right now, their approach to SOD has been, like, absolutely turtle pace in terms of adjustments. Just no real changes whatsoever, and they keep saying, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Level 60, you know, that's finally when we're going to do all the adjustments, which is why I've kind of said that P4 is kind of the final straw for me. If we get to level 60, and they actually live up to the promises of, well, the reason that we couldn't actually do any meaningful balance changes is because we wanted to make sure that you had the full kit, the full vision for our builds at level 60. Then we can actually do balance changes and make the game better. If they actually stand by that, and it actually is good at 60, okay, cool. But right now, it's just like, why are we... If they clearly just want to design level 60, well then why the fuck are we doing all this level up bullshit? Because I was excited for this. I thought we were actually going to have time to breathe in these lower levels, and the entire plan was going to be, oh, okay, we, you know, have, like, you know, really well fleshed out phases at each of these lower levels, and we finally get to 60, and then they expand upon it. But so far, it's just been like, we're rushing through all these lower level phases, and they keep telling us that we can't get any meaningful changes until we get to 60. Like, well, fuck off then. Like, either get us to level 60 and make the changes that everybody desperately wants, or, I guess I just do this. Or just, like, shut the fuck up and do it now. That's the stuff that really frustrates me. Their whole attitude towards it has just been a massive pain in the ass. And it's a shame because it does have a lot of potential, but instead of actually expanding on the potential for whatever fucking reason, they're just so reluctant to make any real steps forward. And it just really annoys me. Anyways. People hated Cataclysm because it was different and it came after Wrath like a substitute teacher. It aged damn well to the point people missed it as much as Mop, if not more. Yeah, completely agree. It was definitely a very major shift in terms of, like, what WoW was before. But I agree that I really liked Cataclysm at the time, and I think Cataclysm brings the game much closer to the version of WoW that I enjoy. Which I know a lot of people prefer the classic playstyle, and that's fine, but there's a lot of people like me who prefer this. I remember this area. This little subzone was always super cool with the gigantic worm spinning around. You have to, like, run up ahead and then hide in the side tunnel so you don't get swallowed. I don't think I'm gonna make it in time. Oh, aw. Damn. Yeah, and then if you don't make it in time, the worm spits you back out at the entrance. I wonder if you can, like, do some parkour shit to get up this way. I don't think I ever tried that back in the day. But I could see it. Yeah! Okay! Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, but now we know. See, okay, if I go quick. Okay, go, 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 go. Go. No. Fuck. I made it. Oh, okay. Alright. That's sick. Because, see, I remember doing that, like, little run for from the worm thing for a long time back in Cataclysm during, like, Therazane dailies, because it sent you here all the time. And I never even considered doing that back in the day. But that's the kind of thing where, like, with experience, I know that there's a lot of little wall jumps you can do on terrain like that. And I never would have thought of, like, hey, why don't you just do that? And it fucking works. And if I had, like, if this was my prop paladin, I have nitro boosts on my prop paladin, so I could have very easily made that, made the timing on that. Just pop nitro boost the moment I jump up the wall, and you're set. Anything post-Wrath would get hate? Yeah, exactly. Everything Blizzard is a perma-paid beta test, you don't even care anymore? Yeah. That's another thing that I absolutely despise, that they keep calling this an experiment. Like, I don't give a shit if it's an experiment or not. Make it good. Like, if I want to test experimental content, I'll play a PTR. If you're actively publishing something for people to play on live servers, that's not a fucking PTR. That is, you know, actual content. You need to make it good. You can't just hide behind the idea of, well, it's an experiment, guys, you know, cut us some slack. Like, no, fuck that. Put some effort in. Stop fucking acting like people are being unfair criticizing content that they're paying $15 a month for. That's just the stuff that really pisses me off with SOD. More than anything. Like, I could nitpick, like, little things that SOD has done that have annoyed me, but it's the way that the developers have been acting and handling the whole situation that annoys me more than anything. Cata hype indeed. True as hell, yeah. Paladins are waiting since P1, and the best they can do is give us twisting. Yeah, don't get me started. I really wanted to enjoy my Paladin, and after the whole seal twisting thing, I just think I'm kind of done with Paladin, to be honest. I guess that's an item level increase.
Is this the one
Um,
Has been very useful.
okay, I did get a quest here, so that's just RP. I can just ignore that.
Stands to reason.
Copycat Clint said, Hi, I was curious if you ever plan on another similar run, leveling with a fresh account. Not really.
Then you take
So the thing about that is the main point to me doing that fresh account run in the first place was because at the time when I recorded that, Chromie Time was not available to fresh accounts. So the entire idea was to prepare a completely separate route for fresh account players.
you are entirely
But the reality is, and this is something that a lot of people just don't realize,
very earth.
the whole idea of, like, not preparing anything, it really doesn't change much. A lot of people think that fundamentally changes the way you level. It really doesn't.
There will
The route is exactly the same. The way that you approach things is pretty much exactly the same. It just takes you slightly longer to kill things. That's it. And the end result of that is the run is way more boring for me and definitely more boring to watch. And like that fresh account run that I did, that was miserable for me to record. Now, I tried to make it fun, and I had to do a lot of editing to make it, in my opinion, watchable. I cut out a lot of the really boring parts. I did, like, post-run commentary, and then, like, edited it over the, like, the actual footage itself, so that, you know, the parts where I was just absolutely miserable and not having fun, it wasn't just, you know, 2 hours of me complaining that I was not having fun, and I was just, like, talking about random shit, like, after the fact. So I had to do a lot of work to make that enjoyable to watch. And I'm proud of the final result because, you know, pretty much a year later, it still is a run that a lot of people say they enjoy watching, and that's good. But I attribute that much more to all of the effort that I put in to edit it after the fact, rather than the format itself. The format itself is fucking misery. And I personally enjoy doing anything but that. And I just don't really think it's interesting or informative. And it's a tricky situation because the unfortunate reality is there is no way that I will be able to completely dispel the idea that, like, all of my consumables don't really make a difference. It's just something where a lot of people realize that they can't match my time and they blame it on the consumables instead of route knowledge, which is genuinely 90% of it. But that really is all it is. The fresh account stuff does not matter. Yeah. I mean, hell, like, this Cataclysm run, if you want, like, a run without... Obviously, I get that there's a difference between Retail and Classic, but if you want to watch a run with zero consumables, zero prep, or anything like that, this stream right here. This is a template character with basically nothing, and I'm just leveling through Cataclysm with whatever starter gear it gave me. No heirlooms, no anything. But generally speaking, I find that it's more enjoyable to do fancy stuff, and yeah. Like, I will say, if the vast majority of people really wanted to see those fresh account runs, I would obviously do them. But I can tell you right now, they don't. Just looking at analytics alone, 99% of those runs, honestly, that other fresh account run is the exception to the rule, specifically because, like I said, I did a lot of work to edit that one to not be boring as shit. And the reason I did that is because pretty much all previous runs of that format that I did tended to perform really poorly. And to be completely real, the performance of that video is not, like, outstanding. It's not like that is one of my best videos ever. It is performed well for a speedrun. But considering I put a lot of work into editing it, and it is a relatively novel concept considering I don't really do that stuff as much anymore, and the fact that even then it only just barely managed to match, like, the performance of one of my generic speedruns where I just leveled a Shadow Priest. Actually, my Shadow Priest run has, I think, done better. And that is literally just a generic 1 to 60 speedrun as a Shadow Priest. People just want to watch that more. Because they get to see me just demolishing things in, you know, one hit as an S-Priest instead of me struggling to kill things and dying as a rogue. That's how it goes. No, this is the beta. It's a good vid. You did notice a bit of it sucked though. Yeah, it's it was painful. Yeah, like I said, if I enjoyed it, I would do it more often. I just I really don't. And that's one of the problems with that is whenever I am actively enjoying the run that I'm doing, and I can comment over it and give, like, in the moment, like, commentary on what I'm doing and just tell random stories and stuff like that, it is significantly easier because then I can just upload the footage and it just works. But a lot of times when I'm doing miserable runs like that, the only way that I can really stomach it is by... I think I can chip myself up here. Oh. Nah, this isn't actually a skip. Alright, well, we get more practice with the other thing. Is this... I believe Pebble is in the Crumbling Depths, right? Oh, fuck. He's in the section above the underground area here. Mop Remix does not have the Elixir of Ancient Knowledge, no. That one I believe we did figure out. I don't think I explicitly tested it, but I'm pretty sure other people checked for it and confirmed to me that it was not dropping. And as far as I know, there were no reports of anybody finding the Elixir of Ancient Knowledge. It's most likely just not in the game. You want those Quest XP rewards you're getting on retail? Quest XP? What do you mean? Serious fun. Kalandra said, I've been watching your content for a while now, watching your 1 to 70 speedruns. Gotta say, you know your shit. Well, that's, that comes from playing the game since you're 5 years old. Pretty much. I grew up with World of Warcraft, and obviously my knowledge of, like, well, prior to Classic, my knowledge of older versions of WoW has been spotty. Where in the fuck is Pebble? Oh, you stay on the ground long enough, he'll come out and find you. Okay. Is it just here? It says Shuddering Spires. This is not Shuddering Spires. I'm gonna Google this quest because I don't want to sit here forever trying to figure it out. Pebble, WoW. Pebble, WoW, quest. Fuck me. Is it... So, Questy's just trolling me. It looks like it's actually over by the mob over there. Yeah, I got baited by the Questy marker, which told me to go here. I just need to ignore Questy sometimes because it's clearly not working correctly for a lot of things. When you hand in a quest in Cata Beta right now, you're getting XP rewards that would gain a full... Oh, I see what you mean. Yep. About how the XP rewards are very big numbers. Yeah, for sure. There definitely is something very satisfying about seeing, like, gigantic experience numbers on the screen. Alright. I think I missed a few messages earlier. Let me scroll up and just see. I think the only message I didn't read before, Goose Comics at one point said, speaking of Vengeance DH, what do you think of the Vengeance DH guide writer on Wowhead? Isn't that Itame? I forget I think Itame is the Wowhead writer. They said the weakness of Vengeance DH Sigil of Chains is difficult to justify spending a talent point on. I don't hate Itame. Like, there are bad guide writers. I've never thought super highly of Itame's guides, but I don't think they're terrible. The one thing that I will always give Itame credit for is Itame has, assuming this is who we're talking about, and Wowhead doesn't have a new writer, but I believe that is the Wowhead guide writer. They have a channel in the Vengeance Demon Hunter Discord where they regularly accept feedback from people on, like, whether something in their guide is correct or incorrect. And as far as I can tell, they actually do tend to listen to that. And if they got something wrong, they will update it. So, really, that's all you can ask for. They also don't paywall shit like Azure or whatever, so, yeah. I don't expect guide writers to be superhumans, right? Like, you can't expect them to be the absolute best players in the world. I mean, there's a reason why I don't really make, like, class guides a lot. Because, quite frankly, a lot of times it just doesn't perform super well for the amount of effort that it requires. I've thought about maybe trying it for the War Within, but it is difficult to really convince, like, people to do big class guides like that. So, as long as they're not actively spreading misinformation and their information is relatively solid, that's all I really care about. Oh, are you shitting me? We got another crash. I think that also got me to level 83. So it's unfortunate that, as I got up to 83, the game crashed. You personally write to them on Discord, and most of the time they modify the guide? Yeah, that's good to hear. Anyone who's actively looking for feedback like that, I mean, as I said, that's all you can really expect. So, I think that's good. Average beta experience? I would actually say this is below average beta experience. Most betas, you do not get crashes this frequent. This close to launch, right? If it was early beta, sure. If it was new content, also sure. But this is a beta for a game that came out how long ago? Over 10 years ago? Like, I do think this is a little bit unacceptable. It's been in a pretty shitty state for a while now, and we're getting dangerously close to release with no major changes, so I'm a little bit concerned. I'm gonna run to where it says I need to go. I'm not gonna trust Questy. How familiar am I with 80 to 85? Decently familiar. I am more familiar with 80 to 85 than anything that I ever was in, like, regular Classic or Wrath Classic or anything like that. It is not something that I am as familiar with compared to, like the leveling zones, you know, Silverpine, Hillsbrad, Miss Pandaria questing I am intimately familiar with. I did that a ton of times. Obviously, everything after that, I've done Legion quests a million times. I've done WoD quests a million times, right? Cataclysm is kind of like in that weird interim where I am pretty familiar with the quests, but there are sections that, like, there are sections I've done just a few years ago, and I remember it very, very well. And then there are other parts that I have not done for, like, 5+ years, and I'm just like, oh god, I don't remember this at all. So, it's kind of a mix in between. But I remember it well enough, the general flow of Cataclysm. And, like, for instance, like, the later stages of Deepholm, I very rarely did. But I've done Oldham a lot. That is one of the zones that I did much more frequently. And I've done Twilight Highlands quite a few times. Like, a decent amount of it. So, this is probably the zone that I am the least familiar with, because I've very rarely done it. But Oldham, I can already, like, in my head, visualize the general quest progression of that zone, because I really enjoyed it. And I did it a lot while leveling up. And same with Twilight Highlands. There are certain parts of Twilight Highlands that I'm not quite as familiar with. And something that I'll need to test a bit is I have almost never done the Alliance version of Twilight Highlands. Almost every single time I've done it, I did the Horde quests. So, obviously, if I'm going to make a guide for it, I will need to test both factions. So, I want to do that correctly. But, we'll see. Oh, yeah, I saw that, question, Judu. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. It sometimes takes me a bit to get around to messages, just... I'm trying to read all of them and give them, like, thorough responses.
Swift. The stone dragons will not give up easily.
Don't I just, like... Can't I just fly? Like, if I see a stone dragon coming, I can just... Is this the entire quest? Okay. I guess they forgot that you can just... fly? Sure. Okay. Therazane has a quest. Oh. Ozarok. Break yourselves upon my body. Feel the strength of the earth. Love that fight. I guess I should just vendor a bunch of crap. Just clear space in my bags. Don't really need it. Obviously, when it's current content, I'll want to save a lot of this stuff for, like, crafting materials, etc., but I don't really care for just leveling up. Juju? Ah, gotcha. And yeah, to answer your question, though, I don't really do a lot with the characters that I level. I don't really farm gold or anything like that. If anything, I just use them for, like, testing purposes. If I need to, like, test something with a warlock or whatever, I'll use a warlock that I leveled. But vast majority of those characters just sit there and rot. I only use them for leveling, that's about it. Let's see. You don't expect them to get everything right, but saying that Sigil of Chains is budget Gorfine's Grasp is crazy talk. Well, so I will say, in fairness to Itame, prior to the Vengeance Demon Hunter rework, I would actually have agreed with that statement. Up until right now, Sigil of Chains has always been a budget Gorfine's Grasp. Obviously now, so one of the things with the new change is, yes, it has 2 charges. Also, the radius is increased because of, I forget which one of the talents. It used to have a much smaller radius. And prior to the talent rework, it was in a much harder spot in the tree to actually take. So my guess with that line is that is like a leftover line from a previous version of the guide, when I would say that is a completely fair statement prior to the rework. Yeah, and one thing that Wowhead guides in general are very bad at, and this is not just a Vengeance Demon Hunter thing, this is just Wowhead doesn't really keep their guides as up to date as much as they should, is a lot of them, they just have people do like a basic pass when a new patch comes out, and they don't actually like really do major changes. And like, I mean, I criticize, right? But at the same time, my written leveling guide has been kind of out of date for quite a while, so like, who am I to critique that? It can be difficult to really look it over. That being said, right, whenever I do update my leveling guide, I do a full deep dive read through of all pages to make sure that, you know, if there is a change like that, that I catch it and include it, but it can be challenging. What is... Oh, over here. Yeah, true. That is fair. I do, in my guide, I have a timestamp for when was the last time I updated it. That is a fairly good point, Goose Comics. They do always put, whenever a new patch goes live, even if nothing has changed, they always update their guide and say, this is a guide for XYZ time, which... Yeah, I completely agree. That is kind of a stupid thing to put if you are not going to proofread it correctly. So, valid. Absolutely valid. You gotta go to sleep. Thank you for stopping by the stream. Serious fun. Good to see you. Now I need to go over here. Yeah, Questies Weird. Ultim was always the fastest zone to you in your head. You don't know if that's true or not, but you felt the zone flowed pretty well. Yeah, based on my very vague memory of it, because it's still been a little while since I last did it, I want to agree with you on that, but I guess we'll find out here, because I don't remember exactly if that is still the case. Oh, I remember this quest. This is sick. I remember this. Oh. Yeah, and you, like, jump between the platforms? Yep. Sick fight. Okay. Really, really weird method of fighting, though. And I can't really see my health, so hopefully it just kind of works. I also don't know if I have my buffs up or not, but... Okay. Should outbreak again. Spend all my runes. Oh, I'm out of range. Fuck. Thank you. My add-ons are experiencing a large number of errors, blah, 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 blah. I need to get in range so I can hit the stupid dragon again. Okay, let's do that. Nice. Never saw this quest, so cool. Reminds you of Prince of Persia? Yeah. I completely forgot this quest existed, but, like, the moment I saw the boulder steps, it, like, came flooding back to me, and I was like, oh, I remember doing this. Yeah, it's really, really cool. I don't want any of that, so I'll just take whatever has the highest vendor value. What is this quest? I guess I go over there, because that's the last quest that I have in this zone. Oh, I can also spend one more talent point now. I will spend it on that. Wait. Yeah, no, I can spend 3, because it's bugged, and it still gives me 2 spare talents that I don't actually have. But this is good. Okay. Alright. Let me just scroll up. I think I caught up on chat. Yeah, I've caught up on chat for now. So what I'm going to do is I actually have food that's been sitting here for like 20 minutes now. So I'm just going to eat this food, and I'm going to mute my mic while I eat. No, what were people joking about earlier? Food ASMR or whatever. I don't like to keep my mic on while I eat. God, this is like the hardest plastic container to open. Okay. Let me just make sure. I'll just fly to the objective first. I should probably get, like, you know, stream overlay stuff in the future. So that I could put, like, you know, eating, mic muted, so people don't ask. I'll have to look into that eventually. But I believe this is, like, the final subzone of Deep Home, if memory serves. Well, I've explored the entire place. Yeah. So, okay. Muting my mic. I'll unmute when I'm done.
Warm wishes to you. Dionis Akar. Naru have not forgotten us.
Okay, real quick. So I'm done. I finished my burger, which was the main thing. I don't want to have my mic open for that. I did also just realize I'm low on disk space, which is fine. It just means I need to really quickly clear up some space, which is not hard. I'm just gonna... Now I have 50 gigs free. So, did I chew? Yes. Yes, I chewed. I mean, I eat very quickly. That is, yeah. I've always eaten very, very, very quickly. Also, speedrun burgers. Yeah, I suppose. In a sense. I still have fries left, but that I'm like, I can eat fries every now and then. I don't know, like, how much it picks up on the mic. Yes, all YouTube speedruns will eventually turn into VODs. It does it automatically. I don't even need to do anything special for it. Just fucking 3 different people said something about speedrunning eating a burger. Oh my god. You guys all had the exact same thought. Fucking hell. Okay. Also, now that I tried to turn the audio up a little bit. I'll keep it at 25%. I think it's hard to hear. The volume's always there. It's just really, really, really low. Which, I could justify turning it up a little bit for stuff like this, but it affects all of, like, the background audio, which I'd have to look into, like, how to really split up audio channels, but I think to divide between things like World of Warcraft or Discord, etc., when I'm actively, like, streaming WoW, when I'm in Disc with, like, other people, I know that that is technically possible, but I think it requires, like, more advanced software that I do not have. So, I don't know. I don't think it's, like, relevant enough that I've ever found a reason to get it set up just yet, but maybe one day. You also spam... You often spam Control-S, Control-M, yeah. But yeah, it should be there. Sometimes I accidentally mute it, but I think it was working. Also, just some, you're about to start watching Willie's video on DKs and Kata? Oh, yeah, I don't really watch other classic YouTubers, so I don't know. But so far, I've been enjoying Blood DK. It is fun. There's the last thing I need. And I need to kill pillar tumblers. Wherever those mobs are. Looks like... Huh. Down here, I guess? How does this work? So I kill them after they land? And then what are these quests? Wrath of the Fungalmancer. Speak to Earthmender Norsala. Alright. I think this is, like, actually just one of the last quests in the zone, if my memory is correct. This whole chain. I've gotten all of the pillar tumblers that I need. It's just, oh my god, they keep falling on top of me. Am I good. Okay, well, I'm stuck in combat. But I can just keep running this way and find Earthbender, Norsala, or whatever. But yeah, so right now we're closing on 6 hours, and I might be able to hit 85, but I think it'll be close. So we'll see. The last thing that I want to do is get, like, to 9 hours, 50 minutes, and then, like, I'm still not 85, and then that would just be unfortunate. What's my opinion on US servers? Any preference? Not really. I've played on basically every single server on US Cata servers, or North America servers. I played on Fairlina, I played on Pagel, I played on Benediction. I've been all over the place. I remember this quest. Yeah, and there's like the little mushroom minefield. Can I... Yeah, so I can just AMS run through it. I remember that line so strong, they stomp back. Aw. I can't remember, was this like a daily quest? I feel like I did this quest a lot. So I know they took a lot of the quests from the actual just like leveling zones and turned them into dailies. But I don't remember if this was one of them. Yeah, I mean, honestly, these days there's really no such thing as like server culture. I understand that, but like, servers are just way too large for them to have like any real unique culture to them. It's just all homogenized. Like, when you hit a certain number of people, suddenly everything just feels exactly the same. I have not really noticed any real difference between Alliance or Horde, or, like, Benediction, Fairlina, Pagel, etc. Especially in more recent points in time. Because, like, I know Fairlina was considered the streamer server for a while, but at this point, like, it's just a server. It doesn't really matter. Moonguard is maybe the only server that still has culture. Fair. I'll give you that. Ah, fuck off, game. Oh, no. Bait bugging? Oh, that really sucks. That really fucking sucks. And it despawned the friendly NPC. I don't know if that bricked the quest or not. I'm gonna hope it didn't. Because if so, that really, really, really fucks me. Oh, man, yeah, it fucking reset the quest thing. God damn it. They have men of culture. Oh my god. I guess at the very least it seems it's still kind of working. I just need to stand directly on top of him so he doesn't evade bug again. Hopefully, as long as I don't run away. Oh, I think it's working. Oh, I can actually damage him with his own mushrooms? Ah. Yeah. I think that's maybe the reason why I remember this quest so well. It is kind of sad. You feel, like, bad for him. I don't know what the backstory behind this quest is, but, you know, it feels like we're just bullying this Trog. He's been in his cave being bullied by murder hobos, yeah. Well, Grobulus, yeah. Obviously, the servers had more defined culture back in, like the original classic days. Not so much these days. Grobulus, the last time I played on it, was nowhere near what it was in original vanilla. And for the record, I played in 2019 Classic, I was on Grobulus, so, yeah. It's nowhere near like that anymore. Am I planning to do a stream on release this Tuesday? Good question. I don't actually know. So, I've thought about it. The only problem is I don't really know what to expect for the Cata pre-patch. Because we don't really know exactly what we're getting. They've been kind of vague about it. So, if I do stream, it would be to stream a goblin run. I would basically do the run that I did last week, but with heirlooms. And I would actually continue it. And I plan on doing that regardless. So, the reason I didn't do a part 2 to the goblin run is because after thinking about it, I figured it would just be better to restart the thing with heirlooms and do it again. I don't think it was a waste of time because a lot of people enjoy every now and then seeing runs like that where it's no heirlooms, no nothing, just fresh character, get whatever I get. But I would rather do it with heirlooms, if I'm being real. I don't really want to do the entire thing just with random garbage. Another problem is because it was on the PTR and like none of the vendors and stuff are working, I had no access to glyphs, I had no access to any materials, etc. So I would have had to farm everything by hand, which would have just slowed down the process a lot. So I think doing a more realistic run on live servers. Yeah, I did a warrior, goblin warrior level 1 to, well, the plan is it's going to be up to 85, but I didn't continue it. But I will continue it. I will do it over again, I guess, for lack of a better word. This coming... I think there's just RP. I'll do it over this coming week. What I'm not sure about is whether that's going to be something that I do in like a video or I do in a stream. Because one of the problems with streams is I like to do the streams as like a longer thing in one big sitting. So, what is going on with the dialogue right now? I think the dialogue is not working as intended.
It will surely get itself killed.
And what then? Will you leave that very well, maybe?
Yeah, it's very fucked. Isn't it crazy how a lot of us feel nostalgic for 2019 Classic? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so one of the things, like I said, with streams is I like to do much longer, like, single-sitting things where I can just knock out a bunch of leveling or something like that. So, like, today, I had nothing really going on today. I figured I'd do the stream today. That tends to happen a lot on weekends because one of the reasons I tend to stream on weekends instead of weekdays is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I raid. Now, my current guild is midnight to 3 a.m. for raid times, so that doesn't impact streaming as much. Previously, you know, when I raided at 8 p.m., obviously that would kind of make it impossible for me to do any real long streams. And my sod guild does raids at 7 p.m. So on Wednesdays, I would be forced to interrupt it for that. I replace the... What do I want to replace? I'll replace the mastery ring. See ya later. And... Alright, I go back to the center area. I could hearth here, but that's not a big deal. Gives me more time to eat french fries. When is classic? Yeah. But yeah, we'll see. I would like to stream on Tuesday. The only other thing is Tuesday is like... It's retail reset day, right? So that's kind of the issue with it. Yeah, it's every version of WoW reset day. So, while I could do a bit of leveling, like it's not like my entire day is taken up. I want every single stream to have like kind of a theme, a focus. I don't like doing streams where it's just random nonsense back to back. Just because it could be hard to follow if somebody's watching the recording. So, at some point, for instance, on Tuesday, I need to do LFR Aberrus. I need to do my weekly quest to get my half spark. I guess I technically don't need to do that immediately because we only have half a spark, so it's not like it's going to get me a crafted piece. But there's a few different things I need to do before raid to get my upgrades, to make sure that my item level is as high as it possibly can be before I actually, you know, show up to raid. And the rear of the Temple of Earth. Where? Here? I guess it's here.
What is it? Yes.
The Twilight Plot. That's a completely separate quest line, I guess. And... Oh, these are the mobs that I need to rally.
May the ancestors watch over you.
Okay. Did this weird thing with a bind on C and opening character sheet on num with right thumb. C is so good for a fast key. Yeah.
Greetings, friend. Be kind to those.
Okay, so I'm guessing there's one more in the Alliance section that I need to talk to. Yeah, here we go.
Open your heart to the light.
But yeah, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, so I have, like, a lot of miscellaneous things that I need to do. So, like, theoretically, what I could do, and I might do this, I'm not gonna confirm it or deny it or whatever, like, I don't know exactly what I want to do yet. I'll keep you posted on that. But if I choose to stream, I would stream the moment servers go up. But the other thing is we don't know when servers are going to go up, which is another problem. Because if I plan on streaming early and servers don't go up until 6 p.m., well, then suddenly I wouldn't be able to stream. And I don't want to say, yes, I 100% am going to stream, and then, like, for whatever reason, if Blizzard fucks things up and servers aren't up until really late. Also, I'm going to lower the audio a little bit. It's a little bit louder than I prefer. I'll put it on 20. I think that's fine. So if Blizzard fucks up and the servers aren't up for a really long time, well, if I'm starting the stream at 6 p.m., that just doesn't work for me. I would not really be able to do that. Jesus Christ, I am getting absolutely clapped right now. Thank God for Arcane Torrent. And now I just need to investigate. Yeah, because, what was I saying? I need to make sure that no matter what, I have at least, like, 3-ish hours before my raid starts to get a few things done. I could probably rush through all the pre-raid, you know, important things, but also I am usually fairly tired after a stream, and I need to, like, sit there and, you know, decompress for a little bit. And if I am finishing my stream, jumping into rushing out a bunch of things that I need to get done, and then immediately jumping into raid, I'm just going to be dead tired. And I'm going to be dead tired for raid, which is fairly demanding, especially as a tank. You need to be kind of attentive and not fucking up mechanics, and I just don't want to troll my raid like that. So I would want to make sure that I had enough time to, like, take a break, relax, like, you know, clear my head, and then get everything done. And if I were to do, like, a 5-hour stream, starting at, like, 1 p.m. or something like that on Tuesday, I could probably manage that and still have time before my raid started. Yeah, that quest keeper's not there. What's it called? But I just don't know. I don't know exactly, whether I will, whether I won't. So I think since it kind of depends on what Blizzard's schedule is going to look like, let's just kind of keep it at TBD. And unfortunately, I definitely can't stream on Wednesday, because I have way too many things I need to get done on Wednesday. And Classic Raid kind of makes it impossible for me to stream, so... Oh, there's an actual treasure chest. That's, like, not part of the quest. That's just Silken Treasure Chest, I remember that. That, like, can contain BOEs and stuff. Also, Questy doesn't have these quests whatsoever. But alright, sick. Oh! Shit. And I got an actual blue item. Alright, well that's pretty cool. I just need to kill all these mobs. These mobs actually hit really hard relative to everything else I've fought so far, so I'm trying to focus a little bit. I need Water Ward and I need Heathen Call. Love this music? Oh yeah, it bangs. How good is DK leveling? Pretty good so far, yeah. I have no complaints. It's, I mean, I think that a lot of classes surprisingly feel really good to level in Cataclysm. The general class design feels pretty solid. But yeah, so far Blood DK has felt really, really, really solid. I have had no issues with it thus far. What's the other stuff I need? I know Heathen Call is, like, on the platform above me. What are you maining in retail? Currently, I'm maining Brewmaster Monk, but I play all the tanks. I might swap to Guardian Druid if I have time, and if my guild lets me, for fun. I've been playing that as my alt in my free time. And up until, like, a month or so ago, I played mostly Blood DK. For all of progression this past year, I played Blood DK. I played Vengeance Demon Hunter and Aberrus, and I've definitely played Prot Warrior and Prot Paladin the least, but I've dabbled in both of them quite a bit. But, the main three tank specs that I play are Brewmaster, Vengeance Demon Hunter, and Blood DK in that order. With Brewmaster being the one that I'm actively playing as we speak. Well, not, I guess, as we speak, but, you know, on retail currently. Alright, Waygate destroyed. Okay, I guess I just press this, and alright. Do I need to do anything special, or is this guy just attackable normally? I guess he's just attackable normally. Oh, that fucked. Oh, okay. Yeah, Dancing Rune Weapon with Heart Strike and Death Strike just erased that guy. Can you solo Aeonax? I don't know. I know that he's soloable, like, at max level and stuff, but I've never tried while leveling. So I guess I couldn't really say. You play Guardian, finally got your bear form from the Dream Patch last reset. Very nice, yeah. I'm still working on collecting all my Druid appearances from Dragonflight. There's a few that I'm missing because I haven't played it super actively. But there's a lot of really good ones from the Emerald Dream. I guess, yeah, that's an upgrade. Okay, there we go. You got your werebear form, not using another one? Yeah, see, I am never using another bear form, and the one that I use is not even werebear. I have it unlocked, but I use the, what's it called? The base Claws of Ursoc one. I just really like that appearance. It's much better for me. And what's it called? The form that I like to mess around with the most, I guess is a good way of putting it, is probably like travel form stuff. I like playing around and having like different travel forms. Let's see. What do I need to do here special? I need to kill Zoltrek, Drake, Bane, and then just a bunch of random mobs, it looks like. So for the random mobs, I just kind of want to AoE as many of them as possible in these clumps. And, okay, there's a bunch in there. I need to kill High Priestess, whatever the fuck. Is she in there? Or is she... Yeah, I thought it said it was above. Weird spot for the mob to be in. What the fuck? Do I get credit? Oh yeah, that counts as defeating. Okay. There's more mobs here. So is it just kill 15? Yeah, 15 mobs of any type. There's no specific counters for each. Let me find the other ones then. You love the Worgen, too bad the racials are shit for PvP in comparison to humans. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Quick. What would you say is the best class for soloing older content in Cata? Ooh, that's a tough one to say. I am probably not the best person to ask for that. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know. I can say that I have done a lot of older content as a paladin, and I have been able to solo many things as a paladin. As for whether or not it's the best class, I have absolutely no fucking clue. I think paladins are nice because they have, like, generally good damage, but also really good self-sustain, so, like, self-healing with Word of Glory and stuff like that. So it's not terrible, but for all I know, like, hunters are just better. I just don't know. I think if we look at historically what the best classes for soloing things have been, a lot of times it's a paladin because, like, you can immune some really, like, broken older mechanics. And hunters also, any pet classes, hunters especially, are really, really good. Druid, I don't know about Druid. I can't say. Oh, there's the mob I need. Let me do Outbreak, and then... this. Okay.
The stone dragons are here, fleshling. Take wings.
Oh. What the f- What the fuck? Oh, that is whack. I do not remember this quest. But that's actually really sick. Okay. That is a sick quest. What do I do now? Is it just gonna ride me all the way back? I do not understand that reference testifiable, unfortunately. Okay, I guess I just have to fly back to where I came, then? Oh. Let's see. Can you save? What do you mean? Can I save what? Not sure I understand. Nice. Well, that's the quest achievement, at least. So that means we're almost at the end. Though. Save game progress. Just to be clear, do you understand the game that I'm playing? That's a serious question, like... doesn't really make sense in the context of World of Warcraft. In case you're unfamiliar with the game that I'm currently playing, this is... WoW, it's a MMORPG. Online game. Oh, okay. You're being sarcastic. Okay. I did not understand. Sometimes people come in here not knowing the game that I'm playing, so, you know. Not often, but it happens enough that I don't want to assume that people automatically understand, but yeah. Pause the game and do the dishes, yeah. When did I get this quest? Must have come from one of the other follow-ups. Interesting. Do I run outside here? I'm so confused. Where? Oh, what the fuck? I guess I'll just pop Army of the Dead for this. I do wish I had Gorfiends, but alas, I have to wait one more expansion for that. I think that's Mop, right? I am like 99% sure Gorfiend's Grasp is Miss Pandaria, but I could be wrong. I guess I just kill mobs until this ends. Yep, I suppose. And I have to kill the High Priestess wherever she is. I assume she's in the central area. Yeah, she's over there. Is this just one of those, like... Yeah, I just have to keep whacking them up. Alright. Well, it'll die eventually. You saw a newbie in your server, and he was like, what do you do now at max level? Is the game over? And the whole world chat says, oh no. Yeah. It's like the South Park episode. Now we can finally play the game. Pretty much. Oh yeah, really powerful Shadow Bolt volley. Can I... Oh! Well, I killed her, but her body is not lootable.
It is done.
There we go.
With the pillory
Random Dungeon Finder dungeons are really good for leveling. See, I know that. I've been trying to mostly level with just questing. But I might do a dungeon. Oh, that's agility. Man. Only I could use this.
Thank you, Stone Mother. It was an honor to have...
You've proven true to your word, Earthmender. For that,
There's a quest here.
once
The Stone Throne.
you can thank me by me.
I guess I'll head up there. Random... Yeah, I just want to do a random... A normal dungeon? Interesting that Gamma dungeons seem like they give... Or these dungeons seem like they give decent experience. Though, not nearly as much as Cataclysm dungeons. So I'll queue for one. If the queue pops, then I guess I'll do it. The main reason I'm doing it now is because I have a few quests that lead into the Stone Core. So I figure I might as well. And... I mean, I don't need to test every single zone. If I don't end up really thoroughly testing Twilight Highlands, it's whatever. Not a fan of doing them, but those quests pump blue gear plus experience. Yeah, true. I'll check it out for sure. Oh, interesting. So, I do unlock Therazane dailies already. Wonder how worth it these are. They don't give amazing experience, but I guess, like... Like, on one hand, I probably want to do them eventually. Yeah, because my Therazane rep is only honored. Which isn't amazing. This is beta, yes. Yeah, they don't give, like, fantastic experience, so I'm not going to bother with them right now. I'll do Oldham. And, of course, we're going to stay in queue. Also, I'm, like, intermittently muting my mic just while I finish my food. My fries, in particular. Okay, I forget exactly how to get to Oldham. I don't think there's a portal. So I think what I probably need to do is portal hop over to Dalaran. Then do Caverns of Time portal. Yeah, War Chief's command. That being said, I hope it gives me a portal.
Times will pass. The reckoning is at hand.
Oh.
Keep your wits about you.
Doesn't really. Yeah, definitely. The best way to get there would be to head to Dalaran, take the Caverns of Time portal, go from there. Problem is, I don't really have any way to get to Dalaran. I guess this means I should probably... One thing that I might do for Cataclysm launch, I don't want to get into the habit of doing this, but I might actually have, like, pocket warlocks to summon me places. Just for convenience sake, it's kind of nice. And it shouldn't be too hard to set that up. For now, I'm not going to worry about it too much. Obviously, we know that you can get to Oldham just by flying down there, so I'm just going to fly. I'll just put myself on auto flight there. Alright, all my food is finished. I'm out of coffee, right? Yeah, fuck. Coffee. I'll probably have to go get more coffee in a little bit, because we still have, at the very least, like, around 3 hours to go. The thing is, I suspect, unless Oldham or Dungeons end up being, like, really, really, really efficient, then I will probably not be able to finish this all in one stream. It's a little bit tricky. If for whatever reason, the rest of 83 ends up being ridiculously slow and it takes me like 3 hours to get there, which I suspect will not be the case. I doubt that it's going to take me that long. I think it'll take me maybe another 2 hours tops to get there. In which case, I would have roughly 2 hours to reach level 84. I don't know. I don't know how I want to do it, because I think the, no matter what, I'm not doing, like, an immediate part 2 stream. I forgot that the bottom of the Baron's Trench is, like, there's lava and stuff in it. Ooh. Do you have to... No, so basically, the way that Cataclysm works in terms of the zone order, you have a choice between vashj'ir or hydro as your starting zone. You can pick one or the other. And vashj'ir is basically... It consists of 3 different zones. You progress through them in order of Kelp'thar Forest, then Shimmering Expanse, and then finally Abyssal Depths. It goes all the way from 80 to 82. Just like at the start of the stream, I did Hygel, and Hygel went from 80 to 82 as well. Then Deepholm, as you saw, is roughly 82 to 83. There's a little bit more experience than just 83. Similar thing for Oldham, it's 83 to 84. And then Twilight Highlands is 84 to 85. Yeah, most, like, expansions have 2 starting options. I guess TBC only has Hellfire, but then you can pick between, like, Zanger Marsh or Terakar Forest. Technically, in original TBC, you kind of had to do everything. Unless you were dungeon spamming, right? But a lot of later expansions have similar paths. Like, you don't always have an option right at the start, but there's, generally speaking, a place within every single zone's leveling journey where you get, like, a split-off point and you can choose where you want to go next. Not so much lately, but, like, the older expansions where in, for instance, Mop, you get to choose between Valley of the Four Winds or Krasarong Wilds. That's not your starting zone, but that's like your second zone. Then WoD technically has a progression. There are parts of the end of the zones that are like higher level, and you can choose to go to like Spires of Rock early or stay in Talador, pretty much. But I would say that one is more that there are 2 different starting zones, but one is for Horde, one is for Alliance. And Legion is when they started the new thing that they kind of do now, where there's 4 different zones and you can pick them in any order. And they did that in BFA, but each faction had 3 different zones. And in Shadowlands, they force you to go through the 4 zones in order, and then you could pick them in any order later on, and they did the same thing in Dragonflight. You have to go Waking Shores, Onarin, Azurspan, and Daldrazis, but in adventure mode, you can pick the order. So, it has evolved a little bit over time. So, Leonardo said vashj'ir is horrible. You've heard that vashj'ir is bad. You should start there then. Yeah, you can go to Hygel. I do not think vashj'ir is that horrible. I think a lot of people really dislike it, and there's some fair reasons for disliking it. But I don't think it's nearly as bad as a lot of people make it out to be. And You could definitely... You could skip it if you want. It's not actually required for leveling. As you saw, I leveled entirely through high gel. And yeah, you don't need to worry about that. The thing about high gel, though, is because a lot of players absolutely despise vashj'ir, or yeah, because a lot of people despise vashj'ir, and a lot of people really prefer high gel leveling, there is definitely an argument to be made that day one vashj'ir could be faster just because you won't get bottlenecked. Debatable, but it could be. I don't know for sure. Like, I'm going to test out vashj'ir a lot more in the future. What I'll probably do is, in my own free time, I'll do a full run of vashj'ir before the next speedrun. And then I already said that we're going to start with vashj'ir in the next 80 to 85 run, which will be my paladin run. And that's... Hopefully, by that point, I will have a lot more experience with the zone, and I will have ideas on how to optimize it a little bit more. It's honestly not something I've done a ton. I think I need to hop into the caravan, right? Oh yeah, I hop on the camel. Right. I vaguely remember the intro. Rule of thumb with WoW, remember many players will hyperbole everything, so when they say a class or area is the worst, take it with a heap of salt. Yeah. Neferset's secret uncovered. Oh, I have to, yeah, hide behind the plant. Oh, this is one of those cutscenes that you're forced to watch. Can I, once I get here? No, you have to watch the entire thing through. Alright, lovely. I really love the, like, visual design of the Jinn. That's a really cool idea for, like, an air elemental. I wonder, do I already have access to the, if I go to specific dungeons... I could get Vortex Pinnacle, yeah. The Wind Elemental Lord doesn't notice you breathing. Yeah, good point. Okay. I have to burn bales of hay, collect Neferset armor, and get the Neferset key. Okay, so that's where the key is from. Can burn this bale of hay. Endure the RP, yeah. Ugh, yuck. Yeah, a lot of WoW stuff is like, you just can't think on it too hard. Because if you do, it just doesn't make sense. I guess I can kill this guy if he has a chance to drop Neferset armor. I feel like mobs are starting to have a lot more health. Like, before I was just kind of one-tapping stuff. Now I actually need to really work for it. Think I can get this without having to pull the mob? Yeah, there we go. DK privileges, yeah. Elementals always act odd in game, like how he can burn fire elementals to death. Well, they tried to be like a little bit more thematic about that in vanilla, but obviously, I think at a certain point, gameplay trumps, you know, little lore things like that. But yeah, I understand. Don't need any of that.
What can I do for you?
Okay, that one I skip for some reason. I am in queue, right? Yeah. Oh, there we go. It was hiding underneath there. Well, hopefully some people queue up before long. Okay, well, I definitely want the reputation. I guess long-term, you'd probably want to hold on to that, because you get the, where's the thing? There's the, like, bonus rep, Mr. Popularity, yeah. So you get that bonus from guild levels, so I guess if your guild isn't high enough level to have rank 2 Mr. Popularity yet, you probably want to hold on to that Ram Kahen thing. Ah. Alright, well, finally a dungeon popped. Are there no quests here? Huh. I would have thought that you would have some quest in this, but I guess not. Or maybe, is this one of those where, like, as you progress through the dungeon, it gives you quests? I forget. Alright, well, let's see how... Wow, these mobs are just kind of dying. I was expecting these things to hit a lot harder. How, what levels are the people in my group? Yeah, mostly level 80s. The first dungeon had progression quests, but you're not sure what's going on here? Yeah. I'm not sure. But, I mean, I remember Throne of the Tides being relatively quick, so this shouldn't take too long, even if it doesn't give me a ton of experience. Oh. Well, fuck. Well, that's unlucky. Missed the elevator just barely. Now I sit here and I wait. I guess I'll do Refresh Horn of the Winter. So... I'll try to keep track. I entered the dungeon around here. Now, I need... How much experience is that? 5 million experience to reach the next level. And I get 100k as the end of dungeon bonus. So, purely going by the end of dungeon bonus, that's not like an amazing time efficiency thing. So, for these dungeons to really be worth it, they would need to not only be really quick, but I would also need to get a lot of experience off boss kills. Yeah, Cat is not live until May 20th. This is beta. Maybe it was Mop that had quests from NPCs. Well, we already saw that the Stone Core earlier had quests off the NPC in the dungeon. So there are definitely dungeons where that is the case. But it's possible that what they did is... which direction do I go? Oh, it's this way. Did this guy really just say, no you don't, when he's the one who got left behind? Like, he asked, why did the elevator not pick me up? Somebody gave him the answer, and he just said, no, you're wrong. Like, what? Hello? Buddy, you're the one stuck down there. I don't fucking know. People are weird. Yeah. Can we still call them Classic Andes now that it's Cataclysm? Because, like, the typical Classic Andy take is that Wrath was the end of Classic. So I think now that we're out of what they would define as Classic, I think it's safe to just call them bad players and stop using the term Classic Andy. That feels right to me. Yeah, Death and Decay and Blood Boil, fuck. Alright. Jesus, fuck. Yeah, Blood Decay AoE feels pretty good. Cataclysm. I like that. That's good. What do we call sod players? Oh, I don't know. I think they're still, like, classic Andy enough. Okay, this guy's using his Army of the Dead, so I'll save mine. For the last time, mortals.
Interrupt.
God, I love the Throne of the Tides music. I think... Oh yeah, I hit them with Arcane Torrent. Nice. Sod is goated. Well, I'm glad somebody's enjoying it. Music and art in WoW has always been kind of nutty, yeah. I taunt this guy. It's getting bounced back against the tornado, so I can't group them up properly. Naga are the best elves. Actually, that's kind of interesting. I get XP for killing the boss ads. Huh. That gave me 19,000. Not terrible. Not bad at all. The mob kill XP from dungeons is, like, surprisingly good. I guess I'll probably use Army of the Dead on this boss, because then all we have is Azamat.
Shockwave.
Think, is he oh yeah, he actually did that on a player, so it didn't target an Army of the Dead Ghoul. Maybe it still can target an Army of the Dead Ghoul, we don't know that for sure. But now we just go over here and take the little teleporter. Sod players don't need a bad name, playing Sod is punishment enough. Yeah. This guy, the other DK asked, anyone got working meters? Dude, this rogue is talking mad shit for absolutely no reason. He just said, yeah, you... The rogue just said, yeah, you suck. What? Oh, God. Oh, fucking hell. The rogue wants to go right. I do not. Rogue is the chaotic evil teammate. God. The rogue fucking... God. Hold on. Gotta move the timer just to fucking see this shit. We could go right now. Right isn't bugged. We could do the boss on the right. Hey guys, I think he wants me to do the boss on the right. I don't want to fucking do the boss on the right. That's why I'm going left. No.
My fearless assistants, I assume.
God.
You may yet regret your presence here. As I purify these waters, the servants of filth will surely be stirred. Beware.
I love this boss fight. Well, it's like a terrible fight, but the voice lines are so good. The servants of filth. The rogue is... This is like the most passive-aggressive guy I've ever fucking seen. Oh, this is great. I love this. It's like Cat of the Mod needs its own category between classic and modern, yeah.
Patience, guests. The waters are nearly cleansed.
I guess we could use, like, the tried and tested name of Wrath Babies. You know, bring back Wrath Babies. Neptulon is F Blizzard, the Octopus is Activision. Oh god. The Murlocs, I think, are bugged. Well, that's not good. Can I snap it?
Beast has returned. It must not pollute my waters.
Phase 2.
Oh, their filthiness stains me.
Their filthiness stains me.
Oh, I love this boss. I hope that the fact those mobs bugged out doesn't actually impact anything. But I think... Oh, there we go. Yeah, we should be fine.
Phase 3.
Power of pure water. Nice. Filthiness stains me, SpongeBob villain. Yeah, ooh, Might of the Ocean. Okay, yeah. Well, that gave a pretty big chunk of experience there at the end. Is that not the end of the dungeon? Oh, I lost the roll in Might of the Ocean. Fuck. I guess we need to do the other boss still? Yeah. Cataclysm looks fun. For sure. Last time you played Cata was when you were a kid? Yeah. I think for most people that's the case. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the end of it. But it looks like in normal you need to do all of them. I could have sworn that you got the end of dungeon bonus just from doing the other stuff. Right. Yeah, Blood Boil with Dancing Rune Weapon kind of fucks. Blood Boil in general really fucks. God, I fucking miss this version of Blood DK. I'm gonna fucking love doing heroics as Blood. I already know it. Whew. Now, I can't remember exactly how this boss works on normal. Because I remember the version that we got in Mythic Plus last season, but I'm pretty sure it's a little bit different. You were a clicker back in Kata, you loved it when you were a noob. Yeah, I feel that. Why does Blizzard call it Kata Classic? It's not really Classic Era. I mean, Classic at this point has just evolved to mean, like, any of the old content. The original meaning has changed a little bit.
Interrupt.
Wait, can we kill him? Oh. We won't be finding out. That is an upgrade, I think. Yeah.
I shall take my leave once my strength has returned.
Nice. That's the dungeon, I think. I guess we just leave. Oh, yeah, I remember the issue. Script. Leave. Party. Yeah. So there's a bug right now where you can't actually leave any groups. Which is kind of weird. So you have to manually type /script leave party to, Alright. Wouldn't Mop Remix be considered classic content at this point? No, it's still in the Dragonflight content. Or Dragonflight client. Just because, like, none of the content in Mop Remix is, like, original Mop stuff. It's exactly the same as how things work in Dragonflight. And... what? Yeah, and it's literally just new content. So it's not like we're getting the old versions of stuff. Because, like, technically speaking, all of this content is available, right? But we actually get the original classes, the original systems, and stuff like that. I have no idea how this quest works. Okay. Oh, I see. He was just one of the people I needed to talk to. If it's another Throne of the Tides, I'm gonna just leave, because I don't want to do that again. But if it's a different dungeon, then I'll do it. God, Oldham is such a sick zone. Ah, Blackrock Caverns. Okay. Yeah, so this one has dungeon quests.
Need assistance? You have a great day now.
And they're pretty good experience, too. Nice, Soulwell. I heard that mobs in this first section were one-shotting tanks before. So I don't know if they fixed that or not. But I'm gonna hope that they have. They used to kill you at level 90? Yeah. Some of the abilities are really wacky in terms of their tuning. But so far, so good. The giants, yeah. The thing is, I remember that on time walking, a lot of these guys will one-tap people because there's like a glitch where a mob will like set your health to a certain number, and in time walking, due to scaling, it'll set your health to like a negative number and instantly kill you. Or something like that. It's really weird. Think. All right. I shouldn't have pulled that extra pack, but we're kind of chilling. Then we run away. I'm gonna run really far because I forget what the range on that is. Just play it ultra safe. Nice. Yeah, I also read bug reports that apparently Raz was failing to kill these guards, making it impossible to clear the bridge. Evidently, that's been fixed. Wait back here. Don't attack. No. Oh, fuck. I really hope they don't break it. A lot of times, if you attack the mobs too early, it bugs out. That even happens on retail still. Looks like it's working. There we go. Alright, disaster averted. Do we have any hunters or warlocks? Their pets. Dismissed pet. We're gonna get, I think technically Warlock pets should have invisibility, but I don't trust them. Because I think the Imp doesn't have his invisibility enabled, and it's easier to just say, turn off pet. Fuck it, we jump. Wow, I'm a fucking prophet. God fucking damn it. And see, I can't even blame a hunter this time. You expect it from a hunter. Warlocks, you hope know better. Yeah. See, I saw that they didn't dismiss, but I'm not about to sit here and be like, excuse me, Mr. Warlock, do you see the ability to dismiss your pet is available to you? Can you please press that button and make sure that we don't pull half the dungeon? I'm just gonna say, fuck it, YOLO, jump off the cliff. Hope that it doesn't fuck us up, and, I mean, we recovered, so, whatever. Worked out in the end. They're probably not going to be able to do this mechanic, but I'll soak the beams as much as I possibly can. Can't remember, can I AMS this? I can AMS this. Oh, that's sick. Pandemic. Okay, that mob is gonna transform.
Stat high.
Okay, literally none of them are doing the mechanics. Me. Yeah. Honestly, I don't hate that mechanic. I kind of like the idea of having to, like, juggle the stacks of the beam. The only problem with that mechanic is literally nobody in pug groups ever fucking does it. So, it's just such a pain to actually do completely solo. I think one thing that I'm realizing, though, is Blood DKs are kind of already at the stage in Cataclysm that they can just solo dungeons, and, well, that's very nice to have, because, yeah. See, when we had the discussion earlier about, is dungeon leveling good? Well, sometimes you get groups like this, where there are 4 useless pieces of garbage, and you have to carry all of them. And, in that case, suddenly it doesn't really seem super great. Oh. This guy's just pressing Shadow Bolt on AoE, I mean. I'm pretty sure I do more damage than this guy as my fucking sod Warlock. We should have had the option of beefy Draconoids. Yeah, I agree. Rise, smash. As a Warlock, you disown these guys, yeah. This is just the actual Cata beta test, yeah. I really hope they don't... I think this is what's happening. It's because they're fucking attacking the mobs, and they're breaking Raz. God, fucking idiots. I literally said don't attack. There we go. Yeah, all the bosses in this dungeon are, unique. It's gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass to do most of these. Kata dungeons are the worst part. You really need a guild here? Yeah. If I, like... I don't know. I really hope that I have enough guildies who are actually interested in playing Kata Classic. I know so many people who are like, I might play Kata, and, like, I don't know. Until I actually see them create a fucking character, I just don't believe it. I hope so. But I don't believe it. So I really, really, really do hope that a lot of my friends who say they're gonna play will actually play. But who knows? Who fucking knows? Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me in the ass. Fuck, 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 fuck.
Stack high.
Oh, I timed that perfectly. Let's go.
Stack high.
Oh, I kicked ass. Okay. Ah, yes. It is so easy for that boss to go sideways really quickly, and I think I did that perfectly. How come I didn't go Goblin DK? I didn't feel like going Goblin DK. I felt like playing Blood Elf. Because nothing tops that fucking Arcane Torrent. Oh, bitch, I love that. God, I love Arcane Torrent. They took it away from me in BFA, and I have been missing it ever since. Where the fuck is my group? What are they doing? What are they doing? Where are you guys? Fucking Christ. Also, do I not automatically turn in that quest? I guess not. Them jumping flips compensate dopamine loss? Yeah. Yeah, Arcane Torrent used to be fucking amazing. I loved it. Come on. Yeah, see, one of the things about this mechanic is the trash have a meteor mechanic. That meteor right there, that was what inspired, like, the meteor mechanic. There's obviously no indicator, so I just had a meteor drop on me, and I soloed the thing. And that guy had a meteor drop on him, and he fucking died. So, yeah. You're supposed to stack together here. I should also get mirrors on my bars. I'll put it there. He dies, yeah. I assume the healer's gonna res him. They're taking their sweet-ass time. Oh my god. I think you get a quest when you enter this room, right? I think you're supposed to get a follow-up quest. I guess not. Maybe I misremembered. Oh, I'm standing in lava. Oh, no, no, no. Beard. Christ, man. A-Funk said, how is their damage so bad compared to yours? I fucking wish I knew. I wish I knew. I don't fucking know, man. Oh. It's... I want to just say Blood DK OP, but at the same time, Blood DK being good will only make up so much of a difference, and I'm still a tank at the end of the day. Like, Jesus fuck. You didn't even notice the oh yeah, it's bad. It's fucking bad, man. Oh, that guy lived. Oh, hey, they survived Meteor. Here, one thing I'm curious about. I want to look at the healing. Oh, yep. That doesn't entirely surprise me. I thought I was going to be even further ahead. Like, I will say, Blood DK is good, and I know what I'm doing. So, like, I am pressing the right buttons. I do not suspect they are doing the same. But, yeah, that it only makes up for so much of a difference. Raz, smash. Do not attack, swear to God, Warlock, if you fucking shoot your fucking projectiles. Alright. Vilgax is just here for moral support. Honestly. I love this boss. Youth can be shaped, molded. You cannot. You are useless. Love that line. Also, after this boss, I'll show you something funny that I realized about this dungeon. Molded. You cannot. You are useless. Accurate line for this party. Oh no. You're not wrong. There we go. That's an upgrade, I think. Yeah, that's an upgrade. That's a small upgrade, actually. I think I'm the only one who can use plate. Yeah, okay, it didn't auto-turn in the quest, so... I'm pretty sure I was correct in that I'm supposed to get a quest for the Core Hound, and I didn't. So, fun thing about... you wish the title you get from Blackwing to set was permanent. Yeah. Fun thing about this dungeon. See this gigantic tunnel over here? Scar the Worldbreaker? The lore behind this place is... Deathwing carved out a tunnel that allows the Twilight's Hammer to secretly transport elementals from Mount Hyjal to Blackrock Mountain. From Mount Hygel to Blackrock Mountain. From here to here. So this tunnel that you see is supposed to be, in the lore, connecting here to here. That is the actual lore of this dungeon, as stated in the dungeon journal. It is a tunnel that goes across the fucking world, underneath the ocean, and Deathwing carved it out by hand. Genuinely, unironically, the lore behind this dungeon. I need to type the script. There we go. Okay. The unfortunate thing is I'm pretty sure all the dungeon groups I'm going to get are for the starting dungeons, because I think it's mostly just level 80s who are queuing for it. But, yeah. I'll keep queuing, and then if I get one of those two dungeons again, then I'll just leave. Those guys will be in that party forever now, yeah. Let's see. You do in retail, but you don't know if it was always a thing? Yeah, I think it was clear that it was just because the, Oh, do I have to drain their corpse? Ah. Well, dungeon queue times are fast. But yeah, it doesn't really seem efficient unless I get one of the good ones, which I don't suspect I will. There we go. Oh! I actually got one of the good dungeons. Alright. Sick. I got Vortex Pinnacle. I love this place. Look, hot take, apparently, this dungeon's a banger. Fuck the people who said that it was the worst dungeon of Season 2. I actually really liked Vortex Pinnacle. Even though the rework, I thought the rework was actually really good. I'm like maybe the only person who actually apparently enjoyed this dungeon, but I genuinely did really like Vortex Pinnacle. I will say I am a big fan of linear dungeons that have good design. Linear dungeons that are a pain to get through, I don't like, but I'd much rather take a well-designed linear dungeon than garbage like Brackenhide Hollow, where it's technically open-ended, but realistically speaking, you just need to do some really jank cheese strats to avoid getting, like, the shitty mobs, and you have to, like, run around the wall doing viz skips and stuff just to get the right pathing. That just sucks. That just makes the dungeon feel bad to play through. So, I'd much prefer really cool designs like this. I love Vortex Pinnacle. Actual DPS? Yeah, it looks like it. Oh, shit. I got stunned. Yeah. I mean, keep in mind, I will say, part of the discrepancy was also that they were lower level. It was not nearly just because of their level. Because you could see that the Death Knight that I played with in the Throne of the Tides dungeon was only level 80, and he was beating me in DPS. So, it's not just level. But now that these guys are actually the same level as me, and in some cases, I think, actually, no, they're all either 82 or 83. So they're all around the same level as me. Yeah, you can see the actual difference. And then, Knob Gobbler. God. I didn't even realize. Like, it's one of those things where I was just reading his name, and I didn't really know how to pronounce it, and then as I said it out loud, I'm like, oh, I understand his name now. Why did I just read that out loud? But, yeah, Mr. Knob Gobbler over here seems like he's half AFK, so... These mobs are super spread out. Man, I wish I had Orphene's Grasp. Would make this so much easier. And yeah, for spread cleave like that, I actually expect to do pretty well. Because I put my diseases up on all targets. And I'm able to do my full damage on spread cleave. Yeah, fucking... What is... Knob Gobbler's literally just AFK. Like... He's just doing no damage. I'm going to vote kick him if he doesn't fucking do something. Like, I didn't vote kick any of the shitty people in the last group, but if you're literally just AFK walking around... Like, that's not okay. I don't like that. Okay, now he's doing something. And now the mage is doing something. Fuck me. Your presence in Skywall will not be tolerated.
Watch your feet.
It also feels weird that my ability called Rune Strike consumes runic power and not runes. Like, that feels counterintuitive. This gives 212 strength. What the fuck? Why does this give way less strength? I guess because it gives more stamina? No, that sucks dick. I don't care. Can you compare items holding shift? Remind me later to check. Shit. Oh, I lost the one with my diseases. There we go. Oh, Knob Gobbler left. I didn't vote him out, so. Ah, Arcane Torrent! Oh, I love Arcane Torrent! Such a clutch ability. Knob Gobbler and Party Boy, this is a Sigma group. Oh, God. This is the beta. It's beta. Well, it's not a public beta. It's not like a PTR, but it is the beta. It's the official Blizzard beta. It's just not public. I think. Unless they opened it up But I don't think they did. At this point, you're positive that how is he playing is a meme? No, like, the reason I still answer it is because I know there's a lot of people who just aren't really following, like, the classic news and just don't realize that there is a beta. A lot of people also just don't really understand the concept of a beta, like how that works. So, I get it. I don't think it's trolling. Shit, where are my diseases? They're my diseases. Okay, the dragon is out of the healing circle. And I am in the healing circle. Nice. Ooh, rain song. Ah. Holy crit on that rune strike. God damn. I missed this earlier. Lupe Reyes said, I'm new. Do you know of a Blood DK rotation? You're switching tanks and want to learn. You'd have to clarify if you're talking about retail or classic. The way you worded it, I assume you're talking about retail. But I do want to clarify, considering I am playing Blood DK on a different version of the game. So it's not exactly the same. Yeah, I have to... This is the old version of the boss. And I mean, like, the way that the game works is you don't really have... I mean, you have a rotation, right? But, like, I mean, honestly, just read what your abilities do. Blood DK, to be completely honest, is one of the simplest specs in the game to learn in retail. It's really straightforward. You keep your Bone Shield stacks above 5 to benefit from Ossuary. Whenever your Bone Shield stacks are not above 5, you press Marrow Rend. On single target, you press Death Strike when you have more runic power than you can realistically spend. On AoE, and if you have, like, literally nothing else to press in single target, you press Heart Strike. Heart Strike is, like, your main filler spell. You generate runic power, you spend runic power. Really all there is to it. It's a very basic rotation. Obviously, I'm oversimplifying it a little bit, but, like, if you do that, that's, like, 99% of what you need to know to play Blood DK on retail, to be completely honest. It's really, really basic. There's a reason why I don't really enjoy retail Blood DK. I think it's just a really boring spec. Read what your abilities do, but I don't want it. Yeah. It's like... Yeah. I mean, I get it. Like, I think a lot of people are just so used to looking things up, they don't really ever think to figure things out on their own. But... I mean, it's like, how do you think that people figure things out, right? Like, I don't have some supercomputer that I, like, punch numbers into and I'm like, computer, tell me what the optimal way to play Blood DK is. Like, I look at my buttons and I figure it out. Now, obviously, there are simulations, blah, 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 but 99% of the time, you're never going to learn to play a spec through a simulation. You're going to learn to play a spec by reading your abilities, hitting a target dummy, and just getting some practice. That's it. That's all there is to it. Sims will tell you things like, I mean, really min-maxy rotation stuff. that 99% of people don't even need to know about. And the most important thing about Sims is they'll tell you what gear to run. Because, like, obviously, yeah, that is the kind of thing that is really hard to do unless you do extensive testing. But generally speaking, you can just kind of figure out what abilities do a lot just by putting them into practice and seeing, hey, that felt pretty good. And then you try more. I'm just, like, chain stunned here. God. Oh, my goodness. Q binds? Are you asking what button I have bound to Q? Because if so, that's Icebound Fortitude. And Shift Q is Anti-Magic Shell. Blood Boil, pretty good. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, you're... Well... Yeah, I could've... Yeah, true. I didn't even consider that. I mean, if I was, like, about to die, probably. I more just said that out of annoyance, but I had threat. My health was high. Not really a huge concern. Reminder for gear comparison, yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Hold shift. Yeah, I will never... I have... It's not even like... So, what Sticky Sauce said about, like, it's not even a whole thing of, like, I'm anti-private server or whatever. Like, I guess I kind of am, but I have no interest in playing private servers. So it's not necessarily that I'm like, I will never bring myself to play a private server and stream. I just literally do not care about private servers. Yeah, just not really something I want to do ever.
Find shelter.
Your servant calls for aid! Oh, fuck. Took a little step out of that.
Kill ads.
They make the ads spawn so far.
Run out. Kill ads. Find shelter.
Your servant calls for aid! Yep. Yeah, I love Assad. I honestly really like Assad's fight. I think one of the best things that you can say about Assad's fight is that it is virtually unchanged from the original Cataclysm version and the version we got in Mythic Plus on retail. Now, I don't think Assad's Mythic Plus fight was perfect, but it actually worked pretty fine. And they had to completely redo both of the other bosses in this dungeon. But Assad just kind of worked. It's a good fight. I love the music in here. It's so good. So fucking good. Damn. That was pretty good experience. Oh yeah, /scripts leave party. Is Vengeance doing, yeah, that was a good group. Definitely. I don't know how to track that, to be honest. How much I was getting out of Vengeance. Definitely a good point to make. I don't think I'm taking enough damage for Vengeance to really come into play. But who's to say? I mean, maybe. I think it's just that Blood Decay hits really fucking hard. But I'm sure that other tanks would also do a lot of damage. Most classes on retail are boring. It depends. I'm definitely not like a massive fan of the current retail class design, but I don't know if I would say all of the designs are boring. Some of them are fun. Like, Brewmaster... You could argue that Brewmaster has not the best design, but what you can't say is that Brewmaster's design is boring. Brewmaster's design is, if anything, too involved and needs to be simplified a little bit. Which I think is kind of one of the weird quirks about retail, where you have some specs that are just really over-designed and other specs that are under-designed and boring. And there aren't too many that I would say really fall into that sweet spot. But who knows? Everybody has that one spec that they really enjoy. Like, I think the best feeling spec for me so far as a tank this expansion has been Aberrus Vengeance Demon Hunter. I really liked Aberrus Vengeance Demon Hunter. It's the most fun I've had this expansion so far. And then they ruined it. With the rework, quote-unquote, that fixed none of the issues and just made Vengeance really overpowered at the cost of making it feel like shit to play. So, yeah. What is this? Relic of the Sun King? So I just need to kill Waste Wonder, guys. No, I did not mean to hit Icebound Fortitude, but... Okay. Did I re-queue? I did not re-queue. Oops. I just need to talk to random NPCs. What I'll do is, I'm gonna queue for random dungeons until I get a duplicate, and then I'm gonna take a quick AFK coffee break. One second, I'm just reading chat. Some are purposely too simple for accessibility reasons. Yeah, I agree. It's a difficult problem to solve, I think. Because on one hand, you do need to have some easy specs. Okay, yeah, we leave this. /scripts leave party. There we go. Alright, I'll turn in these quests and then I'm gonna go grab coffee real quick. I think Sticky Sauce was being sarcastic with the whole retail is simplifying everything because Blizzard wants it to go mobile. World of Warcraft would not work as a mobile game. I don't think Blizzard wants to make it a mobile game. I do think that Blizzard is intentionally simplifying the game. That I don't even think that's a conspiracy theory. I think that it's just true. Whether that's good or bad, up to you. I don't mind Blizzard making the game a little bit more simple as long as they don't gut the difficult parts of the game that people enjoy. Because, like, I enjoy World of Warcraft for the challenge, for the mythic rating. The moment they take that away, they're just going to alienate one of their, you know, most loyal, diehard player bases, and just, the game really will have nothing going for it. Because if we're being honest, the only selling point of WoW at this stage is the rating. Now, that's not to say that the game can't get a lot better for new players, and it should, and I hope it does. And I am more than willing to make sacrifices if it means that the game gets better. But within reason. And I don't think Blizzard... I guess, how do I put this? I think Blizzard understands that. I think they know that they need to, you know, continue developing for, you know, the really serious raiders and make sure that they're happy. And in addition to that, they need to make the game more player friendly. So I'm okay with there being one or two specs that are like the easy specs. And that's just kind of how it usually is. Blizzard's priority is tokens, raids, mounts, and pets. Yeah. I could agree with that. Private servers are Walmart versions of Blizzard, still greedy, still incompetent, and now servers are offline for longer and people can pay their way into success in a much less subtle manner. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I've just never really been interested in private servers, mostly because it's like, now that Classic exists, what do private servers have to offer me that I can't just get from playing the game? Like, sure, if I really, really, really wanted to play Mists of Pandaria right this moment, I guess that my only option would be to play a private server. But I have enough WoW to play. I suppose that because I enjoy, like, all versions of the game, I'm kind of in a position where, like, private servers just don't have any real allure to me. Because I constantly find myself in a position where there is way too much that I want to play just on regular games, even if it's not World of Warcraft. Like, if World of Warcraft had nothing going on, I would be playing Guild Wars 2, or I'd be playing Total War Warhammer 3, or I'd be playing Final Fantasy 14. Like, I would never be in a position where I'd be like, you know, I really feel like playing on a WoW private server right now. Like, I play enough regular WoW. If I wasn't playing regular WoW, I'd be playing a different game altogether, not an older version of WoW on, like, a shitty player-run server. Private servers have good customer service. I mean, I would hope so, considering that's really the only selling point they could reasonably have. But, I don't know. I don't think they're really for me. I won't knock people for enjoying them, right? Like, play what you want to play at the end of the day. But I am more just explaining my reasoning for not really being interested in them, if that makes sense. Let me quickly read it, like, one or two messages in chat, and then whatchamacallit? I'm gonna go make coffee real quick, because I really need coffee. What do you think of Destrolock? I'm not a DPS player, really. I play very few DPS specs, and almost all of the DPS specs I play are DPS specs on classes that can tank, namely Windwalker Monk, Havoc Demon Hunter, etc. I have never seriously played a Warlock in retail WoW, so I have absolutely no strong opinion whatsoever on Destrolock. I think right now, Destro and Demo are in a good spot in terms of, like, balance within the meta. Outside of that, couldn't fucking tell you. I don't play it. Private servers are Walmart versions of Blizzard. Still greedy, still incompetent. I read that already, duh. You love playing retail WoW, don't much enjoy a single class. Yeah, I kind of feel that. I've kind of been bouncing around different classes at the moment. Back in the day, they tried to market the game to girls, so it went like that. Oh, I see what you mean. Blizzard is literally printing money at 7 million subs. You think Microsoft wants them to focus on retaining subscribers? Yeah, for sure. Their main goal should be to make the game more appealing to, like, the average gamer, not necessarily the mobile gamer, because the mobile gamer isn't going to want to invest time in WoW anyways. The barrier to entry for the mobile gaming market for World of Warcraft isn't the rotations, it's the time investment. Mobile gamers don't want to spend a shit ton of time grinding stuff. They want to be able to press the autoplay button and let their Acheron solo Calyxes for them. Which, you know, I'm kind of guilty of. Even your casual friends aren't playing, despite all the stuff Blizzard keeps throwing at them. Mounts and pets no longer have any meaning. Yeah, I mean, I've never been a big collector. I've never understood the appeal of playing just to collect mounts. I understand the idea of, like, if you are actively playing the game, in your free time, you like collecting mounts and pets. That much I get. But if you're not actually enjoying the game, I don't understand why some people force themselves to play just to collect. That I will never understand fully. Just not really my thing. I've also just never really been a serious collector, but I've always just enjoyed the core gameplay loop, and that's why I played. Blizzard has made pushes in the past to go mobile with features like followers, etc. Kind of. That's a difficult subject. In fact, honestly, that's something that I have a little bit to say on, but it's a more complicated subject, and I want to make coffee before I really spiral off into that. So I'm going to go real quick, grab water and coffee, and then we'll be back, and I'll continue. Alright. I have a fresh mug of coffee, so I am ready to crack on. Hope that I didn't take too long. Where was I? Let me just make sure. I think my cat was following me. Closing my door to avoid background noise, but I wanted to see if my cat was, like, waiting to come inside. Sometimes he'll sit there, like, across the room, and he'll, like, peek at me from around a corner, waiting for me to, like, call for him. But I didn't see him anywhere, so I guess he got distracted. All I saw is the spooky Brazilians. I'll have to, I guess, scroll up to see the context of what that is about. Where did I leave off? Blizzard made pushes in the past to go mobile with features. Yeah. I think it's a little bit iffy because on one hand, Blizzard has added mobile features, but I mean, I think what it more has to do with is it's not necessarily that Blizzard is trying to appeal to mobile players. I think they're more so trying to incorporate mobile systems into the game to basically, like, create FOMO, which, you know, obviously isn't good. But it has mostly backfired on them, I feel, in the past. Oh yeah, I remember this quest.
What can I do for you?
Okay. And then, okay, what did I miss? Wait, let me catch up in chat real quick. Experimenting on balance is what privates are great for. Ultra fast leveling, I guess. Yeah, I'm not gonna comment on the economies thing. I understand that is why a lot of people play private servers. I have heard that, which, I mean, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's a perfectly understandable reason. But yeah, like I said, I don't really want to comment on that. Yeah. Sorry, Sticky Sauce, to be clear, I think my point that I was trying to make, and it's more, I kind of have less to say with, about it, like, when I thought about it. It's, a lot of people, I think, will say that World of Warcraft is trying to appeal to, like, the mobile gaming market. Like, oh, they're trying to make it into a mobile game, etc., etc. And I think it's less that Blizzard is specifically trying to make it a mobile game or appeal to mobile gamers. I think a lot of times mobile games have systems that are designed to, I guess, retain player attention. You know, force you to log in to claim your daily reward, blah, 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 blah. And we associate that with mobile games because I think that's where it is most prevalent. And it's less about the mobile gaming market and more about, like, the scummy player retention tactics that Blizzard uses, which are synonymous with mobile games, but really are more just scummy tactics regardless. Not really a mobile game thing. I guess that was kind of the main point that I wanted to make. But I don't have nearly as much to say about it as I initially thought I did. Is the Goblin racial jump in the beta the nerfed version? Define the nerfed version. I didn't know there was a pre- and post-nerf version. It works exactly as how I would expect it to, but, I mean, if there is a different version that I'm unaware of, then maybe. I don't know. Casino tactics, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But, like, I don't know. I think, like, honestly, a lot of times it backfires on Blizzard more often than not. And I think that's kind of what they've started to realize over time. That it's, like, just not really helping them. This whole, like, idea of we're going to min-max player retention metrics. It just usually kind of kicks them in the balls. The jump is shorter? I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't usually play Goblin. So, I could not tell you. If it was shorter, it felt perfectly fine to me. But if it was shorter than usual, I would have absolutely no idea. I just don't play Goblin enough to really notice that. Backfired ever since the infamous "do you guys all have or not have phones" line? Yeah. That... I mean, that one was particularly bad. But I think, like, a good example of what I mean, I got Sultan Staff, is, like, the mission tables and stuff, which I think you mentioned at some point. It, like, nobody liked that stuff. And I think the way that a lot of people responded to the mission tables is they just didn't do it. And it's like a lot of the people who don't enjoy the mobile gaming playstyle, they're just not going to interact with that style of content. They're not going to magically feel, like, drawn to it. Like, I guess I will have to, you know, min-max my mission table. And some people will, and that's kind of the people who Blizzard is effectively preying upon with systems like that. But I think whenever Blizzard overloads people with random bullshit systems that you are forced, quote-unquote, to play with, even if you don't enjoy it at all, the general response that I see from players is they just say, I'm just going to stop playing the game altogether. And then because Blizzard tried to shove a lot of unwanted systems down people's throats, they just end up losing more players because many people would rather just not play the game and deal with the bullshit than try to play the game while ignoring half the content and feeling like they're falling behind. Because it is a social game, right? And if you feel like you're forced to do something that you don't enjoy, a lot of times you'd rather just not play it at all. And I think that is kind of the lesson that Blizzard has learned with a lot of the bullshit grinds that they've done in recent expansions, because they have now started to tone that down. And I think the game has been performing better ever since they stopped doing that, because now more people are saying, like, hey, the game's just fun, right? And Dragonflight, while I don't think it's a perfect expansion, one thing that it has done is it has massively reduced the amount of grinding that you need to actually play the game. And it's really easy for anybody to just hop into the game, get a character geared up, and play with their friends. Whereas before, if one of my friends was like, hey, what do I need to do to play WoW now? I'd be like, oh, well, you have to get your Heart of Azeroth, you have to grind Azerite armor, you have to get the ones with the right traits. Once you get, like, a really high Heart of Azeroth, you need to start collecting Azerite essences, and then Azerite essences have levels that, you know, go up to 3, so you need to do various different forms of content in the game to get the specific Heart of Azeroth essence that you need, and you need a bunch of major ones, and you need all these different minor ones, depending on what spec you're playing. And, oh, by the way, now you also need to start farming corruptions, and corruptions require you to go out into the world and, you know, farm this Echoes of Nyalotha currency thing. And in addition to that, you're going to have to start farming for your legendary cloak, because that's something that you'll need if you want to kill the final boss. And it's just all this bullshit. And you start telling people all that, and their brain just glazes over, and they're like, yeah, I think I'll just play Final Fantasy, actually. And then they just drop WoW completely. And that's how that conversation goes a lot of times. And now, it's like, hey, what do I need to do to play WoW? Well, you can farm Dream Surges for a little bit to get some catch-up gear. And then you can hop into LFR, hop into Mythic Zero dungeons, and when you're ready, start doing normal raids and Mythic Plus dungeons. And that's just kind of it. And that is just a much better state for the game to be in overall. And I think Blizzard is finally starting to realize that. That, you know, turns out when you just make a good game, people want to play it more. Instead of using fucking FOMO bullshit player retention metrics to try and artificially keep people playing your game for longer. Took them long enough to get there, but they did get there. We hope.
Hey there. See you later. See you around.
Where do I go now? On to something. The quest is not tracked for me. Oh, I have to talk to him. You might have to make a Blood DK Tuesday? Yeah. It's gonna be really fun. Being a streamer, that's probably a taboo topic, but keep in mind that Classic WoW wouldn't be a thing without the private servers. Yeah, that's true. I mean, and that's the thing, like, I just don't want to comment on that because, you know, people are gonna be weird about it one way or another. What I will say is, I do not give a shit how people choose to play this game. Like, a lot of people hate the existence of private servers. I don't give a shit. And I want to make it clear that when I was saying before all the reasons why I don't like private servers, that those are the reasons, to be clear, why I personally do not like private servers and do not want to play them. If you want to play them, I don't give a fuck. Go for it. I have no, like, moral objection with private servers. It's literally just that I don't feel like playing them. For the reasons I outlined. But I completely understand that a lot of people, you know, depending on their financial situation, they may feel that it's just better for them to play on a private server, and that's totally okay. Guess I have to scout the southern hieroglyphics. Okay. Be prepared. Piece of rope. Where do I find piece of rope? A lot of people still have primitive 2020 ideas in their head about private servers. You'll end the conversation there, yeah. Some folks see private servers as people saw the darknet in the early days, some evil, mysterious den. Yeah, to be clear, I don't think that's what private servers are like. I know that you're probably just referring to, like, people in general and not necessarily, like, me, but I don't think private servers are like, some scummy, like, you know, den thing. But I have heard many stories of people who play on private servers. Like, I have friends who've tried it out, and they've told me about it. And I don't think it's, like, some super scummy thing. But there, like, one thing that I do know for a fact happens a lot is mod corruption. And, you know, people just abusing powers just because they feel like it. You piss somebody off, you get banned. Like, obviously, if I were to ever play in a private server, I would very much keep to myself for that exact reason. But it still sucks knowing that that is a thing that happens quite a lot. And I don't really think that's like tinfoil hatty. I think that's pretty common knowledge amongst everybody I know who has tried playing on private servers. And a lot of times when people talk to me about private servers, they name stuff like Ascension, Turtle WoW, etc. Like, you know, the really polished private servers. And they're like, oh yeah, these are the good ones. Like, they have special stuff. You should check them out. And like, as I said, it sounds interesting. Like, Ascension is the server that I came closest to trying just because I had a bunch of friends who were really, really pushing me to try it. And I thought about it. That is as far as I'll go. I did consider it at one moment in time just because I had a lot of friends who really were interested in it, and I thought about trying it because they were trying to push me into it. But I was never independently interested in Ascension WoW just because I'm like, wow, you can, you know, build your own class? That sounds super cool. No, I always thought that sounded kind of stupid. Like, what, you're fishing for random abilities to somehow hope to put together, like, a good setup? I don't know. Not for me. Just not for me. These are interactable. I just didn't hover over it at the right angle. Still at it? Yep, still at it. Fuck. Honestly, it's not too bad. This is a pretty reasonable leveling pace. And this is with, like, brand new starting gear, right? No consumables, nothing like that. Really not bad at all. Are you kidding me? They can interrupt my army of the dead? Motherfucker. That was annoying. Let me at least catch up to the most recent scroll, so I don't have to keep stopping scrolling up to read. Not paying Activision money for a shit game they ruined, that's subjective. I mean, I don't think it's a shit game, and I don't think it's ruined, but if that's your opinion, then I can understand. Current flow of retention depends on popular streamers, and streamers are experienced enough to have standards. Yeah, I'd say that's relatively true. Especially for, like, the average, like, casual player, yeah. That's a fair argument. Where's my... Oh. Most games are leaning toward are learning to stop with the overcomplicated stuff. Even D&D is much kinder now. They realize most people want a simple game. Yeah. For sure. For whatever reason, both Questy and the Dungeon Journal, or the Quest Journal, are, like, bugging out with this stuff. TBC had this problem. Oh, I can't skip this cutscene. Okay. Going through it naturally was fine, but jumping into the final patch was hell. Yeah. Maybe it was Activision causing a lot of the BS, and now that Activision is chained in the fiery pits, it's improving. Probably. I don't think Activision was solely to blame for what happened to WoW. I think a lot of people like to use Activision as a cop-out, and I think it's just that. I think it's a cop-out. I do not think that Activision is solely to blame for the issues with World of Warcraft. I think a lot of it is just developer incompetence. Obviously, it's getting better, but, you know, everybody loves to have a boogeyman. They love to be like, oh yeah, you know, this is the reason why World of Warcraft is bad. It's because of this other thing. It's definitely not because of the developers. Surely not. But I think a lot of the developers just had no fucking clue what they were doing, man. Like, it's really that simple. Was there probably some external pressure from Activision? Yeah, I mean, probably. But was that enough to force them to make a shitty game? No. Forgot about all the long Indiana Jones cutscenes in this. And none of them are skippable. I guess because, like, the world is actively changing during the cutscene, you're just not allowed to skip it. That's probably why.
Greetings.
Orb of the... What's in the mob's head? Ah, fuck. You try to play in a mob private server, you can't stand being on 150 ping? Oh yeah, I didn't even consider that, but that would make it pretty rough for me as well. Only downside is freedom of speech, which is the first time you say it in a negative way. Yeah, I could see that. Not worth the risk if you play on official servers, as Blizz will permaban you for being on any private servers, so it's silly to do it on stream. I mean, yeah. Obviously. If I were to ever play a private server, purely hypothetically, because like I've already said, I don't have any interest in it, I would absolutely not stream it. I guess that goes without saying. But, yeah. I mean, they can't ban me for talking about private servers, though, so, you know, there's that. Build your own class, but in reality, you'll only use XYZ builds. Yeah. I mean, I don't know enough about the Ascension meta to really comment on, like, what it actually plays like. But I can tell you that whenever you have something like that, where it's like, oh, you have access to all the abilities, and anybody can make any build, it's like, well, there's always going to be a most powerful build. Like, that's just how it works. You know, it's the same thing where when you don't have, you know, unique class utility or raid buffs or something like that, there was a reason why in retail WoW, everything always devolves into class stacking, and you just have the most broken class get brought over and over and over. And you bring like 1 million warlocks or whatever. There is a very clear reason why that happens. And if anybody can take any ability, well then, like, there's just going to be one really overpowered playstyle. That's it. Is Questy lying to me? I don't think there's a quest here, but I'm going to check, just in case. Yep. You have lots of talents. Are you saying that I am a talented person? If so, thank you. Are you saying that I have unspent talents? I genuinely do not know which one you mean. So I'm going to tentatively say thank you, but if you are referring to my unspent talent points, it is because there are extra talents in Classic on the beta right now that aren't supposed to be there. So I'll cover all my bases. This isn't live, is it? You stopped playing like 6 months ago. What do you mean? No, this is beta. Oh, I see what you mean now. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about Ascension. Right. Yep. Gotcha. Let me reread that with now that I know the context. Ren and Stimpy, what do you mean you don't agree with me? Refreshing to you stick to your views and give your own insight to these things. Yeah, like, I love listening to, like, other people's opinions on stuff, but, you know, I obviously have my own opinions, and, like, I am willing to change my opinion if I get evidence to, like, the contrary, which I have on many occasions. But, obviously, there are certain things where my belief has been reinforced by years of, in this case, like, dealing with Blizzard's bullshit and seeing that stuff. But I feel like I have a fairly good understanding on how they operate. But every now and then, you know, I'll be proven wrong. Actually talking all... Oh, I see what you mean. You're saying for all versions of the game. Gotcha. Yes, which is why... So, I agree with that. And I think that the goal of talent design should be for, like, either fun playstyle adjustments for people who want something different. Like, I don't think that single-minded fury should ever be meta, right? But I think that something like single-minded fury should exist so that if people really want to play with one-handed weapons, they have the option to do so. It should not be viable, but it should be there. And honestly, if you were to say that you should just take out Single-Minded Fury entirely, I wouldn't even disagree with you. I think that's a perfectly valid option as well. I think the better way to design classes is to do what Final Fantasy does and just have no talents whatsoever, and the class itself just feels good to play, because at the end of the day, that's just what most people are going to do. There will always be an objectively correct way to play a class. Even if you have a ton of different talent options, you know, as you put it, it's a fake choice. Yeah. I think that's a nice way to describe it. And now, there are some talents that you do have legitimate choice for. I will give you a perfect example of a talent choice that I swear by, that I have been told by multiple experts on the class that I am a fucking idiot for taking. And I still do it anyway. On my monk, that's a weird question. That I'm not gonna ban you for that, but like, you know, just in case you didn't read the room and you don't realize that, like, that's just kind of not really acceptable humor. I'm just gonna put you in timeout for 5 minutes. Just you know, not really an appropriate thing to put in someone's chat. It's just weird. The cats are meant to be glitched into the ground. The idea is that they were overwhelmed by the sandstorm and you're pulling them out of the sand to save them. So that is actually working as intended. That is what the quest is supposed to do. Somebody just said something weird. Like, just TLDR, somebody made like a weird dick-related joke. That's it. It just, like, basically child humor where it wasn't like outright offensive. Like, they didn't say the N-word or something, so it's not like the type of thing that I will outright ban somebody for, but it's just one of those where, like, it could just be a troll, and if after 5 minutes they come back and they say, like, hee hee hee, fuck you, well, then I'll ban them. But if it's like a little kid who doesn't really understand, you know, that, you know, you shouldn't really do that, I don't want to, like, outright ban them, you know. It's not appropriate, but it's also, I like to give people at least a little bit of leeway for stuff that isn't, like, objectively bad. Well, like, when you guys say Volpera foot big ASMR, I know that you're joking about that stuff. It's yeah. Let's just leave it at that, because I'm obviously not going to read you the thing that I deleted. But it's like, it is not like funny weird, it is just inappropriate weird. Put it at that. It's also not like super, how do I put this? Revolutionary. Oh, there's another crash. I feel like it didn't crash for quite a while there. But there we go. Volpera comment was safety and audacity. Yeah, that's a nice way of describing it. Everything has two sides except mechanomes suck. That's just a fact. Yeah, for sure. Best not, yeah. I mean, there is also, for sure, like, a really big difference between people who have been posting in my chat for months now, making, like, you know, a silly joke about something like that, and one of the main people who started the whole, like, mukbang. I think the first person to say mukbang ASMR was my friend Zach. So, like, obviously, I know that he started it, and he always likes to say weird shit like that. So, like, if I'm going to let him slide because he's, you know, someone I've known for a really long time, then obviously, I'm not going to give people shit for just copying him there. But just hopping into, like, a streamer's chat who you've, as far as I know, never talked in before, because it's not a name that I recognize, and just firing off with, like, weird shit is usually not a good idea. Plus, it's content, yeah. Oh, man, my voice is starting to die, I think. What do I want to do my last... I think last two talents, I'll just put a little bit of extra damage into Death and Decay. Crazy you that this is launching in 3 weeks. Yep. Same to me. I cannot believe that it is this broken still. It is wild. Also, I forgot to... Oh, I did queue for dungeons. It's just taken quite a while. Oh. There's a new quest. Alright. You've done well talking for nearly 8 hours? Yeah. If I wasn't already so tired, I could continue a bit more. Let me catch up on chat real quick, because there were a few I missed. Executives at Blizzard report to the executives at Activision simple as, combined with dev incompetence, you have Shadowlands. Oh, yeah. Yeah, to be clear, I'm not saying that Activision didn't play a part. They absolutely did. It's just a lot of people put the blame solely on Activision's shoulders, and I think that's a little bit reductive. You stopped playing when Ulduar was the current raid tier. You wasn't sure when, or you weren't sure when Kata was going to come out. Yeah. They definitely let Wrath last for a little bit longer than it really should. The way that they've been handling Classic lately has just honestly really confused me. Because they let Wrath last for a really long time, which Wrath players didn't like. Then they are rushing Cataclysm, which the people who are excited about Cataclysm are annoyed by. And they aren't providing permanent Wrath servers, so they're pissing off Wrath players again. So, like, Classic has just been really poorly managed. I'm still excited for it, but it's like, I am excited for the expansion when it was current, right? You know, I'm excited for the Kata stuff. But I will say that the Classic team itself has been doing an absolutely dog shit job with just the handling of everything lately. The Classic team honestly just needs a big fucking slap in the face and a wake-up call as to, like, what the fuck they're doing. Because they're screwing up Sod, they kind of screwed up Wrath, they're on the path to screw up Kata, and I just, like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, man. It's just bad. So, yeah. Not a fan. But I'm still excited for Cataclysm, but I'm just really worried that it's going to be fucked up due to developer incompetence. Or Classic developer incompetence. The game itself is obviously just a re-release, but all they have to fucking do is re-release a game that already came out a long time ago, and they're somehow dropping the ball on that. Where's Slitherer eggs? Oh, the eggs are underwater. Like, really down below. Okay. And this is where stuff like the sea turtle comes in handy. Where are some other eggs that I can grab? Akari said, love your videos, bro. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. You found a use for Mechanome as a banker farmer tune, that's about it. Yeah, true. I suppose it does have that going for him. Oh, there's an egg over there. Question about DKs, is Rune Enchant that big a deal to keep switching? Speaking of which, okay, I have Rune of the Fallen Crusader. Yeah, it is kind of a big deal. Rune of the Fallen Crusader is a really, 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 really powerful enchant. Like, relative to what most enchants give you, Rune of the Fallen Crusader is really fucking powerful. So, yes. across all versions of World of Warcraft, you want to switch your weapon as little as possible as a Death Knight, and only re-enchant it when you, or only switch weapons when you get a really, really major upgrade, and when you get that major upgrade, you better re-rune forge that bitch. Like, as soon as you possibly can. You will absolutely 100% notice the difference between having and not having Rune of the Fallen Crusader. 100%. At least, I mean, I don't know about Wrath because I haven't played DK quite as much, but Fallen Crusader in retail is massive. It has been massive for years, and it looks like it functions exactly the same in Cataclysm as it does in retail, so it will be equally as broken as an enchant in this version of the game. So, you obviously still want to upgrade your gear at some point. You're not going to just keep the same weapon forever just because you don't want to have to re-rune forge your stuff. But ideally, like, if I get a weapon that is only 290-something item level, I am probably not going to go and rune forge it just to get a small upgrade. I will wait until I get a very major upgrade, then I will go switch weapons. Especially because rune forging is a bit of a pain in the ass, as we've seen in Classic, at least. In retail, it's relatively easy just because your death gate will then take you back to where you came. So you can, whenever you get a new upgrade, if you really want to, you can death gate to Icarus, rune forge your weapon, death gate back. But it still takes like 2 minutes to do, so unless it was an actual tangible upgrade, I wouldn't bother. Catagate does not return you back, no. That's the main reason why I've been a bit picky with when I do it. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a nuisance. Go. Gotta love hunting tiny objects in WoW, yeah. Some of those quest objects are, like, way too tiny. They should be a lot bigger. Also, for stuff like this, swim speed potions. Very important. Even more so than Sea Turtle. The Sea Turtle, you still have to mount up and then dismount. Swim speed potions, you just blast the surface and then immediately hop in your flying mount. And you can get those in Classic. So, that's the type of thing that for actual speedruns, I would have prepped swim speed potions, I would get swiftness pots, etc. So I guess 2 questions from Zanny of what is the funnest spec in your opinion for retail, and what is my favorite class? Hard to say for sure. I would say the most funnest spec in my opinion, so I like playing tanks. So I would say, that being said, none of the current tank specs are really, in my opinion, the most fun spec. I actually would say, if I had to really pick what I think the most fun spec to play is, it's probably Windwalker Monk. Even though it's not something that I main a lot. Just because currently in retail at this exact moment, I really just don't enjoy a lot of the tanks. None of the tank specs really speak to me. And as for what my favorite class is, it's close between Monk and Demon Hunter. I would say, generally speaking, I think Monk is probably the one that I enjoy more. Because Monk, I enjoy most parts of it. I think it's just a fun class overall. How fucking deep is this water? Oh my fucking god, this pool really goes down. Yeah, so I main Brewmaster Monk. I really like Windwalker Monk. Mistweaver is the only healer that I've ever enjoyed. Even though I don't play it a lot. But Monk as a whole is probably my favorite class, and I really like Demon Hunter. It's, yeah, it's a close second. Because in the past, I have very much enjoyed Vengeance, and I think Havoc is a fun DPS to play. Now, I have played Death Knight a lot over the years, but I would not say that Death Knight as a class is one of my favorites. In many cases, whenever I play Blood, I've enjoyed Blood in spite of the Death Knight class. I think Death Knights have really shit mobility, and they're not really my favorite things to play. Death Grip is cool, but I don't necessarily love a lot of the utility surrounding Death Knight. But Blood, when Blood feels good to play, like in Cataclysm, it feels really good to play. And I will overlook everything else about it just because I really enjoy that part of it. The fact that the fucking mana in Cataclysm's called Greasy Whale Milk is... Oh my god. I'm debating, like, just ditching Oldham and... I kind of want to just go to Twilight Highlands, if I'm being real. Like... Yeah... I think I'm going to do that. Unfortunately, what I just realized is I set my Hearthstone to Ram Kahen, which was a really stupid decision, because now I don't have any reliable way to get back. Shit. Let me think for a second. What's the fastest way to... return to Orgrimmar? Might just be flying to Orgrimmar. Let me test something. When people try and defend Activision, Activision often did something horrible to counter any defense, yeah. Getting some late-season Game of Thrones vibes from the classic team. Yeah, a little bit. You came back and it's been 8 hours, yeah. It has been a lot. Honestly, I'm debating what I really want to do. It's, tough. Because I'll be real, I have a full level left to go. This is going to take bare minimum 2 hours, and it's pretty late. And it's going to go past the YouTube deadline anyway. So, no matter what, I'm going to have to find a way to split up the stream. So I think what I will probably end up just doing is doing this tomorrow and finishing this up. It'll probably be on Twitch, and then I would post the VOD on my second channel, just because. Yeah, probably something like that. I'll keep going for a little bit because there was something I wanted to test. But yeah. The other thing is I have a video that I really want to get out by tomorrow. And I don't want to postpone it at all. Which is kind of the reason why if I did a stream tomorrow, you know, partially because of the whole part 2 thing, the part 2s don't do well thing. But also because there's a separate video that I want to upload tomorrow. And... if I stream alongside it, then that will impact the performance. So I don't necessarily want to do that. Yeah, I wasn't sure if the Waygate to Ungoro would actually work if you weren't on the quest line. I didn't think it did, but I figured I had to check just to see for science. In that case, the fastest way back to Org... I don't think there's a portal within the Caverns of Time, though I could be wrong. I should probably fly to Thunder Bluff and then portal hop from there, and it's probably slightly faster than heading to Orgrimmar. And then I'll just reset my Hearthstone in Orgrimmar and do that. Yeah, I know there's one in retail, for sure. What I'm saying is I don't think there's one there in Classic. I forget where there's portals here and where there aren't. That's the part that's hard to remember. Because I'm pretty sure Ram Kahen has an Orgrimmar portal in retail, it just doesn't have it in Classic. The portal wouldn't work? Yeah. Who knows? It's hard to say for sure. Yeah, but tomorrow I plan on posting my, my Alt Catch It video in retail. That is the goal. And I have a few other miscellaneous videos that I want to make. Because as I said, I'm going to experiment with, like, different types of content that is, I would still say, helpful to people, and it may not perform insanely well, but if I'm making more frequent videos, then, you know, if one of them performs poorly, then it impacts me nowhere near as bad. So, one of the videos that I want to make, right? And this is something that I thought about making, and I was initially on the fence about it, but then the more I thought about it, I'm like, yeah, I should probably just do it anyway. Is on Monday, I'm going to post a video about what the best things to spend your bullion are for all the different specs. Like, what every spec should buy with their very first bullion. Because that, I think, is something that a bunch of people are going to be curious about. I'll post that on, like, late Monday night. That way people will see it before they get their bullion and stuff like that. And that is relatively easy enough for me to figure out. But that's, like, the type of stuff where it's a simple video for me to figure out. And the reason why a lot of times I wouldn't necessarily want to make videos like that, I'm sorry, I don't give a shit about PvP. Right? I'm going to be covering PvE, which is what my channel has always been for. So no, I'm going to basically say, this is the best item for your class. Oh. Well, if this is a dungeon I have not done, I will do this. Okay, it's Throne of the Tides. No. Unfortunate. That's another thing I keep getting. Doing dungeons on beta is tough because it's gonna be really hard to get anything but Throne of the Tides in the starter dungeons. So I probably won't test a lot of dungeon leveling. What I might do is if you have access to the Cataclysm Classic Beta and you would be interested in helping me test dungeon leveling at some point, I don't know exactly when it would be, like, shoot me a message on Discord, let me know. That way I could, like, whenever I feel like doing that, I could see if I could schedule something. Aha. I thought that this might be here. But yeah, no, it would specifically be for, the bullion video would specifically be for PvE. And the reason why I wouldn't want to normally make those types of videos are because I feel like a lot of people should just be able to look up their class on their class Discord and figure out what it is that they should be running. Like, that is a 5-minute affair for most people. Now, I kind of already knew that I wanted either Digiroon or Grief Torch as a Brewmaster, but I was curious, so I double-checked on the Peak of Serenity Discord, and I forget who updated it. I think it was Sinzu who updated it. Posted, yep, it's Digiroon and Grief Torch. And obviously I trust the Monk Theory crafters. I think they're good people. So I'm like, alright, looks like I will be getting Digiruin first. And that is easy enough for me to figure out. And if I didn't already know, then I could have just looked it up there and been totally fine. Fun little thing. I always like doing this. You can like sit inside the balloon if you clip into it at the right angle. And I think, yep, you can pop out that way. But unless you get like the running start, you can't actually go in this way. So the only way to enter that little gap in the balloon is if you collide with it midair and then drop down. Fun little random thing that I just felt like showing. Yeah, War Chief's Command, Twilight Highlands. I report to Garage Shell Scream. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely too tired. I think 8 hours for the run is good. So yeah, I will stop there just because I'm kind of exhausted, and like I'll be honest, if it wasn't for the 10-hour cap on YouTube streams, I would probably try to push through just to get it done. But because YouTube will cut me off at 10 hours anyways, I would need to do something special with this, and I'd rather just split it into 2 parts. So at some point tomorrow, I don't know exactly when, I will do the final level of this run on Twitch. If you are not in my Discord already, the link should be in the video description, or the stream description. And I'll put my Twitch here if you want to join in tomorrow. But here's the Twitch stream. No worries. I will, for the record, I will stay around for just a few more minutes to respond to all the messages that I missed. So we're not ending immediately, just in like a few minutes. I just want to make that clear. But yeah, so that'll be tomorrow. I don't know exactly when it'll be tomorrow. It's not 12, no. I think it technically lets you continue streaming past 10 hours, but any recordings beyond 12 hours or beyond 10 hours will not get saved. They will be lost to the void. Go to sleep? Yeah. I'm not going to sleep. I have work to do, but I need to be able to get that work done before, you know, I pass out from exhaustion. So this is kind of where we're stopping for now. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. You bought the Blastoise trader mount just for the swimming boost? Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's see. Only tolerable healer for you is Disc. Yeah, I know a lot of people really enjoy Disc. All tanks feel awesome in Kata. Yeah, so far I've really enjoyed all the ones I played. Thoughts on leveling a Shaman in retail faster than others? I would say Elemental and Enhance are both solid. Hell, even Resto's okay. Shaman is good. It's not one of the best leveling classes, but it's not bad. If you want more about my opinion on Shaman, I have a leveling tier list for retail, and I talk in detail about all the different classes, and I have done a run with every single spec, so you could just go and watch the Enhance run, or the Elemental run, or even the Restoration run. So, I've played all of them in runs before. What's my favorite legendary weapon in WoW that's obtainable? I'll probably just go with the basic one and say Warglaves of Azeroth. I don't really have a real big favorite. Thanks for the content. Sorry we distracted you with bad takes. You never need to apologize. No, it was definitely a lot of interesting conversation this time around. Hope they decide to hold off a week or two for release. This is too bugged to be acceptable for a ready-to-go build. Absolutely, yeah. If you go beyond 10 hours, you end up with annoying orange sleep paralysis, David. We have... Yeah. I'll talk to you after stream. Whatchamacallit. We'll for sure check it out. Thanks a ton. No problem. This is the first time catching a stream star. You can make it sooner. No problem. The entire recording will be available for you after the stream finishes. I think it might take YouTube like 30 minutes to an hour to process the stream recording, but then it'll be there and you can watch the entire thing. But, you know, still glad you were able to catch a stream, even if it was towards the end. But yeah, just to reiterate, so the final level for this I'll be doing on Twitch. And if you're not able to watch the stream, that's totally okay, because I also have a second channel. I guess I'll post that. So, fuck. It's, for whatever reason, the bookmark I had is gone. So I'll just find this here. This is my second channel. I put all Twitch recordings on there, along with some miscellaneous stuff. I'll probably have another video on there within the next, like, 12 hours that I've been meaning to get around to for a while. It's going to be a Plunderstorm video, actually. And Musical Surgeon know exactly what I'm talking about. But I post, like, random shit on there, including Twitch recordings. So if you do miss the Twitch recording, it'll be on that channel, the Lenara channel, which is named after my Demon Hunter. And ideally, future runs I should hopefully be able to have done within a single stream worth of time, because, you know, they should be a little bit more optimized, a little bit faster, and I will have actual gear and stuff like that, but we'll see. I would not like to have to split all of these speedruns across multiple streams and stuff, but it is what it is. I might do some of the future ones just recorded and not, like, on stream. That way, if I need to, I can just, like, trim it down and condense certain portions so that it can fit within an acceptable YouTube video length. But anyways, I will end it there. Thank you guys for watching, and if you want to see the end of the run, make sure to check out the Twitch streams tomorrow. I'm going to try and get the video ready for tomorrow for alt catch-up stuff. Peace.